Checkmate by Tresvan folks. Introduction. We tend to think that part of being spiritual is being positive 100% of the time. We think that we have to be motivated at all times while on our life paths. It is only in times of extreme adversity that we realize we could not be more wrong. This quite simply is not how life works, for one of the 7 Hermetic laws, originally from the 7 laws of Jehuti, ancient Kemet, states that in the law of polarity, everything has 2 poles that are opposite from one another. For example, gender, love and hate, good and evil, and the list goes on. Most importantly, one cannot exist without the other, so if you think you can soar through life without any adversity and all smiles, think again. However, as simple as this may sound, I am pretty sure you and I can both agree that from time to time, we may become a little naive and believe that we may be an exception to this law. It is fine. We have all been there. Here is the important thing to realize, however. Most of your growth while navigating through life will come through times of adversity. I repeat, most of your growth while navigating through life will come through times of adversity. In fact, the more adversity you face, the more you will grow if overstood. Because during times of adversity, your character is on the line, your focus increases, and you are operating more in your mind due to the discomfort that the situation is putting you through, mentally, physically, spiritually, or emotionally. During times of joy and happiness, it is relatively easier to lose focus while being more relaxed and at ease mentally, which is understandable. Until you master the law of polarity, you must always be aware of the dual nature of reality. We tend to only remember this in adverse situations because we understand that we are currently in a negative space and want to be in a positive one. However, when we are in a positive frame of mind, there is no such thing as adversity at that moment in time. They say that getting to the top is hard, but staying there is twice as hard. This is because when you are on the journey, your concentration is laser sharp, and you are determined with a purpose to get to the end goal. Not to mention the high levels of adversity you will face. This is when your character is tested to the fullest, and your will and determination are strengthened. When you reach the top, however, the test changes and requires different skills in order to maintain what you have accomplished. This is also a time when your ego is susceptible to becoming a hindrance disguised as an ally. The universe is made up of laws, teachings, and principles that show us how we, as humans, are supposed to navigate this realm. The ancient Cometians developed teachings, or principles, in order to provide a blueprint so that we are able to reach high levels of consciousness. They were able to comprehend the universe's complexities by attaining high levels of consciousness, or awareness. This allowed them to develop the first writing systems, math, chemistry, medicine, and successful civilizations for thousands of years. They explained their teachings through a lot of allegories so that the concepts could be easily grasped by everyone, similar to how religious teachings today use them. Allegories make complex concepts easier to digest and follow, which is why they are used so heavily in religious scriptures. Throughout this book, I will do the same. Now, why am I saying all of this? Because they had many teachings that derived from their high level of intellectual knowledge. However, what they made evident was that knowing the principles of their teachings was not enough if they were not applied to our everyday lives. Knowledge without application is useless, because knowing information can give you an insight into what the information is about. However, when you actually apply the knowledge, you will learn the deeper meanings behind the principles as you are living them. You will learn lessons while living out those teachings that you may not understand while simply learning them, for example, through text. For example, you may know everything there is to know about Ghana, including its size and the types of food it offers, but you will not feel the essence of Ghana until you visit. You won't know what the food actually tastes like until you go there and try it. This is the difference between knowing all the facts about Ghana and actually going there to experience the country. So now, let's make the connection to what I'm going to share with you in this book in regards to life. You have many aspects to your being and you have many principles to adhere to. By understanding this, your ability to navigate through life becomes more straightforward, as you can develop the aspects of yourself that need more development than others until they are all equally balanced. How do you do this? By understanding the science behind chess. Chess is the most strategic and complex board game because of the number of different moves you can make and the complexity of the rules. However, when understood, the rules no longer become complex, but the game still remains very strategic. Life can also be very complex if not understood properly. Life is also very strategic no matter how you approach it. Now, the ancient Cometians were known for playing board games, and the reason for this was because this was a way to not only have fun, but also a way to train their minds to be in sync with the teachings that they live by. Remember, as I said before, knowledge is important, but without application it becomes useless. So by developing games that had direct links to how they lived, heavily impacted the expansion of their minds, and can do the same for you. To begin with, knowing the rules of chess, or even being good at the game, is not required to understand the principles that I will be discussing in this book. If, however, you do know the rules, then that would enhance your ability to understand these teachings I am going to give you. These teachings are principles, and I will show you how the pieces in the game have higher implications than just what they represent in the game itself. In hindsight, the game is just a game. However, by understanding the implications that it teaches, it will show you how to navigate through life in a game-based format. This is the beauty of it. This is why I say that, although it is not a necessity to know how to play the game to understand the principles I'm going to reveal to you, it would be of benefit to know a brief summary, at least because, as you read chapter by chapter, it will start to piece itself together into the full format of life. Knowing the rules of the game will help you make the link between the pieces and the implications that they have in your life. I do explain the pieces of the chessboard and how they operate in the glossary section of this book, which you can have a quick look at before continuing to read. The origin. Now they say that chess probably originated in India in 7 AD. I put probably in quotation marks because according to Western literature this is not certain. However, what we can confirm is that the creation of board games dates back to Africa in ancient Kemet. These games included Senet, Mancala, and Wari. Another game that originated in Kemet was Nine Men's Mill, and the objective of this game was to capture the opponent's pieces and prevent the opponent from moving their own. The outline of this game is very similar to that of chess. The game Senet had a checkerboard for its display, which is represented on one of the walls in the tombs of Kemet, where Queen Nefertiti can be seen playing. Furthermore, as I said earlier, the games that were invented in Kemet were made with the purpose of not only playing but also teaching about particular principles of life. For example, in the game Senet, the teachings behind it were to signify the struggles between the lower self and higher self, good and evil, as the objective was to remove all of your pieces before your opponent does. By being able to do this in the game, it symbolically represented if you were able to remove the impurities within and submit your lower self into a position of service as opposed to a position of mastership. By removing your impurities, you are equipped to move on into the afterlife, which they called Deduat, as your heart would weigh less than a feather on the scales of Ma'at. If you can remove all of your pieces, impurities, then you can conquer your lower self, which is the ego and its desires. In the game, there are also hazards that you need to avoid, which is also symbolic of facing the adversities that life will put in front of you, and being able to overcome them. By overcoming these adversities, by moving through them to grow spiritually stronger, you are able to complete the game of life, or in other words, get your pieces off the board. The genius behind these types of board games is that when you understand them and are navigating through life, you can refer to them when facing the different challenges that life throws your way. Using the example of the game Senet, it has obstacles that you must get through in order to get your pieces off the board and win the game. When you relate this to life, any form of adversity you face, you will always remember that in the game Senet, this is also included in order to win, and you cannot get around that. So chances are you will be able to overcome the adversity as you want to win the game. The game of life that is. So now, going back to the origins of chess, it is believed in Western philosophy that it was created in India. What is also important to understand is that a lot of the teachings that are taught in India stem from the influence of ancient Kemet. This is important because there are still teachings today that are professed in India and displayed to the world, although their roots were in Kemet, but this is not mentioned in history. Not only that, but most people believe that those teachings originated in India. However, this is not the case. For example, the teaching of Kundalini Yoga was originally practiced in ancient Kemet, which was known as the serpent power, dating back to 10,000 BCE, just like the Kundalini Yoga teaching in India. The serpent power teaching was about understanding the psychology of the human soul and how it relates to spiritual evolution. It is related to the science of the psycho-spiritual energy centers and the life force energy known as Sekhem in ancient Kemet. The psycho-spiritual energy centers are known as chakras in India and the Western world today. The origins of this teaching go back to early ancient Cometian civilizations, 10,000 BCE, which predate the Kundalini Yoga philosophy, 20th century, which originally came from the Indus Valley civilization around 2000 BCE. This is demonstrated by the fact that the oldest ancient Kemetic monument depicts the serpent power tradition. The Great Sphinx, original name Horemakhet, also known as Heru of the Horizon, of ancient Kemet, used to have a massive head of a cobra on its forehead, which is key because the positioning of this symbol is linked to scriptures describing the serpent power movement and how it leads a person to spiritual evolution. Just like in Kundalini Yoga in India, the serpent power can be activated within the individual when their life force energy fluid, which is located at the bottom of their spine, rises up with the correct meditation and lifestyle, that is, health and physical activity, and reaches their pineal gland. The pineal gland is located towards the front of your brain, between your temples. They are called temples because they house your pineal gland, which is your kingdom, or kingdom, hence in the Bible, Luke 17:24, it states that the kingdom of God is within you. People that take the Bible and its stories in a literal manner believe in the exoteric meaning of that quote, which is that to be part of the kingdom of God, Jesus must be your king. However, the esoteric meaning or hidden meaning behind this is that the Kundalini energy that lies dormant in most of us can be ignited when we live the correct lifestyle and reach our pineal glands or kingdom. When this happens, the pineal gland interacts with the Kundalini energy, which activates the optic thalamus, causing it to become illuminated. You also have a fluid-based oil located in the claustrum area of the brain, which also becomes ignited via your Kundalini energy as it reaches your pineal gland. So not only your optic thalamus becomes illuminated, but your Kundalini energy produces high vibrational energy. This is one of the reasons why the ancient Cometians advocated for your third eye to be open, referred to as the eye of Heru. Because when the process of your optic thalamus lights up like a lamp producing light in your kingdom, this is another way of saying your third eye is now open. Your third eye being open is another way of saying your level of awareness has reached a very high vibratory state, able to transcend the third-dimensional plane we are currently living in. The term yoga, derived from India, means to link back. In ancient Kemet, this was known as Sema Tawi. This is also key because the idea behind the serpent power teachings of ancient Kemet was to manipulate the life force energy that exists inside us all and reconnect that energy with its ancient source or the creator, hence the idea to link back. Giving these examples in relation to Kundalini Yoga and chakras, which are core teachings in Indian philosophy, we can confirm that the prospect of chess, which is said to come from India, has to also originate in ancient Kemet, not only because of the evidence given prior, but also because of what the esoteric meanings behind the game represent. These esoteric meanings behind the game are in line with the philosophies that the ancient Cometians lived by, making the evidence hard to refute. Key elements. Chess is an aspect of yourself and your environment that you must constantly check to ensure you are on the right track and fulfilling your purpose. In the game itself, when your king is in danger of being eliminated, which would mean losing the game, your opponent usually would say, check. The word check means to examine something in order to determine its accuracy, quality, or condition. So in the game, when in this scenario, you now have to look for a way to avoid your king being eliminated by either moving it to a space where it cannot be taken out, sacrificing another piece by placing it between your king and the opponent's piece that was responsible for putting your king in check, or eliminating the opponent's piece that was responsible for putting your king in check. What is key here is that you are in check at this moment in time. This is a very pivotal time in the game, as if you do not make the appropriate checks, you could find yourself in further trouble in the game, resulting in a loss. Now, as I said, chess is an element of yourself and your surroundings, meaning you have to constantly check whether or not you are living your life in a correct manner in terms of quality and condition, and this is both objective and subjective depending on what aspect of life we are talking about. For example, we can all objectively agree that we should not terrorize people. However, one person may prefer to own a car, while another prefers to own a bike. In both scenarios, each individual has to check themselves to see if they are living in a way that aligns with the beliefs they have. Now here's why being in check is so important. Throughout the game, you never have to be told check until your king is on the verge of being eliminated. If you were playing with more focus, however, you would never have to hear the word check. The implications of this are that in your own life, if you were focused on living the way you were supposed to, or in chess terms, making the right moves and checking yourself, you would rarely have to be told by another person check. You would rarely be in a losing situation because you would have constantly been checking yourself and preventing yourself from being threatened by different elements of life. Check is the aspect of life that shows you that the road you are on may need a new strategy or change of direction. This can happen to us all, but what is important is that at that very moment you experience check. You make the right decision on how to tackle your current circumstances. Check also comes in times of adversity, and this is also a very important aspect of the game in relation to life. Notice the three options you have when in the position of check, which I previously stated. One is to attack the piece that is responsible for you being in check. Secondly, you can move your king into a space where it can no longer be attacked. And finally, you can place another piece in the way to sacrifice itself for your king. Now, why are these three options important? Because these are the three options you have when facing adversity in your own life. Adversity is a barrier or obstacle. When you are in a position of check in life, it does not always mean you are about to lose. It can also mean you are at a roadblock in life and need to make the right decisions to overcome that roadblock. So, these are the three options you have in this situation. Just as you can attack or eliminate the piece that is keeping you in check, you can confront and potentially eliminate the obstacle in your life. Just like you can move your king into a space where it can no longer be attacked, you can move yourself out of harm's way or into a new space, mentally, physically, spiritually, or emotionally, by simply avoiding that obstacle. Finally, just like you can place another piece in the way to avoid being eliminated, you can ask for help from other important people in your life to negate the situation, or better yet, access other elements of yourself to battle the situation, as the pieces of the game each represent different aspects of yourself, which we will explore. However, the final option is the one you want to avoid, as this is the decision you make when the previous two are not attainable. The reason for this is that you do not want to lose an aspect of yourself in life, as this will make you, the soul, susceptible to being in more situations of being in check, as well as being less equipped to defend yourself, as you have more pieces that have been eliminated. The pieces are all extensions of you and represent different aspects of you as an individual, so losing a piece is equivalent to losing an aspect of yourself in life. The only time the third option becomes the best solution is when you know that although losing a piece may not be beneficial at that moment in time, in the long run, it will work out for you. This can be looked at as making sacrifices now in order to obtain a better future, or as I like to put it, going through pain to seek pleasure. I will elaborate on this aspect of the game more thoroughly shortly. The second option I stated, which is you avoiding the obstacle, may work for the short term, but eventually will need to be addressed and handled accordingly. Avoiding problems or barriers in life can only last so long unaddressed, so whilst it may not be much of an issue to begin with, over time this problem may become momentous until eventually it is no longer avoidable. This option would have to be taken with more precaution. It is better than the third option, however, because the third option requires you to sacrifice an element of yourself, which is the most costly overall. The second option will at least give you time to have the space to make the right decisions, while you are going through the current adversity put in front of you. The second option is the middle ground between the other two options, and sometimes in life it may be required so that you can make the best decisions on how to approach the adverse situation you are in. Can you now see the three different levels of how you have to respond when your king is in check, and how this relates to your own individual life when your soul may be in check? I referred to you as the soul because essentially that is what we are, souls living a physical experience, and if you have not realized yet, I gave you an insight into what the king represents in the game of chess, the soul. When you put this into perspective, you can now understand why it is so important to avoid being in check, and instead be more focused, so that you are always protecting your soul when navigating through life, making the right decisions. This is a preview of the piece that represents the soul in chess. However, there is a lot more to understand about the king, which I will explain later. For now, let's continue on why the elements of chess, which represent one's life, are important to know and live by. Now in chess, you have to develop your pieces during the game to give yourself the best chance of winning. Developing your pieces means getting your pieces from their starting positions to further up the board in order to increase your chance of winning the game. This is because the further up the board you are, the closer you are to the other side, where your opponent's king is, enabling you to potentially checkmate your opponent. Now when we talk about development in chess, this is synonymous with you developing the different aspects of yourself so that you are more equipped to achieve your purpose whilst on this realm. What is important is that if you do not develop your pieces in chess, you are more likely to end up in a situation where your king is under attack. Just like if you do not develop yourself and enable yourself to build your character, the chances are you will find yourself in positions where you won't be able to make the right decisions because you did not take the time and effort to learn and build yourself through applied knowledge and teachings. Developing yourself is key in regards to life, as everyone knows, and to get to the places you want to be in life will require some level of internal as well as external development. Of the many rules all chess players will say is key to winning the game, most will unanimously agree that one of the most important is to not only make sure you develop your pieces, but that you develop your pieces as early as possible. Developing yourself early is also important, because the earlier you go through this process, the easier situations will become to handle further down the line in life, and fewer adverse situations will come about, especially ones that are not recoverable from, because of the correct decisions you will be making earlier on in life. It is quite common for a lot of older people to say that they wish they knew what they know now at an earlier age, or that they had made better decisions earlier in their lives. This ties back to the process of development in the game of chess because developing your pieces puts you in a good position. And when you develop early, this is even more prominent. Hence they say the wise man does at once what the fool does finally. When you are developing your pieces in chess, you are developing the aspects of yourself in life that need building for your soul's ascension. Without development, you cannot attain enlightenment, which is why the concept of development in the game is so important, and is a must for any chance of winning. However, what is important to understand about development is that it can involve vulnerability, sacrifice, adversity, and as well as bravery, due to the fact that you will be taking all aspects of yourself out of your comfort zone, which is your side of the chessboard. When you are taking your pieces from your side of the board to the opponent's side, this makes those pieces more susceptible to attack, hence why I said development is good. However, it is not a straightforward process and puts you in the face of vulnerability, adversity, etc. So this requires bravery due to the potential of many losses. And one thing for sure is that most people are afraid of losing, as losing tends to be associated with guilt and shame. For example, when you put your body through physical stress, that is, the gym, or learning how to fight, you put yourself in a vulnerable position to get injured, or when you put your mind through the depths of attaining knowledge, you put yourself in a position to potentially learn information that may contradict your current beliefs, forcing you to change your perspective. Does this now start to make sense? So through development, yes, it does help you grow in many aspects. However, it comes with its side effects, which you cannot escape from unless you are prepared to live a life of stagnation. And even then, you will be faced with adverse situations but won't be able to overcome them. Development in chess ties into what I said in regards to making sacrifices by losing a piece in order to win further down the line. Remember, we went through the 3 options you have when your soul is attacked, just like the 3 options you have when your king, which represents the soul, is in check. Of those 3 options, I said that the third one is the one that is the least favorable, and if you can, avoid it, because unlike the other 2, you will essentially be losing a part of yourself in the process. This is equivalent to losing a piece in the game. However, the only time this option becomes suitable is when you know that you are losing that piece for a better purpose in the long run. For example, when playing chess, you are encouraged to always think ahead with every move you make, so that you are prepared for future situations in the game that you may face, and not just think primarily about the very next move. Therefore, if you know that losing a piece to your opponent may open up the game for you to attack and potentially put you in a strong winning position, losing a piece is definitely advised in this scenario. Not to mention that it is almost certain that in order to win the game, you will lose pieces along the way, and this may well be one of the most important esoteric teachings of the entire game when relating it to life itself. Losing pieces can be frustrating, especially if you didn't see it coming. It can be very costly, especially if it is a powerful piece like the queen. However, this is one of the things in the game that is guaranteed. You will lose pieces. Remember what I said as well. The pieces represent different aspects of yourself, and to reach the end goal, which is the highest version of yourself, winning the game, you have to be prepared to let go of elements of your being in order to develop. This can come in many forms. For example, you have to be willing to let go of people who do not match the frequency of the direction you are heading towards. You have to be willing to sacrifice your time in perfecting your craft or skill in order to get ahead in that avenue, and you have to be willing to let go of a particular dietary lifestyle if you want to be more healthy and minimize your chances of contracting diseases. These are all examples of aspects of yourself that you may have to let go of to reach the next level of your journey. The pieces in chess represent aspects of yourself as well as other people close to you. But the catch is that other people close to you are also aspects of yourself, especially as you become more and more attached. I say that to let you know that losing people is synonymous with losing aspects of yourself, as this is what ties you to people in the first place, a particular aspect or aspects of yourself. The key is to always try and be in control of when you may lose pieces in the game, as you will be planning ahead already. By doing this, you will have a plan for how this will work for you. This would be like knowing that you are going to stop eating meat, for example, and you have already been doing research on different plant-based recipes and products that you can buy and make to accommodate your new dietary lifestyle instead of not knowing what to do or what to buy. Again, planning ahead like in the game of chess. When you plan, you may still face the adversity of losing aspects of yourself. However, the effects will be a lot less severe as you are prepared. There's only so much you can do, however, because events beyond your control can occur that you cannot prepare for because you were not expecting them, and this is what can potentially make or break you. In these situations, the 3 things you have to quickly overstand are: what caused the event to happen? Can this situation be fixed? And finally, understand that this is part of universal law. When you can come to grips with this and understand that sometimes you have to lose in order to win, you will be better at handling pieces being lost that you didn't see coming. If you know why you lost a particular piece in the game, chances are, when you play next time, you won't make that mistake again. When you make decisions that lead to losing aspects of yourself, you are unlikely to make those decisions again, as they will lead to the same outcome. By understanding that this is compulsory within this realm of reality, and that you have to lose pieces in order to win, will help you realize why you must continue on your path, despite the adversity that may come your way with such losses. Monopoly versus chess, esoterically. When you understand the esoteric meanings behind the different elements of chess, you will understand the importance of the game itself and why it was created. The problem is, however, that due to the constraints of society in the 21st century, we have been manipulated into living a life under the teachings of Monopoly instead of chess. This change of living one's life from chess to Monopoly has become a detriment to our ascension, as it makes us heavily attached to the physical realm, consisting of materialism. This change has led us to no longer live on this plane in an attempt to reach one's higher self, but instead become attached to the manifestation of the physical world, which ultimately keeps our souls stuck on the physical plane of existence even when we pass away. Our souls are not third-dimensional creations, which is the plane of existence we are currently on. Only our physical bodies are. Our souls are essentially trapped in our physical bodies so that we can compute this reality. However, when our physical bodies can no longer function themselves, we pass away, and our souls leave the physical body. Our souls at this point would connect back to the source, as it is not a third-dimensional creation. However, when forming a strong attachment to the physical world, the soul will become trapped in this realm and/or face many reincarnations in the physical realm until you manage to free yourself from those attachments, which usually come in the form of materialism. On top of that, a calcified pineal gland due to many factors such as fluoride and water consumption, lack of sunlight and meditation, to name a few, makes us unable to tap into our sixth sense and again unable to transcend this third dimension. This is why living your life under the rules of monopoly can be detrimental to your ability to ascend from the physical realm when you pass away. Most of us do, but some of us are not consciously aware. There are two main reasons why living one's life under the philosophy of monopoly keeps you in a lower state of consciousness. Firstly, because monopoly incites greed in individuals. It makes you always want more than what you need in life by having the accumulation of properties, even at other people's expense. What people do not realize is how this impacts the mind of the individual playing the game, who is constantly wanting more and more, even if that means putting others out of the game. The whole aim of the game is to force everyone else to go bankrupt by owning as much property as possible. What would be the implication in regards to life? Every man for themselves, and if that means taking people out, then do so without any regret. The Cometians, however, overstood the notion of not having more than what is required to sustain oneself, as the universe has enough for everyone. So constantly seeking more than what you need is not only unnecessary, but can possibly mean taking from others. Even in different variations of the 42 laws of Ma'at, one of the laws is, I consume only my fair share, insinuating that you have not consumed more than what you need, which is directly against the game of monopoly. As stated, it incites greed. When one is in a state of greed, this puts them in an animalistic state of consciousness, which is fight or flight response behavior. When in a fight or flight state, this keeps you not only locked in, but also causes an imbalance in your lower two energy centers, chakras, which results in constant anxiety as well as emotional isolation. When a predatory animal is seeking prey, it is not bothered whether the prey is important to their own family. It just wants to eat and will do so. As humans, we are not designed this way, as we are protectors of the planet. But when consumed in the game of monopoly, this is the type of mindset it gives us subconsciously. This type of mindset creates disorder on the planet, which is against the path of Ma'at professed by the Cometians. This is even why a judicial system exists in most countries all over the world, because a system cannot exist coherently without a set of rules, laws, and regulations in place. The judicial system's format is based on the principles of Ma'at, which symbolize truth, justice, order, balance, righteousness, and harmony. Ma'at in ancient Kemet was the goddess that represented order, and when a person would die, they would enter into the halls of Ma'at to weigh their heart on a scale against a feather. For that person to pass on into the afterlife, their heart must weigh less than a feather, symbolizing that person being pure, harmonious, and light-hearted. If their heart weighed more than a feather, then that person's soul would be devoured by the Kemetic deity Ammit and spat out into reincarnation to start the life process again to pay off their karmic debt. When in court, symbolizing the halls of Ma'at, you are on trial and get a verdict from the judge, symbolizing Ma'at, to decide whether you are guilty or not guilty of the charges you are being faced with, symbolizing if your heart will weigh more or less than a feather. If you are not guilty, you walk away free, symbolic of the afterlife. And if you are guilty, you get sent to prison, symbolic of the soul being devoured. The point of explaining this is to enable you to understand that living under the constraints of monopoly enhances your chance of having greed, unless you are able to detect when you may be doing more than necessary with what you have, and not taking from others without exchanging some of your energy back. By having greed, you would be going against universal order and justice, and therefore contributing to disorder and chaos. Now, the second reason why living under the philosophy of monopoly keeps you living in a lowered state of consciousness ties back to attachment and energy. Monopoly can make you desperate in the pursuit of money to the point where you become obsessed with attaining it, leading to attachment. One thing about attachment is that it is the root of all suffering, meaning that the majority of the suffering you experience in life usually comes about due to an attachment to something, whether it is a person, place, or thing. For example, you are unlikely to be deeply saddened if someone across the globe you don't know passed away from a disease. However, if the same disease was the cause of a family member close to you passing away, you would be, due to the connection you have with that person, attachment. Understand that attachment is not necessarily a bad thing. However, when that attachment is formed with man-made materialistic or physical manifestations, this is where the issue resides. As I explained earlier in this section, you should know by now why attachment to physical manifestations can be detrimental to one's journey within this realm. What you must understand about money is that it is a medium for energy exchange, meaning that without our energy, which money is metaphysically backed by, it has no power or significance. Money was physically backed by gold and is now backed by a country's government, but it is also metaphysically backed by our energy. This is why, when you go to work, you give your time, which is the most precious thing you can give to a person in exchange for money. Time is a form of energy, hence why they say you must pay attention, because you are paying with your energy in order to give your attention, which is time. In short, if you are giving someone or something your time, you are giving them or it your energy by default. This cannot be separated. The makers of money understand how energy works and created a currency system that runs off the principles of energy. In doing so, many have been tricked into combining the two so that their energy is controlled by money, not realizing that it is their energy as to why money possesses the power it does in the first place. Even the word currency is formed from the two words current and sea. Current is the flow of electrical energy. Humans conduct electricity, and sea, where currents take place, humans being made up of over 70% water. Esoterically, it is our sea that controls the strength of the currents, or in other words, our energy that controls the strength of money. This is also why a lot of words tied to money link to electricity and water. They also have esoteric meanings behind the exoteric meanings most people know them by. Another example is a bank, which is a place you store your money so that you don't lose it. It also prevents your money, which is energy, from flowing out of the place where it is kept. A riverbank also does the same thing with water, as it prevents water from flowing out of it. When you owe money due to being in debt, corporations can send loan sharks to collect the amount you owe them. The word shark is used because they live in the sea and are deemed to be dangerous, as they can eat you and your money, which is your energy. Now, where am I going with all of this? There are two things you must understand about this in order to avoid becoming an energy slave. One is to make sure you do not become overly attached to money to the point where your energy becomes dictated by it, as opposed to the other way around. The reason for this is because if you do become overly attached, this will mean that whenever you lose money, you will lose energy, becoming a slave to it. This puts you in a lowered state of consciousness, as you cannot ascend to higher levels of awareness while having attachments to physical manifestations in this realm. Secondly, by understanding the principles of money, which is what monopoly is essentially about, you can become the dictator of it as opposed to a slave. To do this, you must realize that you have to take full control of your energy, because doing so will give you ultimate power. The more money you have, the more power you have in the matrix. But remember that we pointed out that money is backed by our energy, meaning the more control you have over your energy, the more power you have by default, because money is just a form of energy esoterically. To be specific, having a lot of money gives you access to power, but to be in full control, that is, to store it, you must have an account. An account is where you store your money. Therefore, this same principle applies to your energy. That is, you must have an account for your energy. That way, you can be in full control of your power. To have an account of your energy simply means taking account of what you do and say, your actions. This is where you can have ultimate power over yourself. If you take an account of your actions, you will have the ability to keep your full source of power within you. People don't realize they lose a lot of their power, which is their energy, because they do not take accountability for what they do and instead blame others. Accountability equals the ability to take account of what you do. That would be equivalent to putting your money in another person's bank account and then complaining if it gets used by the other person. I want you to remember this as well. When you spend money, you get change, right? This is also the same principle for energy, because when you spend your energy on something, you cause a change to take place. For example, if you constantly spend your energy on improving at a particular sport, eventually over time you become better, causing change in your ability. Just like the more money you spend, the more change you get back, the more energy you spend on things, the more changes that will take place. Be sure to spend your energy in areas where you want to see change, as this is how energy works, meaning this is how money works too. This is also why they say spend your money wisely. Although esoterically, this really means that you must spend your energy wisely because you might not get back the change you are looking for. This is a concept you must fully grasp as the monetary system follows the principles of energy. If you gain an understanding of energy, you can translate that into money, lessen your chance of becoming attached to it, and simply use it as a way to navigate around the matrix. I also want to point out that, although you should not become attached to money, this does not mean you should not engage in it, but instead simply overstand it. By doing that, you will be able to use it while navigating in the physical realm without becoming a slave to it. Do not confuse the two. Overstanding the balance of life is key with the game of Monopoly, as you do not want the game to be imprinted on your conscience so that you live out your life according to its principles. Instead, partake in the game for what it is, as opposed to becoming emotionally connected to it, as this leads to inevitably becoming attached to the material realm, which is a component of the physical. One thing to understand about the physical realm is that it is a mere projection of the mental, as the universe is all mental to begin with. That which is physical is only real because it is real within the mind. The physical reality is not actually abiding except to the gross senses and therefore illusory. However, when governed by the ego and perceiving the world through the five senses, you believe that all physical reality is real. Because you only use the physical senses and the ego primarily, you won't be able to perceive the entire spectrum of existence due to having a limited mind, while simultaneously getting caught up in the world of time and space and not separating yourself from it. Living life through Monopoly strengthens that attachment, meaning you will fail to discover the higher perception of reality, and the deeper connection to the nature of yourself will not be revealed to you. Essentially, you will be serving the ego, which is the lower self, and as a result, you will be separated from the higher self. When serving the ego primarily, the soul becomes in jeopardy, as you cannot serve both simultaneously. When you serve the soul, the ego becomes subservient to one's higher self, both of which exist inside us all, and it is not to say one is evil and the other is not. It is more of both being at opposite ends of the spectrum, requiring us to master both aspects in order to ascend in consciousness. When governed by the ego, however, one is separated from their soul, leading to a never-ending pursuit of fulfillment, which eventually leads to greed, anger, and self-destruction. In the story of Asa in ancient Kemet, it was said that when Set found the dead body of Asa and his wife Aset after killing Asa, who represented the soul, he raged in anger and then dismembered Asa's body and scattered all of his body's pieces throughout the land of Kemet. This was a representation of the ego, which represented Set, through impulse dismembering our higher intellect, which leads to us seeing separateness instead of oneness, causing egoistic and selfish behavior. The ego cannot control impulses and desires unless subdued by the higher self or higher intellect. Monopoly is a game that strengthens the ego and makes you see the world through the idea of separation, which is why it is not a good idea to live your life through the teachings behind it, which many do. So they overstood the power the ego has when it has more control over a person than their higher intellect and the potential destruction it can cause on one's own path in life. They also overstood that it was not easy to overcome the ego, and that it was rather a struggle that required a lot of persistence, with the use of their story on the battle of Heru and Set. This was the battle of the higher self, represented by Heru, and the lower self, ego, Set. This battle, which had many ups and downs and times of hardship for Heru, symbolizes the difficulties a person may face on their path to ascension, as it is not straightforward. In the end, however, Heru won the battle and became the king of Kemet with victory over Set, which symbolized conquering one's lower nature and realizing one's self beyond the physical. In other words, reaching one's higher self or becoming heir to the throne. The important thing to grasp in all of this is that the battle to overcome the ego is an internal one, as opposed to the outer world of time and space. This is why there were depictions of Heru with Set's head sticking out of his neck or shoulder. This was symbolic of the ego, or one's lower self, being inside us all, and therefore the battle we face is against ourselves, and feelings of ignorance, passions, desires, lust, greed, fear, and temptations. These feelings and emotions must be conquered and sublimated. This is also the key to understanding the principles of chess. The battle is really within yourself, as you are facing your own reflection. Hence, the pieces on the other side of the chessboard mirror the ones on your side. This ultimately means you must conquer your own self by taking out your opponent's king, the ego, and winning the game, your higher self now taking over the throne. Although Monopoly is a game that many will think is more suited for the conditions of physical reality today, due to its rules, this doesn't mean you cannot have a successful life if you live by the principles of chess instead. In fact, switching to the principles of chess will help you more over an extended period of time due to some of the core teachings that it instills in you as you become a better version of yourself. For example, unlike Monopoly, chess will ensure that you live a life absent of greed, which means you will be able to grow your higher intellect whilst keeping your ego sublimated. By accomplishing this, you will be less likely to face the struggles that greed brings, and even if those struggles present themselves on your journey, you will be more equipped to handle them due to a higher level of wisdom. The deity Set was always unable to outwit the goddess Asit in his many attempts, no matter what he tried, and as I already explained, Set symbolically represented the ego, Asit symbolically represented divine wisdom, and the ancient Kemetic teachings were trying to show that high levels of wisdom will always be superior to the ego because wisdom eradicates ignorance, which ultimately is the essence of the ego. How the hidden teachings of chess build your character. The key concept of chess to remember is that it is a way to navigate through life, meaning its principles are to be learned and implemented into your everyday lives. When you do this, your character will naturally evolve and you will ascend into a higher state of consciousness. The more this happens, the less attached you will be to worldly desires that are capable of drowning your soul in a cycle of karmic experiences. Let's go into how it helps you build character when implementing its principles. The principle of silence. In the game, you'll notice that it is primarily played in silence. There are various reasons why this is the case. Firstly, because the more noise surrounding the people playing, the less focused they will be, and the less focused they are, the more likely they are to make mistakes. Focus is key in the game, so the right decisions are made, as the game requires a high amount of concentration. There are so many things going on at the same time that when your focus is low, it may increase your chances of not being able to identify a potential move your opponent is trying to make. By the time you do realize it, it may be too late, and you may end up losing one of your pieces, or even worse, lose the game entirely. You play in silence to increase your focus. By eliminating the noise of your surroundings, you increase your chances of being able to grow and reach your higher self. These noises are people, places, and things that may keep you distracted from all of the complexities that life has to offer. Just like in chess, life has many different things going on at the same time that you have to account for, and just like in chess, if you are not focused, you may not be able to spot the potential dangers coming your way, as well as potential opportunities. This is one of the reasons why the game of chess is played in silence. Now I want to point out to you that when we say silence, we don't mean it as a literal form of silence. We mean distractions. Distractions are what keep you from being focused, and too many distractions can be disastrous. Distractions are what charge the ego, and too many of them will create the opportunity for your ego to overpower your higher intellect. Even you can become a distraction to yourself, hence you must remain in silence. Because the less you speak, the more you are able to think. The more you are able to think, the more likely you are to make the correct decisions on your journey. A lack of silence leads to impulsive or hasty decisions because of the inability to think things through before coming to a decision. Imagine playing chess with screaming from loads of different people and loud music in the background. In fact, imagine playing chess in a nightclub. It would be nearly impossible to hear your own thoughts, leading to more errors. These are examples of distractions caused by others. Being on the phone while playing chess is an example of you distracting yourself because you are the one creating the noise and limiting your ability to think. Furthermore, you will be constantly speaking, which means you will think less and your focus will be even lower. One of the 42 laws of Ma'at states, "I have not acted hastily or without thought." This law shows the significance of being able to think before you act. It is also showing that acting before using thought is a hasty act, or, in other words, an act out of ignorance. This is why it is important to navigate through life in silence, because it increases your ability to think rationally and increases your levels of focus. The first step in doing this is by eliminating distractions because they charge the ego and not the soul. If you know about the rules of the game, you will notice that the only time you are supposed to speak is when you are about to checkmate your opponent's king. Checkmate means that you have taken out your opponent's king from the game with one of your pieces, making you the winner of the game. This concept is very important to grasp, as you are only permitted to speak when this is about to happen. This is the ultimate position of power, as you are on the brink of becoming victorious over your opponent, who is ultimately yourself, remember, in the game, or in terms of life, the journey. Also, this is the ultimate position of power, as you have successfully battled through the struggles of the game and completed your mission on your journey. While on the journey, we remain in a position of silence, just like in the game of chess. This is so you can focus on the development of your inner being and cleanse yourself of your own impurities that would have hindered you from being able to attain the status of checkmate. During the silence in the game, you can focus on taking out your impurities, which are your opponent's pieces that help you reach your opponent's king and checkmate them. Because the game is symbolically representing you playing against your mirror, yourself, hence why the opposite side of the board is just a reflection of you and your side. By you taking away your opponent's pieces, you are essentially taking away your pieces or impurities. These are the pieces that no longer serve you on your journey. These are the layers of yourself that need to be discarded so that you can reach higher levels of wisdom on your journey to ascension. When you take out the opponent's king, this is symbolic of taking away your ego or lower self's power it once had over you and replacing it with the power of your higher self or higher intellect. So now your higher self has taken the position of the throne and removed your ego to a position of service. You can almost look at it as a changing of the tides or replacing the old king, the ego, with the new king, the higher self, discipline and decision-making. The game of chess requires you to be able to make the correct decisions in order to win, and part of that requires a large amount of discipline. Decision-making is vital, as that will be the ultimate reason why you win or lose. Did you isolate your king? Did you bring your queen too far onto your opponent's side of the board without adequate protection? Did you not develop your pieces quickly enough or before your opponent did? These questions will start to make more sense when I explain what the pieces represent. If you remember, however, that I stated earlier that the king represents the soul, which I will elaborate on later. So the first question should make sense given that you now know what the king represents. Now discipline ties into this because it requires you to be able to know what the right move to make is and when to make it. To be able to master these decisions in the game requires discipline. It requires you to play the game again and again, regardless of whether you win or lose, each time gaining more knowledge and experience in order to make better decisions. being able to control what you do and not be impetuous, being able to understand that sometimes you may win straight away, but other times you may have to lose nearly all of your pieces in order to be victorious. This is key in chess because anything is possible within a single game. Although you will practice to become better so that you have more control over the outcome of the game, you can still face situations of adversity at any given time. This is when your discipline will become important, because ultimately, that will be one of the biggest factors in the outcome of the game. This ties into your life path because not everything in your life will go according to plan, even if you think you have been making the right decisions. Adversity can still find its way to you, and during these times, you will be tested the most. You have to have the discipline to weather the potential storm and continue on your path despite the adversity, and this is what the game instills in you as you get better. As you grow in your ability in the game, your potential to handle adversity also becomes better, just as you grow on your journey to reach your higher self. Planning and strategizing. Planning and strategizing are everything in the game, as these are the building blocks towards success. Having a strategy that suits you is key, as opposed to just playing and hoping for the best. By also having a plan, this will help you on your journey as well as prepare you in case you face any potential adversity. Do you plan to castle your king? Protect your soul. Do you plan to send your knights out to be developed first, or would you rather send out your bishops instead? Again, all these questions will start to make more sense when explaining what the individual pieces represent. But these are the questions that will help with your plan and strategy. It is up to you to devise one that is suited to you. The individual with no plan will likely have no structure in their life, and the individual with no structure is more susceptible to falling under the influence of their ego and its desires. Your soul is constantly trying to seek things whilst on the earth plane. It is constantly trying to seek better or learn how to ascend whilst on this plane of existence. However, when one does not know how to reach this goal due to not having a plan or strategy of some sort, they will go on a blind path, not knowing what the possible outcomes will be. This blind path is what leads to the ego becoming the driver of your consciousness, which leads you astray, no longer ascending but instead searching for temporary pleasure that will later cause pain on the journey. A lack of planning can lead to the mind tricking itself into following the desires of the ego, which leads to a degraded mental capacity and results in greed, lust, hatred, and selfishness. When the ancient Cometian deity Heru, the higher self, was battling with the deity Set, the ego lower self, at one stage Set poked Heru's eyes and Heru became blind. His eyesight was later restored by the deity Jehuti, who represented intellectual wisdom. This extract from the story was symbolically trying to show us that on our journey to ascension, we can become blinded by our own ignorance, the ego, when we are being led by the wrong emotions. It was also showing that the only way to be free from being blinded by ignorance is by utilizing our intellectual wisdom, Jehuti, as Heru had to go to Jehuti to restore his vision. So by having a plan and strategizing, you limit your chances of being led by the ego, which lowers your mental capacity and makes you blinded by your ignorance. Dealing with adversity. Chess is a game with many rules, so that in itself makes the game more complex than most others. Not only that, but to be really good requires a lot of practice and many losses in the process. It is not a game where you can be great the very first time you play. It takes years and years of practice before a lot of people become well-schooled in the game. As chess represents the journey in one's life, this goes to show that the journey is also very complex and will require moments of adversity. It will require years of practice, many losses and many failures, losing the game, in order to master oneself, or in chess terms, checkmate the king. Especially in the early days of learning and getting better, you will lose a lot more pieces before you are able to prevent them from being taken. As I stated earlier, the pieces represent elements of yourself. So in the early phases of development on your journey, you will be more prone to losing aspects of yourself to the world. These aspects of yourself include spiritual, emotional, physical, and mental. When we say lose pieces in terms of aspects of yourself, This does not mean to lose these aspects in their entirety. This can mean temporarily, because remember, the game can always be restarted. So, although you may lose an aspect of yourself, in most cases you can retrieve it by learning from the mistake and starting again, as this time you will be more aware. For example, you may have been emotionally manipulated by an outside source, which may have caused you to react out of those low vibrational emotions in an incorrect manner. In this scenario, you may have lost yourself emotionally due to your reaction, and spiritually because the soul was overpowered by the ego, which led to the emotional reaction in the first place. This would be equivalent to losing your king, or, in other words, losing the game. Now you have to start the game again, but this time, because of the experience you will have gained from that situation, you will be able to avoid making the mistake that led you to the predicament you were in. You have attained more wisdom and have become better at not allowing yourself to be emotionally manipulated or letting your ego overpower your soul. Now, when presented with the same or similar circumstances, you are better equipped to handle them, which is what the journey to your higher self is all about. This is how the ancient Cometian deity Heru was able to overcome Set and become the king of Kemet. He suffered from his fair share of adversity, and when he applied the wisdom teachings he had learned, he became unaffected by Set's methods of trying to make him get consumed by his lower self. This was symbolic of no longer allowing the ego to overpower his higher self, and instead making his ego submit to it. So the better you get, the better you will be at handling adversity. The better you get, the better you will also get at being able to protect your pieces, which are the elements of yourself, because you will overstand the ways in which they have been lost in the past. You will have gained more wisdom, and now overstand not only how to better protect them, but even if you are challenged to lose them, you will be better equipped to handle that experience. Always remember that when on the path of striving for wisdom, ignorance cannot control you. Conclusion. So we have gone into how the game as a whole helps you with its esoteric teachings, and how to not only navigate through life, but also how to build and develop your character. By implementing these teachings, you will help yourself develop so that you are able to reach higher levels of consciousness, or, in chess terms, capture your opponent's king, symbolic of becoming king, as you are facing yourself. Now that we have an overview of the game and its general teachings, we can now go into the details by looking at the different pieces and what they each represent. Each piece has its own rules and teachings that, when applied to your life, will help you develop yourself. After all, that is why we are here in the first place, to develop ourselves whilst navigating within the earth realm. After giving you the specific teachings designated to each piece, it will be like completing a puzzle, as it will all come together and you will realize the significance of why utilizing each piece will enable you to become whole. The pieces all have their own divine concepts when isolated, but when all brought together, this is when real ascension occurs in your life. This is in line with the principles of the universe. For example, you have many cells in your body that all have different functions. They are also specific within their jobs when isolated, but when they are all working together, they realize that although they are singular cells, they have a shared purpose that helps them make up the whole. That whole is you. This also applies to you right now, as a single cell within the earth that has an individual purpose. However, you are part of the whole, whose job it is to sustain life on earth, and your individual purpose can help contribute to the collective purpose. This is why a team of cells, people, with a shared purpose will always be stronger than an individual with theirs. When you conquer the ego, you rid yourself of the concept that you are an isolated individual that is different, and realize that you are everything and whole. Mastering individual pieces of the game is good, but mastering all the pieces is when you can become whole and are able to become king, making your ego submit to your higher self. This is what chess teaches you. When you are able to conquer the different elements of yourself, the pieces on the board, you will be able to reach higher levels of consciousness. So let's go into what the different pieces on the chessboard represent. Chapter 1. The Bishop. I want you to think back to a time when you were more naive about life, or to a situation in which you thought you knew all there was to know. It is safe to say you were probably susceptible to ignorance, which is fine because this is a part of the development we must all go through to reach our higher selves. Can you recall a time when your elders or people with more experience than you in a particular field attempted to educate you on something, and you were unable to fully comprehend what they were attempting to teach you? At the time, were you a bit more stubborn to take in that information, thinking you had it all figured out? Usually in these situations, an experience will be presented to you for you to realize the lesson you were being taught at the time, but didn't want to learn. Can you relate to this? Looking back on those experiences and lessons, I'm sure you have better intellectual discernment and the ability to analyze similar situations with a broader perspective. This is the beauty of life. Through our experiences, we develop better intellectual discernment so that we are better at our decision making. This then makes us less prone to the mistakes that we once made in the past, as we are able to analyze information and situations from different angles and perspectives. This is a process which we go through day by day and never stops. And when you look back on all of your experiences, whether good or bad, you will realize that without them, you would not have the level of intellectual discernment or wisdom you have today. Dr. Muata Ashby's c. 1960 inspiration for developing his intellectual wisdom came from a source of pain and frustration within his life. Most people go through these types of suffering before they reach their intellectual heights and achievements, as it is the fire within oneself that makes a person desire to know more or better themselves. Ashby was able to channel his pain and frustration into what he was passionate about, which was studying. He had a connection to philosophy, African history, and religion, and began his studies within these areas, in which he received his doctorate degree. He slowly climbed up the ladder in regards to his knowledge, which stemmed from a place of frustration, which signifies the ability to transform pain into wisdom. Through his learning, he was able to develop many different scopes and ways to interpret the world through the different belief systems he studied. He developed his ability to interpret information from different angles due to his studying. Ashby also gained a lot of his knowledge from the spiritual teachers he had, who at the time had more knowledge than he did within his fields of study. He was a dedicated researcher even during his time in education. It was during this time that his research led to the writing of his first books on the topics of yoga, philosophy, and Christianity in ancient Egypt. This was the catalyst for one of his successful book series, Egyptian Yoga, which began in 1994. Ashby is the epitome of what a developed bishop represents because he honed in on his passions and allowed them to develop to the point where he became a master in his field. The amount of years of research into his desired field led him to become accomplished in lecturing, music, art, poetry, painting, screenwriting, and book writing. He developed his intellectual wisdom through relentless research. He gained more teachings from spiritual teachers who knew more than him, and then he transformed all that he learned into his teachings today. This was a process that took over 30 years of dedication. He is a fully refined bishop because he put relentless effort into what he studied and also became a practitioner, meaning he studied and then applied what he learned to his life. What is also important to realize about Ashby is that he didn't limit himself to just one specific area of study. He may have begun in a specific area, but as he learned and gained more knowledge, he opened up his horizons by learning about more traditions and more religious teachings, giving him more angles of interpreting information than just one. He was not narrow-minded, which is key to developing one's bishop. The bishop cannot be developed with a narrow mind as it moves in different angles. While his dominant field is in ancient Kemetic philosophy, he is also well renounced in Indian yoga, Chinese yoga, Buddhism, and Christianity. This is the key factor in why he is an example of someone who has a developed bishop. This all began from a place of frustration and pain, which he used as a catalyst for what he went on to achieve just by dedicating his life to the study of philosophy, religion, and African history. He is now the author of over 65 books, the founder of the Sema Institute Temple of Aset, a relationship counselor and a spiritual preceptor. He has developed his bishop by dedicating years of his life to studying and learning information, which he has then applied. He was able to learn different trains of thought from different practices, as opposed to just one meaning. He can interpret different angles of thinking. His studies have led him to practice and master different areas of life, making him able to teach within those areas because of his relentless desire to learn. The development of the bishop begins when one is ready to learn and become intellectually wise. This does not mean you have to be a genius to have a developed bishop. It just means that you have to develop the desire to want to learn and grow in whatever field you are passionate about, to the point where you are well versed in it. You also have to develop the ability to adapt and be open to learning new ideas that may not be within your current mental spectrum, as opposed to having cognitive dissonance. This does not lead to a developed bishop, for the bishop moves in angles, so you need to be able to learn information from different angles. For example, you may be able to cook a particular dish well, but to be a master of cooking, you will need to be able to cook many different dishes and be open to new ways of cooking those dishes. This is how you develop your bishop. So we start off with the bishop, and the reason for this is because it represents a part of yourself that sets the foundation for the development of the other pieces, other elements of yourself. The bishop represents the intellectual self in the game and is attached to the belief system or systems you subscribe to. By having a belief system means you adhere to a certain way of living so that you are able to live a virtuous life free from the realms of the ego. It is an important aspect of yourself and comes first when navigating through life, as you have a way to judge yourself based on your morality. When there are no belief systems in place, an individual can be misled and go down the wrong path, which enhances their chance of being led by the ego. If this happens, you will ultimately end up on the path towards the destruction of the soul, keeping you locked into the temporary pleasures of the physical realm. The physical realm is what governs our physical bodies, but not the soul, so we are supposed to transcend this realm. But when led by the ego, we become trapped by it, including our souls, which leads to repeated cycles of pain masked by pleasure. Without spiritual systems, the likelihood of chaos is higher, and when everyone has a system for how to conduct themselves, there will be a radiance of more unity and peace among the people. However, although there are religious conflicts all over the world and authorities abusing their power, this is not due to the spiritual belief systems that are in place, but instead to people who are led by the ego and abuse their power, or think they are superior to others. True spiritual belief systems are supposed to teach unity and how to sublimate the ego, making it fall into a position of service to one's higher self, just like Heru managed to do when becoming heir to his father's throne in Kemet. So the bishop is important because it represents the part of you that realizes who you are due to your intellect, as you have a higher purpose that you adhere to, meaning you are less likely to be governed by the ego and instead your higher self. When you look at what the bishop represents in the church, you will see that they confirm and ordain members of the clergy, which are the people selected for religious duties, such as the pastor. The bishops are selected by the Pope, who, in biblical terms, is the messenger for Christ or the representative of Christ in the physical realm. This would make the Pope almost king-like in a sense, as he is the highest member of the church. As previously stated, the bishop is selected by the Pope to carry out the duties of selecting members of the clergy, and to do this job requires wisdom, especially of the Christian doctrine. Otherwise, how would you be able to successfully select members that are capable of carrying out jobs such as being a pastor? With that being said, you could say that the bishop is like a messenger for the Pope and is somewhat the Pope's assistant. This goes in line with the ancient Kemetic teachings that the deity Jehuti was the messenger of the sun god Ra, whose job was to present the wisdom teachings of the universe to the inhabitants of the earth. Jehuti represents the word of God, which is why his job was to convey the teachings of the universe given by the sun god Ra. He also had the job of governing the earth realm, and was responsible for writing your deeds for when you pass away and go into the halls of Ma'at, for your heart to be judged on the scales of Ma'at. To be the messenger of the sun, God required high levels of intellectual wisdom, which is also what the bishop represents, because having an understanding of your spiritual essence will equate to having high levels of intellectual wisdom. If we also take into account that the game originally stems from ancient Kemet, then the idea that the bishop is actually Jehuti would not only start to make sense due to the similarities between the two, but we could also start to unravel more of the hidden meanings in regards to the elements of the bishop, what it represents in us, and how to use it in our lives when trying to reach higher levels of consciousness. I also want to emphasize that chess is a very complex game that must be understood because pieces like the bishop do not have a single element like the intellectual self, as it was first mentioned. The bishop, as well as other pieces, have multiple elements and representations that all coincide with one another, which is the same as the human species. For example, your ego is an element of yourself. However, there are many elements of yourself that make up the ego and give it strength, such as greed, lust, fear, and temptation. So you have elements of yourself that are made up of other elements that all coincide to make the whole. Just like you have many cells in your body that coincide to make up organs, and you have many organs that make up organ systems, and these organ systems coincide to make the individual, which is the whole. These are layers, elements, on top of layers that make us such complex beings, and this is essentially how the pieces of chess work. When you set up the chessboard, before you start a new game, the bishop piece is next to the king piece on the right, with the queen being on its left, followed by the other bishop, as you have two in the game. This is an important factor that the bishop is next to the king in the game. Remember, as I said earlier and will explain in detail later, the king represents the soul. The job of the other pieces is primarily to protect the king while taking out your opponent's king, reaching your higher self. The fact that the bishop, Jehuti, is right next to the king shows that this is the most important piece in developing outside of the queen when on your journey to your higher self or purpose. This does not mean you can develop this element of yourself while neglecting the others. Instead, this is the element of yourself that protects your soul, king, the most outside of the queen. By developing this piece, you put yourself in a very strong position on your journey. This is the assistant to the soul, and the more you develop this piece, the more likely you are to make the correct decisions that benefit the soul, as opposed to hindering it, because the bishop is your intellectual wisdom. A vibrant relationship between your soul and your intellectual wisdom is what will help you make the right decisions. See messages from the universe that will aid you on your journey. Be around the right frequencies and lessen the chance of being overpowered by the ego. The reason why this piece, element of yourself, is most suited to protecting your king, soul, is because it has the closest link to the higher self due to it being the intellectual self or the conveyor of teachings like Jehuti was. What you must understand is that reaching higher levels of consciousness or being in your higher self automatically protects your soul not only from your ego, but from everything governed by the physical realm. This is because when you reach high levels of consciousness, you transcend the physical realm and worldly desires created by the ego. This means that your soul cannot be trapped by this realm and the ego because you have reached a place where such things have no bearing as they are governed by the earth realm, the physical realm. Just like the bishop, Jehuti, you are the teacher and overseer of your reality and your actions. Just as the bishop is the overseer of the clergy, this is what you represent by developing your bishop. You are responsible for teaching and judging yourself in this lifetime. Hence, when your heart goes on the scales of Ma'at, it is Jehuti who is writing down your deeds to see the outcome of your life, and whether you are deserving of going into the afterlife, or if your soul will be devoured by Amit. The ancient Cometians professed that by passing the test, you would move on to the higher planes of existence as you lived a righteous and harmonious life in the earth realm. By failing, Amit eats the soul of the individual and spits it back out into the earth realm, where you will start the life process again, reincarnation. To be the teacher, you have to first be the student, and by being the student, you will be able to learn and grow on your journey using all the teachings that are required to elevate your consciousness. Once you learn enough and are able to properly discern between what is right for you and what is not, you will be ready to elevate and go on to higher levels, just like in a video game. When you complete a level in a video game, you go on to the next one, which is harder but still suited to your ability. This process is repeated until you complete all the levels of the game. This is symbolic to the journey of yourself embodied by the bishop, the intellectual self. The more you ascend in your knowledge, or intellectual wisdom, by living a life according to Ma'at, the female balance to Jehuti, which will be explained later, the less chance you will be reached by external energies and influences that are brought to deter you from your path. However, even the ones that do try to do this will more than likely be limited in their influence, as you will be equipped to face them due to being in tune with your higher self. This is also why it is important to develop your bishop. Having a less developed bishop will result in you being more susceptible to the influence of lower frequencies and energies because you have less intellectual wisdom to deal with them. On the journey to your higher level of consciousness, these types of adversities cannot be avoided, but when you are developed in your intellectual wisdom, you stand a greater chance of being able to overcome such adversities. Going back to the video game example, when you are playing the different levels, there are obstacles within the levels that are stopping you from completing them, and this happens from the very first level all the way to the last. So no matter how much you are ascending, there will be adversities that will come your way, which can come in different forms. When you are developing yourself, these adversities can be dealt with efficiently. Can you imagine not trying to improve your intellectual wisdom in a game and just staying on level 1? You will never be able to ascend and reach higher levels because you are not willing to even start or attempt to make any progress. Hence, one must become the student and develop yourself as the bishop before becoming the teacher. When you become the teacher, a much developed bishop, you are ready to reach higher levels of consciousness. Other pieces in chess, other elements of yourself, help in this development as all the pieces coincide with one another. So by developing the bishop, you can help develop your other pieces, other elements of yourself, and vice versa. The bishop is the piece that is linked to intellectual wisdom as well as spiritual wisdom due to its ability to move in angles. If you notice in the game of chess, the bishop moves diagonally as opposed to straight or sideways, which is a key component of its skill when developed. In real life, just having the ability to move in different angles, dimensions, makes you a lot more superior as well as harder to read by others. This is a key trait of the bishop, its ability to move in angles. Think about it like this. The more you are able to understand concepts and knowledge from different angles, perspectives, or dimensions, the more you can mentally grasp that specific concept. The ability to understand information from a vast number of perspectives means you are gaining deeper insight into that information. People who are only able to grasp knowledge from one perspective, which is usually the one they were told, are less likely to see the full picture. In other words, they cannot look at information from multiple angles, meaning they are more likely to miss out on valuable information due to their limited ability to look at things from a more holistic view, multiple angles. The bishop is trying to teach you that you have to have the ability to create different angles of attack so that you have multiple ways to win the game. By having multiple angles makes you spiritually superior in your journey and more likely to win the game. When people say a person is very one-dimensional, they may not realize what that truly means. Generally, it means the person is very predictable as they use the same way to perform a certain action, but esoterically, this really means that the person is not quite spiritually developed as they are only able to come from one angle. The more angles you are able to create for yourself, and the more angles you are able to look at concepts or information from, the more spiritually superior you will become. When you are able to move in different angles and look at information from different angles, you are actually showing signs of higher intelligence and wisdom, Jehuti, bishop, like an angel. Moving in angles brings you closer to the abilities of an angel. An important lesson to remember in regards to words is that a lot of them have deeper meanings when extracted by using homophones, etymology, and anagrams. The reason why I'm pointing this out is so that you do not think it is a coincidence if you ever come across words that may sound or be spelled quite similar to other words in the future, as they are likely to have a connection of some sort. This knowledge is kept secret for those who use this information to manipulate masses of people because they understand that words do have magical power when used in a particular way, hence the term spelling, casting spells. An example is the word words, as when rearranged you can formulate the word sword. This is an example of an anagram, and the connection between these two words is that your words are your sword, and depending on how you use your words, can determine the strength and impact they have. Just as a sword can pierce through a person's skin to their heart, with a certain amount of force, physically. The type of words you use can also pierce through a person's skin to their heart, emotionally. You can touch a person's heart, which is the physical representation of the soul, with a sword, just like you can touch a person's heart with the words you use. This is how powerful words can be, hence the anagram linked to the word sword, because your words are your sword. So now, going back to angles, the more you are able to use them or look at information from them, the higher the amount of intellectual wisdom you are displaying, or in other words, the more angelic qualities you are displaying. Angel is an anagram for angle, but what is an angel? An angel is a spiritual being superior to humans in power and intelligence. Given that definition, the main difference between an angel and a human is their level of power and intelligence. This means a human who is able to possess a high amount of intelligence along with power is displaying angelic qualities. The key to being able to access angelic qualities is the use of angles, being able to maneuver in different angles, understanding concepts and reality itself from different angles and so on. It requires a high amount of intellectual wisdom to do so, as straightforward as it sounds, and not many are able to truly grasp this, due to the majority of people that are raised to think only one way or from one angle. This is one of the main keys to ascending to higher realms of consciousness. Because even dimensions are just higher planes of existence, and the higher the dimension, the more angles there are, that is, 3D, the physical plane of existence, and 5D, the spiritual plane of existence. Look at a 2D drawing of a square. It contains only 4 angles, whereas a 3D square, cube, has 24 angles, a higher dimensional object that contains a higher amount of angles. This is an insight into how you can tap into higher planes of existence by creating multiple angles within yourself. As the realms get higher, the frequencies become lighter and quicker. The lower planes are controlled by the higher planes. For example, the mind has a lighter frequency than the body and controls the body. If you can master the mind, you will be able to master the body, as the mind has a lighter frequency and exists on a higher plane of existence. To be able to tap into higher realms of existence requires you to be of a lighter frequency, which is why they say to avoid feelings of fear, anger, and hatred, because these feelings are of a very dense vibration leading to a lower frequency, whereas feelings of love, joy, and gratitude are the opposite. To be able to access higher realms of consciousness, your higher self, you must become more angelic. And to become more angelic, you must understand reality from a variety of angles and be able to maneuver yourself in various angles. The more you are able to do this, the more insight you will gain on your journey, leading to high amounts of intellectual wisdom you can attain. In fact, the universe itself, through nature, conveys itself through spirals, the true measure of time. These spirals create the golden ratio, which is approximately equal to 1.618. This golden ratio comes from the golden spiral, which represents the ideal in all forms of life and matter, and lies within the golden rectangle. The golden rectangle has the perfect angle of 90 degrees, which is where the golden spiral is formed. When you look into nature, you'll see many examples of spirals, from pine cones to fingerprints, hair and galaxies, just to name a few, proving that the universe is governed by mathematical laws and is the basis of life, spirituality, and creation. By understanding that reality moves in spirals, cycles, rather than a straight line like what many believe, hence they end up repeating the same cycles or problems over and over, as well as creating different angles for yourself within these cycles, leads to the ascension of a living angel. This is the true development of the bishop, the ability to create angles leading to higher intellectual wisdom, symbolized by Jehuti. Jehuti, in the ancient Kemet mysteries, had the ability to restore Heru's eye when he was blinded by Set. Jehuti was able to do this due to his intellectual wisdom. In esoteric terms, Heru was not actually blinded by Set, but this story was used to personify that Heru became blinded by his own rage and ignorance, which is what Set represented. Hence Set plucked out his eyes. Just like when you are angry or in a raging state, you become blinded by your actions and their consequences if you lack self-control. This is when you are controlled by your lower self and its egoistic desires, represented by Set. At this stage, Heru was not able to become heir to the throne while being controlled by the realms of his lower self. It was when he interacted with Jehuti, as well as Hetheru, which will be expanded on later, and received intellectual wisdom, that he became worthy of being on the throne. Jehuti being able to restore Heru's eyes after being blinded by the realms of his lower self is synonymous with developing your intellectual wisdom, Bishop, so that you are not vulnerable to becoming a slave to your ego and its desires. When you do not develop your intellectual wisdom or become attached to your ego, you are more susceptible to not seeing others or situations from different angles. This is why it is important to not become blinded by worldly desires, which are within the realm of the ego. This is where the never-ending pursuit of desires happens, and one cannot be satisfied by chasing the desires of the ego. Eventually, this leads to self-destruction as well as suffering. However, this is not an easy process and requires you to be able to develop your Bishop, Jehuti, through the adversity and distractions that will come your way on your journey to reaching your higher self. This is why Jehuti is depicted with the head of an ibis bird. The ibis is a wading bird that has the ability to walk through substances that give it resistance, that is, water. Wading means to make movement more difficult. So by Jehuti, who represents intellectual wisdom, being depicted with the head of the ibis bird symbolizes the mind's ability to wade through all of the distractions that may deter it from getting to the truth. This is what you must do with your bishop, despite the resistance that will be against you. This is where the bishop also represents Heru in ancient Kemet, when he is at a more advanced stage of his development. Heru needed the intellectual wisdom given to him by Jehuti in order to defeat Set and become heir to the throne left by his father. Prior to this meeting, Heru had too much rage, a lack of self-control, and an inability to properly analyze his opponent, Set. It was after he received the words of wisdom from Jehuti that he was then able to grasp the teachings of a wise elder. He was now able to interpret and analyze Set from multiple angles. He was able to use his intellectual wisdom to outsmart Set and become the new king of Kemet. He was able to properly harness the abilities of the bishop and successfully claim his father's throne. The bishop is placed next to the king, as the bishop is the next in line to become king. This is one of Heru's many transformations, as at different stages of his journey he actually represents different pieces on the board, depending on his development. It is at this stage where he represents the bishop, as there are two in the game. We all face a stage in our lives where we no longer wish to be controlled by our ego or by our rage and desires, as they start to become a burden to our development. We realize that we must develop our intellectual wisdom so that we can make better decisions that actually benefit us and do not deter us from our higher selves. This is what Heru becoming the bishop symbolizes, by no longer allowing himself to be blinded by his own rage and implementing the teachings given to him by Jehuti. To be able to control your ego or your lower self requires you to increase your intellectual wisdom, or you will be a slave to them. Your bishop shows you that by developing yourself spiritually and intellectually, you will be able to navigate through life at different angles as opposed to just going forward, because the option of going forward may not be available in some situations, so you have to be able to create angles. The more you develop your bishop, the more angles you have, and the more angles you have, the more strategies you have, as well as being less likely to be attacked from different angles, because you are aware of those angles. The ability to master this is what develops your power and intelligence, which are the qualities of an angel, as explained previously. This is another reason why the bishop is the intellectual self, because successful development of this piece leads to the intellectual wisdom of an angel. To put this into context using real-world examples, we can first look at combat sports. In combat sports such as boxing, it is well known that trainers tend to advise their boxers to create angles when fighting their opponents. This would mean coming from the side of their opponent's view and moving in a more diagonal, side-to-side movement, as opposed to just forward and backward. The reason why trainers ensure their fighters use these methods is because it makes them harder to read by their opponent and less predictable. It gives the fighter multiple options in their methods of attack against their opponent. When the fighter fails to use lateral movement or create angles, and instead moves forwards and backwards only, they are easier to read, and not only that, they are also an easier target to hit for their opponent. The use of creating multiple angles in combat sports requires higher amounts of intelligence compared to just having one angle being forward and backward. This is the art of being able to create angles, even within combat sports. So the use of angles is universal and can apply to every aspect of life. Those who are able to are displaying high levels of intellectual wisdom compared to those who fail to do so. This is also not an easy practice. Hence, only the very best are able to execute the use of successfully creating angles within combat sports. The more you are able to create and interpret angles, the closer you are to that of an angel. Another real-world example is interpreting information from a story or situation that transpired between people you know. Imagine now that you and someone else were trying to dissect the situation and draw accurate conclusions in order to decide what to do next, given the information you have received. Let's say you decided to only hear one side of the story, one person's angle, and the other person decided to listen to 4 people's sides of the story, 4 angles. Now ask yourself who is more likely to have more information from multiple perspectives and be able to draw more accurate conclusions based on the information given. The person who received 4 different angles on the events that took place is more likely to receive a wider range of insight and is less likely to have missed out on valuable information. Whereas you gaining an insight from only one person's angle are likely to be faced with the opposite. This is an example that is likely to resonate with a lot of people around the world, as lots of people tend to go about life learning information or gathering knowledge from only one perspective, angle, as opposed to many. Due to this, a lot of people become narrow-minded and limited in their beliefs. Although this may not necessarily be a negative thing in hindsight, what it can do is prevent people who have encountered that type of upbringing from looking beyond what they have been taught and seeking to gain knowledge from different angles and perspectives. This would enable them to broaden their minds and lead to higher levels of intellectual wisdom as their bishop is developed. We have been taught in such a way that we must look at life from only one angle. Go to school and begin with studying many subjects, angles, and end with studying just one. Get a single job or have a single career, have one religion, and the list goes on. This type of subconscious programming leads an individual to more likely become single-minded and navigate through life with the mindset of interpreting information from one angle or creating only one angle within the things they do. This is because they were taught subconsciously that this is the way to be, so they end up having an undeveloped bishop. The ancient Cometians were studiers of astronomy, physics, biology, math, medicine, and more, so they were knowledgeable in many different fields, thereby creating many angles and having a vast amount of power and intelligence, which is the work of angels. So your bishop, Jehuti, is important to develop, as this is your intellectual self, and when you develop this aspect of yourself, you will naturally gain higher levels of intellectual wisdom. This is the first piece to be spoken on because this aspect of yourself is of primary importance in your development towards ascension. It is the primary factor in developing the other aspects of yourself, as not developing this element decreases the chance of the others getting proper development. This is not to say you cannot develop the other pieces, aspects of yourself, without the bishop. However, the bishop, intellectual self, is what gives the wisdom and drive to properly develop the others. Even when playing the game of chess, the majority of the time the 2 pieces that you get as high up as possible into your opponent's side first are the bishop and the knight, and we will go into what the knight represents shortly. Making sure you have a connection with the divine source, some would say God, is key to successfully building yourself in the other areas of your life. This is because that divine connection is what gives you the fundamentals to live a righteous life. That is, morality, peacefulness, harmony, integrity, justice, and wisdom. These are all traits that will be developed and utilized when building a connection with the divine source. It gives you a platform to live a righteous life and not exploit other living entities in the world because you realize that all other living entities are just extensions of yourself, all working together towards the continuation and elevation of the planet. When there is no connection to the divine source, you are more susceptible to becoming out of sync with the universe, which exposes you to dissension and becoming a slave to your lower self and the realm of the ego. This is what cuts off that connection, which is why the development of the bishop is so important. The bishop also comes with its other qualities, as mentioned before, such as the ability to develop your intellectual wisdom, with the example given when Jehuti was able to restore Heru's eyes after he had become blinded by his own rage, lower self-ego. By developing your bishop, it also gives you the ability to create and interpret angles, which, when fully developed, leads to the ascension towards your higher self, and having the qualities of an angel. When you develop your intellectual wisdom in the form of angles, you will be harder to read, which is important, as it will be harder to be attacked by others in different ways, allowing you to have more time for building yourself internally. Always remember this: the man armed with a gun is dangerous for a moment, whereas the man armed with knowledge is dangerous for a lifetime. Ways to develop your bishop. After a comprehensive description of the bishop, we understand that it represents our intellectual wisdom for the most part. Taking that into consideration, the first way to develop your bishop is to have a system of beliefs that you follow, one that is suited for you and is your way of communicating and living in tune with the Creator. While we do not all have the same beliefs or follow the same spiritual or religious factions, most of us do believe in a higher source of power. To develop your bishop, it is essential that you develop a system to show your devotion to that higher source of power, as this is where we all came from and will go back to. We are simply extensions of the Creator, and it is our responsibility to sustain and elevate the Creator's creations in order to demonstrate our dedication. By doing this, it encourages us to live a more peaceful and positive life, which will help guide us on the right paths that lead to our higher selves. The bishop is next to the king, which is showing us that developing our bishops in this manner is the most important way to protect our souls. One of the reasons why a lot of people are misguided or end up on the wrong paths is because they do not have a system of beliefs in place that they adhere to and live by. These people do not develop their bishops in this way, meaning they cut off their spiritual connection with the source and leave their souls, kings, wide open to being attacked by other entities. Jehuti was the messenger for Ra, just like a bishop is the messenger for the Pope. Your bishop is the messenger for your soul, which comes from the Creator, meaning you must develop your bishop in a way that is in alignment with creation, while also conveying wisdom to others to do the same thing. This is why the bishop represents intellectual wisdom. We spoke on the bishop's ability to move diagonally, which creates angles, and how it is important to create different angles with the way you interpret things in your life. This is the application of knowledge, which leads to wisdom, intellectual wisdom. To develop your bishop, you must be a studier of knowledge in life itself, but not only that. You must also be able to apply the knowledge in your life, as this is what transforms the knowledge into wisdom. A lot of people are holders of information and have acquired knowledge but fail to apply it, meaning that their knowledge does not turn into wisdom. We all probably know a lot of intelligent people, yet they do a lot of unwise things. This is because a lot of us think that knowing a lot of information about life is enough when in reality it is not. Applied knowledge equals wisdom. Developing your bishop can be challenging because as you become more knowledgeable, you also become more susceptible to spiritual arrogance because with such knowledge comes power and responsibility. This makes people irresponsible with the knowledge they have, as they will start to believe that they are the source of knowledge when no one is the source or creator of knowledge, even if they believe they were the first to discover it. Knowledge is eternal and infinite. It existed before us and will exist after us. If everything that exists is a form of energy and energy cannot be created or destroyed but only transferred, then information itself can only be transferred and not created by an individual. When you align yourself with the divine source or creator, you will receive wisdom teachings that already exist, and you will have made yourself an open portal to receive them. Because a lot of people have not done this, they are not open to receiving such teachings from the divine source and believe that any information they do hold is their own, and that they are the source and creator of that information, which is untrue. This is a lack of understanding and separates the person with wisdom from the person who holds information. Those who hold information but lack wisdom will speak extravagantly, arrogantly, and speak more than they learn or listen, whereas those with true wisdom, the full development of their bishop, will speak with discretion, caution, and the absence of arrogance and superiority. Why is this? Because the person who has wisdom understands that not everyone is as knowledgeable as they are, meaning they have to present their teachings in a way that can be understood without offending or causing conflict. Because ignorance exists in many, which the wise person is aware of, they approach with caution and discretion. The person who holds information and is knowledgeable but lacks wisdom, underdeveloped bishop, also knows this but abuses it by speaking from a place of arrogance due to their lack of wisdom. So we have to understand that we are not the source of knowledge, and when we do acquire knowledge, we must apply it and be responsible with it when sharing it with others, signifying why the bishop represents our intellectual wisdom. Being an open portal means aligning yourself with the divine source or creator and then studying and applying knowledge, which turns into wisdom, intellectual wisdom. This is what Jehuti was. He was a portal to receive the teachings from Ra, and then use those teachings to be a messenger for Ra by teaching the rest of the world, and we must emulate this through our bishops when developing it. You must gain knowledge in whatever it is you do in life and whatever field you are in. General knowledge of life itself is essential, and then knowledge of the areas you find yourself engaged in is important too. This can be done through reading, watching videos of wiser people, or being around wiser people so you can develop the habits that they have, which will be beneficial for your own development. This is so that you have a developed bishop, which gives you wisdom and your chances of being manipulated are minimal. As we go on to explain the night in the next chapter, which will give you more of an insight as to why it is important to develop your bishop, being manipulated or psychologically controlled by people is something that happens a lot in today's world. The reason for this is that many people have underdeveloped bishops, so their ability to discern between right and wrong and think for themselves is limited. When your bishop is underdeveloped, you become more susceptible to doing things people tell you whether they are right or wrong, because you have not developed the ability to think for yourself. The king's job is not to protect the bishop, it is the bishop's job to protect the king. By this, I mean that it is your job to develop your bishop by developing your intellectual wisdom so that you are able to properly protect your king, soul. Otherwise, you leave yourself vulnerable for other people to attack and manipulate you, take out your king. And when I say attack, it does not necessarily mean physically, as this is more associated with the night, which we will go over next. It is more of a spiritual and mental attack, which is even more dangerous because you may be unaware that it is happening to you. The bishop is not an element of ourselves that is encouraged to develop in today's world, meaning we are less in touch with our spiritual nature and our intellectual wisdom. As a result, many of us will be governed by the physical and be slaves to our physical selves and desires. The development of the bishop will guide you to understand that you are more than just a physical vessel, and the physical world is a temporary experience in which we use to navigate through our vessels for our souls. When your bishop is underdeveloped, you are more likely to become attached to physical matter, such as material possessions, which are all fleeting and inhibit your ability to reach higher realms of consciousness. Other ways to help with the development of your bishop include having the ability to observe with minimal judgment, speaking less than you learn or listen, and not being hasty in your judgments or decisions. This last point indicates the ability to look at information from multiple perspectives or angles before making decisions. A lot of people today are very judgmental whenever they are presented with information about any topic or situation before actually taking the time to study it thoroughly. This is a lack of wisdom, as wise people observe and study thoroughly before making a judgment, if they even make one for that matter. How many situations have you encountered in your own life where, at first it seemed a certain way, but after gaining more clarity on the situation, you realize that your initial judgment was incorrect? This happens because a lot of people are hasty and are quick to judge instead of just observing what is in front of them. It seems very straightforward, but when putting it into practice, it is actually not as easy as it seems to have the ability to observe, without or with minimal judgment. There was a particular scene in the movie Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back, 1980, where Master Yoda was training Luke Skywalker, and he was trying to give him knowledge so that Luke would be able to understand what the Force actually was. In the scene, Luke was trying to lift the X-Wing, a heavy flying object, and was unable to do so during Yoda's presence, at which point he gave up and frustratedly explained to Yoda that it was impossible as it was too big and heavy. Yoda then says to Luke that size matters not. Look at me. Judge me by my size, do you? He then goes on to say, my ally is the Force, and a powerful ally it is. Life creates it, makes it grow. Its energy surrounds us and binds us. Luminous beings are we, not this crude matter. You must feel the Force around you, here between you, me, the tree, the rock, everywhere. As Luke then storms off and sits down, still believing that the task is impossible, Yoda then proceeds to prove Luke wrong by using the Force to lift the X-Wing out of the water and bring it onto the land, which Luke was unable to do. He proved Luke to be wrong due to his already established wisdom, and used it to teach Luke how to use the Force as an ally. This scene emphasizes the difference between having an underdeveloped bishop, symbolized by Luke, and having a fully developed bishop, symbolized by Yoda. The scene highlights Luke's impatience and immaturity, as he did not really listen to the wise elder, Yoda, and what he was trying to teach him. Instead, he came to his own conclusion that the task at hand was impossible, essentially being too quick to judge. Yoda, as the example of a fully developed bishop, was trying to teach him patience and not to limit one's beliefs by jumping straight to conclusions, as doing this will make a person miss out on potential learning experiences. If Yoda never demonstrated why Luke had to minimize his tendency to be too judgmental, he would have never known that the task of lifting the X-Wing was actually possible. This is why the ability to observe more than you judge is so critical to developing your bishop. It was through constant learning from Master Yoda that Luke was able to develop his bishop and become more intellectually wise. This also demonstrates why being around wiser people with respectable knowledge is also important for the development of your bishop. When you're around these types of people, your ability to learn and look at things from different angles and perspectives increases, enabling you to have a more developed bishop. If in this scene Luke was with someone who was perhaps less intelligent than himself, he would have never been able to be open to the reality that the task he thought was impossible was actually possible. This scene explicitly shows the duality between a developed bishop and an underdeveloped bishop. We have been wired from an early age to see and make judgments on everything we encounter before taking the time to study these encounters thoroughly. Many people are also quick to pass judgment when listening to someone's perspective or angle on a situation, ignoring all other possible perspectives, which is also unwise. The more angles you can create for yourself when presented with information, the closer you come to understanding the totality of that situation. This is why you keep judgment to a minimum, because once you form judgments, you automatically stop seeking information on that particular topic or situation. Why would you need to gather more information when you already know all you need to know about the topic or situation at hand? Because you have formed your judgment, insinuating you know all you need to know. Just like in court, until a final judgment is made, the case continues for however long it needs to, but once a judgment has been made, the case will close. To continue developing your bishop, you have to minimize your judgments, because the more you judge, the more cases you close, meaning you minimize your ability to continue learning and become more wise. For everyone who exalts themselves will be humbled, but the one who humbles themselves will be exalted. Finally, in order to develop your bishop, it is encouraged to be around wiser people, as stated in the Yoda and Luke example, as opposed to people that may misguide you or cause you to stray from your path. A lot of us suffer in our development simply because we surround ourselves with people who keep us stagnated and do not have the means to push us forward in our journeys. In some cases, it is not deliberate that people do this, and in other cases, it is, but only you will know which one it is. In either case, you will end up with the same result, which is an underdeveloped bishop. So it is essential that you associate yourself with people who you consider to be as wise, if not wiser, than yourself, to aid in your own development of your bishop. Wise people spread knowledge for you to learn from, whereas unwise people have none to give. Unwise people will more than likely get themselves into danger, which you will have to pay for simply because you associate yourself with them. Just by continuously being around people as humans, we will pick up on their traits and replicate them. So by being around the wrong people, you may develop traits that are detrimental to your bishop's development. This can be in the form of hastiness, laziness, being a slave to your desires, and engaging in a lot of activities that are not stimulating to the mind and soul. So to develop your bishop, you have to increase the time you spend with people who are also developing their bishops, and decrease the time you spend with people with underdeveloped bishops. On the paths of the misguided are snares and pitfalls. Whoever guards their soul will keep far from them. Chapter 2. The Night. Life provides us with situations where our strength is put on the line, whether that be our ability to be disciplined or our ability to be brave and courageous. Think back to a time when you may have acted out of character or had the inability to control your emotions, which led to ego or impulse-driven behavior. 9 times out of 10, you probably regretted your actions in those moments and devoted yourself to never displaying those actions again. It is at these moments where you are forced to exercise your discipline to see if you are really true to your word, and, for many of us, it takes many times to be able to have that high level of discipline, to not revert back to those behaviors or actions. I'm sure after each time a situation arrived where you failed to remain in control of your emotions, you got slightly better at realizing your triggers and ways to avoid displaying the behaviors you had displayed previously. Just like I am sure each time you faced situations where you displayed bravery and courage, you got more and more brave and more courageous. Your inner strength and discipline get stronger and stronger after such situations, and you become better at being in control of your ego. These situations that you have faced so far in your life are good for you if you have learned from them and applied the lessons. This is true strength of character. Bruce Lee, 1940, was able to develop his inner strength, bravery, and discipline throughout the course of his life through his dedicated effort in the practice of martial arts. Due to being taunted for his Chinese background in school, he decided to hone in on his passion by studying Kung Fu under the teachings of Yip Man. This enabled him to develop his bravery and discipline, as the study of martial arts requires these things as well as the grit and determination to continue because of the adversity that is faced. He then went on to become a master in martial arts and opened up his own school, in which he taught Jeet Kune Do, the way of the intercepting fist. His love for martial arts stemmed from being taunted when he was younger, and he was able to harness that energy into becoming exceptional in his field. When he became an instructor, he treated his students like a clan, and channeled his teachings into doing films to showcase his talents. His bravery and strength were tested in 1970, when he injured his back during a morning exercise. He was told after his tests that he would never be able to do martial arts again. This was a painful and depressing time for Lee, as he had to redefine his goals due to this setback. He also had writings for films that he wanted to produce during this time, so even this became an issue. However, after several months, he began his own training program and began walking, gradually building up his strength. As he recovered from his injury due to his resilience and inner strength, he then lost the opportunity to have the starring role in a Buddhist monk TV series, which led to even more frustration. By taking a trip to Hong Kong, he was then given the opportunity to do 2 films despite his condition, to which he said yes. His films The Green Hornet and Fists of Fury set new box office records in Hong Kong, which led to Lee becoming a major movie star in Asia. His inner strength and determination were not dampened by his conditions, nor was the rejection of the starring role he was meant to have. Instead, he remained determined and kept himself disciplined by still pursuing his goals. He didn't allow himself to become out of control and channeled his energy accordingly, which is an example of a fully developed knight. He viewed fighting as an artistic way of expressing oneself and described it as the perfect way to become centered. In one of his interviews, he mentioned the idea of being able to have control over oneself while also having a balanced level of instinct, as too much of one can be detrimental. He said that having no control over oneself is unscientific, which can make a person erratic and lack discipline, and Lee was very heavy on being able to have full control over one's body. He spoke about becoming water in the sense that water flows for however long it can until it is stopped. Water fits the shape of its container, so he said to become formless like water, but also be able to shape yourself the way water does. So being able to adapt oneself to whatever environment they are in, while also being able to control oneself according to the parameters that are appropriate. This is an example of a developed knight, because Lee ensured not only that his knight was powerful because of his strength, but also that he had full control over his night by assuming the properties of water, meaning being able to harness and channel it however he wanted. Because the night is a very strong piece, it can be difficult to control, so one must be able to develop enough discipline, determination, and motivation to handle their night. Having a strong night doesn't mean you have to be physically strong. It is more about having discipline, bravery, and inner strength, which is accessible to anyone if they harness their water-like energy described by Lee. Lee was calm and well-poised, yet he possessed great strength and was able to channel it accordingly. He did not let his strength override his mental acuity or make him arrogant or egotistical, but instead he was able to control it. This is the key to developing the night. One cannot allow themselves to lack discipline or inner strength, as this causes them to have an undeveloped night. It is imperative that one's focus and discipline remain intact so that you have full control of the night, as the night is a very powerful piece. It is the only piece that can move without being obstructed, showing its strength, and likely, if one balances their level of control by knowing when and how much to use their night, they become the master of their own strength. By developing the soul, it leads to the development of the mind, or intellectual wisdom, the bishop. By default, when the development of the mind takes place, the development of the physical body also takes place because the physical manifests from the mental. That is, the body is manifested through the mind. What the mind thinks will be manifested in the physical because the universe is mental, and the physical realm that we see is just a visual representation of the mental from the universe. Reality itself is just a projection of our thoughts, which is why they say to be careful what you spend the majority of your time thinking about, because your thoughts create your reality. Energy forms into matter, and your energy is your thoughts, and matter is the physical manifestation of those thoughts. When you have a developed mind, this will lead to a developed body. This leads us into the next element of ourselves that has to be developed whilst we are living on earth, the physical realm, because it is the part of us that we use to navigate to have a physical experience. It is fitting that we proceed to the night after talking about the bishop, because we went over earlier that the bishop represents our intellectual wisdom and the messenger of the soul, the mind and soul. These two are what constitute the physical aspect of ourselves, and a developed bishop more than likely leads to a developed night. This is because the night represents our physical selves, or, as I would like to refer to it, our armor. Our soul and mind use our physical vessels as a means to navigate in and experience the earth realm, as this is a physical reality. Our bodies are also physical, which means they abide by the earth's laws, making them a portal that our minds and souls can use to experience themselves in. Your night is a very important piece to ensure development in. If this doesn't transpire, then it can lead to many complications on your journey to reach your higher self. Your body is your foundation, and if that foundation is not adequately supported, the soul will want to depart from it. This is how demonic spirits enter people's physical vessels during times of very high intoxication. For instance, the consumption of alcohol. During this process, the body becomes overly intoxicated, meaning the conditions are too harsh for the soul to navigate in, and it will hence leave the person's physical vessel. This is when a person experiences a blackout, and cannot remember what happens from that point onwards, until the body is no longer a toxic environment. It is at this time that other spirits, usually demonic, will enter the vessel and use it for their own purposes. This is just an example of why you should keep the foundation of yourself, your night, efficiently developed, because this is the part of yourself that sets the pace for the other elements of yourself, that is, your bishop, to be developed. Can you see how these two pieces interlink and are important to one another? The other pieces also interlink, but those will be explained later. By default, developing your bishop will aid in the development of your night. However, developing your night lays the foundation for pieces like the bishop to develop with minimal difficulty. Why is this? Because your night is your armor, or the element of yourself that serves to protect you. The night is the physical aspect of yourself, and the better you develop this piece, the easier it will be to ascend in consciousness and reach your higher self. This sets the platform for all the other elements of yourself to be developed efficiently and with less resistance. Although you cannot avoid resistance because it is a universal law that polarity exists, meaning if you are trying to go up, There will always be something trying to push you down. However, by developing your knight, you stand a greater chance of being able to successfully battle through that resistance because you are physically able to. Let's go into more depth on why the development of your knight is essential on your journey towards your higher self. Your knight comes after your bishop, representing your armor or physical self. While navigating this realm, your soul, or spiritual self, is the first and most important part of yourself that has to be developed in order to ascend in consciousness and live a life of righteousness, followed by your mind or intellect. The next most important part of yourself that has to be developed in order to ascend in consciousness is your physical self, your knight, as this contributes towards your ascension. The knight is about developing your physical strength and your ability to defend and preserve yourself. It is also about providing a harmonious environment for your mind and soul to develop in, as a damaged environment will prohibit the process. This is why this element of yourself, the knight, is so crucial for your own ascension and comes directly after the bishop. Remember what I said earlier? If you notice, in the game of chess, the bishop and knight are usually the first two pieces you bring out to be developed after moving some of your pawns initially, which we will discuss later. These two pieces are your core for your overall development, as they represent an integral part of yourself that is required in order to ascend into your higher self. The knight is a very dynamic element of yourself, which is why it is a hard piece to master. There are various lessons the knight brings for you to develop it, and many people fail due to its complexity and the high level of discipline required to fully master it. Some people will develop partial areas of the knight, but even that is not enough because the areas that have not been developed efficiently will eventually cause a block to your overall development. It is the piece that requires the most discipline in order to be successfully developed, and due to how the world is, and its emphasis on the physical aspects of ourselves, we are encouraged to partake in things that discourage physical discipline. Examples include the food we eat, our sexual desires, and the activities we participate in to obtain wealth. All of this leaves your knight underdeveloped, meaning your overall development becomes compromised. By pointing this out, one of the first things required in order to develop your knight is increasing your physical discipline. And as we continue to go through the different dynamics of the knight, it will make a lot more sense why it is essential that you become disciplined. When you develop the physical aspect of yourself, your knight, this leads to a plethora of positive mental processes, one of which is bravery. It is essential that one develops their level of bravery, as this is a trait that encourages you to push forward in life even when confronted with adversity. This is what the development of the knight does to the individual. It is a piece that, no matter what the circumstances are, will be willing to move up the board, even if it means going through an opposition piece. In fact, the knight is the only piece in the game of chess that can attack other pieces, even if its path is blocked by another. This is an important concept to understand about the knight because no other piece can use this skill, despite the fact that some pieces are considered more powerful than the knight. So this means no matter how many pieces your opponent may put in front of you, your knight has the ability to go through those pieces to get to where it needs to be, making it a powerful piece when developed. This is synonymous with you, as the knight is showing us that we should have the courage to overcome all obstacles presented to us, no matter how difficult they are. To do this requires you to have high levels of bravery, because there are moments in our lives when we are tested to extreme levels, which will require you to be brave enough to tackle those situations like a noble warrior. This may even include cutting right through the situation like the knight. The knight even has the ability to attack a king when it is castled. Castling is when you move the king while simultaneously moving the rook to its left or right, allowing the king to be safe from its side by the rook and in front of it by the pawn pieces. See the glossary for a further explanation of castling. What is important here is the fact that this move is used to give the king full protection from oncoming attacks, due to being surrounded by other pieces. In esoteric terms, this would be referred to as protecting the soul. What is key here is that even during this move in the game, the knight, being the only piece capable of this, is still capable of going past the other pieces and able to attack the opponent's king despite the protection surrounding the king. This is the ultimate act of bravery when developing your night to a high level. When you are able to develop your physical self to be of service to your soul, you can use it to battle all opposing forces of nature, because opposing forces of nature take place whether you develop your night or not. When your night is fully developed, however, you will be equipped to battle those opposing forces because you will have the necessary tools to do so. When your night is developed, this also allows you to push forward on your path in order to reach your goals and purpose, because you have the strength and bravery to continue to pursue them despite the pushback that will come at you. Remember, as I stated, most people today naturally have an underdeveloped night due to societal constraints and the encouragement to pursue activities that negatively impact their physical discipline. Because of this, a lot of people lack the traits that are required to properly execute their night, which instead works against them. What you have to understand about the night is its strong power. As I said, it is the only piece that has the ability to attack any other piece, even if it is blocked by others. Because of its power, if you do not learn to control and develop this element of yourself to work with or for you, then it will end up working against you and lead to you becoming a slave to your desires. Once you become a slave to your desires, you become governed by your ego, constantly chasing your lower self's passions. This leads to a vicious cycle because you will constantly keep seeking fulfillment within your lower self, which is impossible to find and be satisfied with, and due to an underdeveloped night, for example, lack of discipline, you won't have the ability to stop. This is how addictions occur, as well as potential depression and anxiety. The world today encourages people to have a lack of discipline, which you must realize so you do not become a victim of it. When you develop your night, you are developing your bravery and passion to surge forward on your path. When being controlled by your ego, your night will make you seek your lower self's passions. However, having passion in itself is not entirely a negative thing. Passion is just a strong form of love, devotion, and enthusiasm to go after what one wants. If what one wants is to reach their higher selves, passion cannot be negative. The more bravery and passion you have, or the will to continue going forward no matter what is in your way, the more developed your night will be. When discipline is absent, your passion can only become a hindrance. Discipline is required and absolutely necessary so that you know when to start, stop, pause, and continue with your passions, as they have the potential to blind you. When you become blinded by your passions, like Heru was when facing Set, you will become ignorant, which is why discipline is important, as is the development of the other pieces on the board, as they all coincide to control the strength and power of the night as well as make up the whole, which is you. This whole is what creates the balance in your personality so that you are adequate in all areas of your being. When there are imbalances, for example, development in the night and underdevelopment in the bishop, this could lead to overindulgence in the physical realm and being controlled by the strength of the ego, your night, due to a lack of intellectual wisdom, your bishop. The other pieces help direct the strength of the night into areas that support it, as well as the other pieces. This is also what you must do by directing the strength of your night and developing it as well as your bishop along with the other pieces which we will go over, so that it can serve you and not control you like it does with a lot of people today. One of the various elements of the night is that it represents the ego, making it such a powerful piece that is hard to control. The ego is a powerful part of yourself that has to be sublimated in order to ascend to higher levels of consciousness. If you are unable to do so, this will lead you on a quest to fulfill desires that do not satisfy the soul. This quest will not lead to full satisfaction, meaning the desire to seek more and more pleasure, making the ego swell. This is unhealthy and results in pain. This is one of the reasons why the night is such a powerful piece, as it represents the ego, which in ancient Kemet was the deity Set. Set represented the lower self, which is not necessarily negative, that is in us all, and represents the duality of us as humans. Everything in the universe comes in pairs, polarity. So just like we have our higher selves that we're trying to ascend to, we also have our lower selves that we have to master. When you reach a certain level of consciousness, you can unite the two and use the higher aspect of yourself to be in control of the lower aspect of yourself. This was symbolized in the story of Heru versus Set, when Heru defeated Set, and they both made peace with each other. Them making peace was the union between the higher self and the lower self. Up until that point, they were in a constant battle trying to be the king of Kemet, which was symbolic of the individual battling within themselves, not submitting to the will of their desires, and instead overcoming them. Once you overcome the strength of your ego and its desires, you become king of your own self, like how Heru overcame Set and became the king of Kemet. The aim is to get your knight, Set or ego, into a position of service as opposed to a position of mastership. Your knight is a strong part of yourself that has to be controlled so that it can be used for you and not against you. When your knight, Set or ego, is being used against you because you have no control over it, it leads to your soul being shattered. This steers you away from your purpose and into the pursuit of your lower self's physical passions. These are actions that are backed by lust, greed, jealousy, gluttony, selfishness, and envy. This is how Set was before Heru became heir to the throne left by Asar and Kemet. If you remember, I also pointed out that Asar, the soul, represented the king in chess, which I will expand upon later. Asar had left the throne because he was killed by his brother Set, who was envious of him. When Set killed him, he chopped up his body into several pieces and scattered them around the land of Kemet out of anger. This symbolizes the ego overpowering the soul, which is backed by its lower self-passions, and shattering the soul so that the individual can be led purely by the ego. When you as an individual become governed by your ego, your soul or higher self becomes compromised, as you cannot serve both. By serving the ego, it shatters one's soul, leading to the pursuit of lower self-passions, which, as I explained earlier, do not truly satisfy the individual. Why do you think that when you see people today on the pursuit of several material possessions, they end up becoming depressed, stressed, and feeling unfulfilled at later stages of their lives? Because they realize that these passions stem from the ego and do not serve their souls. Even when they do obtain these things, they still feel a void within themselves. What you have to remember is that the pursuit of anything that is physical, meaning it is temporary, will not lead to true satisfaction because it will only satisfy the physical aspect of yourself. However, you are more than the physical, so the part of yourself that you really are, the soul, will never be satisfied with anything that is physical. So when you do not control the strength of your knight, the ego, it will lead to your king, the soul, being overpowered and shattered by it, or in chess terms taken away, which means you lose the game. This is how powerful the force of the knight can be when it is not sublimated to serve your king, soul. To master the game of chess does take time. Due to the complexity of the game, just like life itself, it is not something you will be great at from the beginning. It will take much practice and a lot of defeats to become any good. I say that to say the ability of sublimating your knight is not straightforward, and you will have to encounter many battles with your knight in order to be able to have control over it. Even Heru had to go through adversities before he became king of Kemet, which symbolized reaching your higher self and bringing the ego into a position of service by uniting it with one's higher self. For example, Set plucked out Heru's eyes during their long-lasting battle, so Heru lost his ability to see. This particular part of their battle symbolized becoming blinded by your own rage and allowing your ego to control your actions. Heru had to go to Hetheru, which I will explain shortly, and Jehuti, who, if you remember, represented the bishop, which makes sense as the bishop represented intellectual wisdom. So if we piece that together, after becoming blinded by his own rage and allowing Set, the knight ego, to take control of him, he then had to go to Jehuti, the bishop intellectual wisdom, to restore one of his eyes, which symbolized giving him the wisdom so that he was able to see things clearly again. This part of the story helps explain the struggle that we all will go through on our journeys to reach higher levels of consciousness, and that it is fine to lose or fail, as that is what we need to come back stronger and take the lessons that those failures taught us. The challenge to overcome and control our knight is not easy, as symbolized by Asar being killed by Set, and then even Heru struggling at certain stages of their own battle until receiving more intellectual wisdom from Jehuti. Sometimes, figuratively speaking, your own soul has to temporarily die and then even be guided by your ego for you to realize who you truly are and what your real purpose is, not the false ones that society may tell you. This is what the story of Aesar, Heru, and Set was ultimately trying to teach us. This is also why there are many pieces in the game of chess, and it is a complex game because life is complex in itself, as there are many elements that are stored in you that you must develop to become heir to your own throne of consciousness. When you are successfully able to control the strength of your knight, you will be able to let it serve you and maintain your physical self, as this is one of the elements of yourself that the knight represents. Developing your other pieces is also required to be able to control the strength of the knight. For example, the bishop has to be developed so that you can use your intellectual wisdom to discern between what serves your soul and what serves your ego. As stated, even Heru had to seek wisdom from Jehuti, the bishop, in order to conquer Set, the knight. This is just one example showing that the development of other pieces is required in order to fully develop your knight to be of service to you. Going back to the story of Heru versus Set, when Heru becomes the new king of Kemet by defeating Set, Ra, the sun god who sustains creation, then uses Set's power by placing him on his boat in which he travels to fight off the forces in nature that try to bring what has been constructed back to its original state. This was referred to as Apep, who is a serpent always trying to stop creation, or in Western terms, cause chaos. To put this in context, everything that is created will at some point return to its original state. For example, a seed that grows into a fruit will then either decompose or be eaten, and then return to a seed to start again. Like us as humans, who originally are nothing before we are born, when we arrive, we live and eventually leave this realm, and our bodies decompose into a state of nothingness. This is what the story means when Ra uses Set to fight off the forces of nature. Essentially, it is teaching us that we must use our knight to fight off the forces of entropy instead of fighting off our soul or higher self. For example, we can use our knight, physical body, to fight off or prevent disease by maintaining a good diet and being physically active. These are the tasks that the knight has the strength to do if used to serve us, as some diseases of the body can be very deadly. To think that if we develop ourselves physically so that we can prevent or fight diseases off, goes to show how much strength our knight can have if developed in our favor. When our ego, knight, is serving us or under the control of our king, we can use it to fight off the forces of entropy. However, when we let it rule itself and be influenced by ignorance, it will lead to a reduced state of existence governed by the traits of selfishness, lust, greed, envy, and gluttony. When governed by these traits due to serving your ego, they will steer you away from your purpose and instead be on the pursuit of your lower self-passions. Remember, as I said earlier, you cannot serve the soul, the king, and the ego, the knight. The goal is to serve the soul, the king, so that you can use it to control the ego, the knight. As I have explained so far, the knight is a very powerful piece due to its physical nature that resides in us all. Its power is able to give us a substantial amount of strength in order to overcome obstacles that might be in the way of our journeys, which is symbolized by its ability to go around and through other pieces on the chessboard. This is the only piece that has the ability to do this, which is symbolic of its brute force, which, when used correctly, will work in your favor. The knight also represents destruction, symbolized by the deity Hetheru. Hetheru was the goddess that represented the power of the sun, which was a boundless source of energy. Hetheru was the deity that visited Heru after he had been blinded by Set, before receiving one of his eyes from Jehuti. He received his right eye from Hetheru, which represented the fiery eye of Ra, giving Heru the willpower to destroy the adversity he was in, which was brought upon him by Set, his ego. After that, he then received his left eye from Jehuti, which was symbolic of the intellectual wisdom he needed to be able to see clearly again and win the battle against Set, which I explained earlier. So the knight representing destruction symbolizes its ability to destroy your illusions in your life by bringing adversity. When you develop your knight, you will be able to accept the adversity in your life and have a plan to overcome it due to the strength of your knight. With an underdeveloped knight, it will be difficult to accept adversity and instead be led by ignorance. You will be unable to deal with your adversities effectively, causing your knight to work against you, destroying your own willpower, mental peace, and vitality. When you develop your knight, you can use its destructive power to destroy evil and your own ignorance, which will bring inner peace. This is why Hetheru gives Heru the fiery eye of Ra, as this is symbolic of the sun, which is hot, and its rays scorch the ignorance of darkness with its light. When this happens, Heru is now filled with a boundless source of light, and can now perform actions from a place of righteousness. When you allow for your knight to be developed, you allow for that same source of energy to destroy the veil of darkness, ignorance, that resides within us all. In order to do this, you must accept your strengths and weaknesses, and most importantly, the adversities that have transpired on your path. You have to move from a state of blaming others and looking outwardly for all of the problems that you have faced, and instead become secluded from the world and look within. When you are able to do this, you are showing signs of discipline, which also represents the knight, and becoming ready to gain strength and wisdom, symbolizing the development of the knight and bishop, to deal with the world correctly. This is the ultimate development of the knight. In the battle between Heru and Set, it is important to note that Heru received contact from Hetheru when he was secluded from everyone and was reflecting within, after his eyes had been plucked out by Set. This is a key element of the story, as it is trying to denote that Heru received the fiery eye of Ra, the willpower, from Hetheru only after he was by himself and reflected within, as opposed to when he was in a state of rage blaming others. When you are able to reflect within yourself, secluded from the world after or during adversity, you will then be in the position to properly receive the destructive power of the night, which is the destructive force of light when encountering periods of darkness. The development of the night gives you the willpower to control the body, mind, and soul in order to concentrate on your path to your higher self, and the destructive power of the night can be used to destroy all forms of negativity within and outside of you. This particular part of the story, where Heru received one of his eyes from Hetheru before receiving the other from Jehuti, symbolizes that you have to develop all of your pieces in the game of chess in order to fully develop yourself. If you only develop certain elements of yourself, for example, your knight but not your bishop, then this will be a lopsided form of development. Whilst you may be strong in a particular area, you will lack awareness in other areas, which can ultimately cost you altogether. This is why Heru had to gain one eye from Hetheru, symbolizing willpower and the destruction of his egoistic desires, and the other eye from Jehuti, symbolizing intellectual wisdom. If he had received only the eye from Jehuti, intellectual wisdom, he would have had the wisdom to maneuver and make the right decisions, but he would have lacked the fierce sense of willpower to push forward to conquer Set. If he had received only the eye from Hetheru, he would have had the willpower to challenge Set, but he would have lacked the wisdom to make the right decisions, meaning he could have potentially used the force of destruction he received to destroy himself through irrational thought. So, in this instance, it was key to develop his bishop and his knight in order to win the battle against Set. This is also an example showing how the pieces in the game of chess all coincide and make up the whole. Different pieces that represent different elements that one must develop in order to reach a heightened version of oneself. The knight has a lot of strength and power, as we have discussed, and its strength can almost be overbearing, which can lead to it becoming dominant over you, the swelling of the ego. This is why we have to direct its power to serve us instead of trying to stop it, as this is an impossible thing to do, as the ego exists inside us all. Think of the knight like a young child. A young child always wants to play with their toys. You cannot really stop that innate desire in the child from wanting to play with their toys. All you can do is control the toys that they play with. You can choose to let the child play with toys that will be beneficial to them, or allow them to choose anything that they see. However, this can be harmful to them and to you, as they may pick up things that can hurt them, which will also affect you. This is how your knight functions. Imagine allowing a child to utilize toys and games that positively contribute to their development, and then, due to those decisions, they become a well-rounded, powerful adult. This is the same concept that applies to your night in its own development. If you direct your night to serve your soul, your king, then your own development will steer in a positive direction, and your ability to reach the higher version of yourself will heavily increase. If you do the opposite and allow your night to control you, then you will be allowing your ego to destroy your soul, leading you on a path towards destruction. Your night is a very powerful piece. However, it is not an element of yourself that you should allow to lead you. Being led by the night, your ego, is very unwise and will lead to constantly seeking out desires that will never fulfill you, meaning you will be on a never-ending spiral seeking out things that do not bring satisfaction to the soul. This is the path that a lot of individuals in the world are on and do not realize. These individuals have an imbalance as their nights are more developed than the rest of their pieces, meaning they do not have the wisdom, bishop, to steer their egos to work for them instead of against them, or they lack the order and structure within themselves to enable their nights to act accordingly, their Rook, which will be discussed next. Therefore, these individuals are stuck on chasing worldly pursuits and physical things, as this is what fuels an underdeveloped night, meaning they are unable to control the physical aspect of themselves. This also explains why there is a lot of hypersexual content in the world today, all over media sources, due to this overindulgence in the physical. When people's night holds all the power, this makes them susceptible to being sexually undisciplined as they have a lack of control over the physical aspect of themselves. This is why you see today that the majority of people have a lot of their lives predicated upon consuming physical things, are obsessed with materialism, and are hypersexual. When you develop your night properly and are in control of it, your sexual energy can be used positively, as this is the source of creative energy. When you are able to control your night by developing other pieces or elements of yourself, you will be able to harness your sexual energy and direct it towards spiritual discovery. Your sexual energy can be directed towards the development of the other elements of yourself, which is the power the night possesses when used to work for you. Remember, as I stated before, you cannot stop the power of the night, but you can direct it to go where you want it to, just like a child that wants to play with their toys. So your sexual energy, which is the source of creative action and creation itself, can be directed into developing the other elements of yourself. This will help you be able to overstand your true nature and purpose in this realm. When you are led by your night, your sexual energy will be used incorrectly, which is seen in a lot of people today, and will destroy your physical being by depleting your willpower, mental peace, and vitality. There will be an overindulgence in your sexual nature, which will leave your mind wanting more pleasure, which ultimately will cloud your intellectual wisdom, the bishop, as well as your soul, the king, and have a tumbling effect on the rest of the elements of yourself. These desires that you will have will never be able to be truly fulfilled, meaning you will have more and more of them, which will end up leaving you agitated, frustrated, and cause spiritual stagnation. The night is the physical aspect of yourself and represents destruction, which can be a good thing if you use it in your favor. When you are in control of your night, you can use the sexual energy that stems from it to destroy evil and ignorance, which will bring peace and inner clarity. Because most people are led by their night and have their other pieces underdeveloped, their night will destroy their willpower, discipline, self-control, and ability to reason. This leaves people purely controlled by the physical aspect of themselves, leading to their own self-destruction. People that are led purely by their night, ego, due to their other pieces being underdeveloped, are easier to control and manipulate, hence why a lot of people today are very obedient to a lot of society's rules and regulations. Whether they are good or bad, these people will more than likely fall in line. This is not by accident either, as people in the media will glamorize materialism, being hypersexual, and advocate for an unhealthy focus on financial gain, all of which constitute the physical aspects of ourselves, our night. So because of the emphasis on these things, combined with the fact that most people are purely led by their night, they are more susceptible to following these trends and becoming victims of this type of lifestyle. Because they have underdeveloped pieces such as their bishop, their ability to discern and be wise enough to overstand that the chasing of those desires, rooted in their ego, is not what will bring them true fulfillment for their soul. This will not bring true satisfaction, hence why you see a lot of celebrities who appear to have all the riches becoming depressed, addicted to drugs, or developing other damaging habits. The night, your ego, has the power to make these physical worldly pursuits appear to be real, but they are just fleeting and temporary, and they do not bring fulfillment to your inner being. When most people discover this, it tends to be too late, hence why they end up in those predicaments such as drug addiction. The night is a powerful piece that needs to be led, or at least accompanied, by your other pieces. If you do not develop your other pieces, elements of yourself, so that you can sufficiently control and lead your night, then it becomes open to others leading it for you, which again we see with a lot of people today. They are led by their night, so people with power will lead them and make decisions for them in regards to how they should live, what they should eat, watch, do, and who they should worship or follow. Even ask yourself now, did you choose the religion you subscribe to? Did you choose the diet you have? Did you really choose to go to school and get a degree? Or were these paths chosen for you, making you believe that it must be correct because everyone else chose it? These examples prove that most of us were once led by our nights, whilst some still are, and that the night is so powerful that if you are led by it for long enough, you won't even realize that it is your night that is leading you. This is because you become more and more governed by physical reality, which leads to attachment to the physical, as this is what you will believe to be the ultimate truth, detaching yourself from your soul, the true version of yourself. Remember, as I said earlier, you can only serve your ego or your soul, but not both. Both can be utilized, but they cannot be served simultaneously. It is very important to develop your night so that it can serve you, as this is a powerful element of yourself. When you are unable to do this, people can use your night against you and lead you towards your own self-destruction, as they do not even need to destroy you themselves. People will have the ability to use the pieces that you have underdeveloped, such as your bishop, intellectual wisdom, to control or manipulate you. While some people can help you and lead you in the right direction, others can do the opposite. Most of the people in the media and big corporations use your night against you, as this enables them to have control over you, and also use your energy by fooling you into giving it to them through your money, obedience, and support. Ways to develop your night. So we have gone over what part of us the night represents, and how to utilize it to work for us instead of against us. Developing your night is not an easy task, as we have gone over how much power it possesses, especially when you add the fact that society is run in a way where the development of our nights is discouraged. This is through the promotion of unhealthy diets, an overemphasis on sexual content leading to a lack of sexual discipline, and by following desires that satisfy the ego instead of the soul, such as materialism. When taking the steps to develop your night in the correct manner, full development can be achieved. Ways to develop your night include looking at the aspects of yourself that the night is responsible for and trying to improve them. Let's elaborate. You will want to start with being in control of your diet and ensuring it is one that sustains and nourishes your body instead of inhibiting it, as this will ultimately lead to deterioration and complications later in life. If you can control when and what you eat, you will more than likely be able to control most other aspects of your life. This is because food is a necessity when operating on third-dimensional frequency. So when you have control over this need, you will more than likely be able to have total control over all other aspects of your life. This promotes discipline, which is a key component of the night, and is needed to have control over your night. Food and water are needed for survival, so being able to be disciplined in that field guarantees discipline in all other fields. If you cannot stop yourself from overeating or eating foods that you know are bad for your health but you like them, this is an indication that you are serving your ego as opposed to your soul, which means your night is underdeveloped. Remember, as I stated earlier, you cannot serve both. The aim is to serve your soul and allow your ego to be of service to you as opposed to work against you. As for the game of chess, you have to always remember that there are ultimately two objectives to the game. The first objective is capturing your opponent's king, Checkmate, which is symbolic of reaching your higher self, and the second objective is to protect your king, which really means using all of your pieces, elements of yourself, to serve your king, soul, and this includes your knight. However, imagine playing the game, and instead of playing to protect and serve your king, you are serving your knight. This will make you lose the game, as by serving your knight, ego, you are allowing your king, soul, to be isolated, making it susceptible to being captured, which is equivalent to you no longer serving and following your sole purpose and instead being a slave to the physical aspect of yourself in the physical realm. This means you will be constantly trying to fulfill desires that satisfy the ego and not the soul, living in your lower self. So the essence of having a good diet containing plant-based foods with minimal acidic foods such as meat, as this is destructive to the body, can go a long way as this promotes a healthy lifestyle, strengthens the body, and means your knight will be strengthened and can serve you efficiently. It also increases your discipline, which makes you in control of yourself and your ego, which means you can guide it to serve and work with you. By having a knight which is too powerful and undisciplined is not good, and this is what the world promotes, while simultaneously promoting the underdevelopment of the other elements of yourself so that it is easier for the people in control to manipulate you and control what you do and how you act. This imbalance causes people to serve their knight, ego, as opposed to making their knight serve their king, soul, as their knights are overpowered compared to the other elements of themselves. On the contrary, having a good diet promotes wellness in the body and discipline, which is good for having control over your knight. When your diet is not good and you are eating foods that are toxic to the body, this promotes a weakened knight, which means it is unable to serve you as it is underdeveloped. When the knight is underdeveloped, it is unable to fight off the forces of nature, apep, that are continuously trying to bring you back to your original state, nothingness. All matter, which is what we are made of, must return to its original form of nothingness, which is a principle we all adhere to once we enter the physical realm. However, one of the knight's main jobs is to serve us and battle the forces of nature, to preserve our physical selves for as long as possible, so that we can live a long and healthy life. When you have an unhealthy diet, you are weakening your knight while simultaneously serving the knight, meaning that you are following your ego and its desires and being susceptible to manipulation from others. What you are also doing is allowing the forces of nature to bring you back to your original state a lot sooner than they should, because your knight is not powerful enough to battle those forces. Or for some people, their power has been misdirected towards fulfilling only the ego's desires. Kurt Sloan in the movie Kickboxer, 1989, shows what it is like to have an underdeveloped knight, and also a fully developed knight later on in the movie. He had to have a high amount of discipline and inner strength in his quest to avenge his brother's defeat, in which he was paralyzed during the fight he had with Tong Po. Kurt, during his training in a particular scene, had the task of trying to kick down a palm tree with his shin, in which he had no protection. This made the task very grueling and painful, as palm trees have a very hard surface. At one point he stopped, as he was in severe pain from constantly kicking the tree, and said to his trainer that he had to stop. His trainer then instructed him to take his bag and leave, as he believed he didn't have enough inner strength and discipline to battle through the pain to kick down the tree. Kurt said to him, "You want me to break my leg?" inciting that this is what he had to do in order to kick down the tree. However, he was missing the key teaching that his trainer Xian Chao was trying to give him. Xian Chao reminded him of why he chose to be trained by him by saying, "Your brother, remember." This was a way to install the inner strength that he believed Kurt was lacking at the time, and that reminder was that his brother was paralyzed by Tong Po, who was the person Kurt was training to fight against. Because Tong Po was not only undefeated, but also a very aggressive and vicious fighter, Kurt had to develop his inner strength and discipline to get himself through Xian Chao's training to have any chance of defeating Tong Po. It was this subtle reminder that Xian Chao gave to Kurt that fueled him to continue to kick the tree, despite the aggravating pain he was facing, which eventually led him to finally kick down the tree. Although he had to be treated after damaging his shin, he was able to conquer this task, providing him with the discipline and inner strength that he needed, which would go on to be useful in his final fight with Tong Po, which he won. This scene was an example of what it takes to develop one's knight and how this development will be liberating if completed. Although the development of the night may induce a form of pain, it will eventually lead to pleasure, which is what we need to reach higher levels of consciousness. Similar to climbing a mountain, initially it is hard, but when you reach the top, you realize why the pain to get there was worth it. When we talk about increasing your discipline, this includes all areas of your life, especially physically. By having discipline, you can control where the power of your night goes. However, sexual discipline is extremely important in your life because this is where your life force and creative energy lie. This was expanded on earlier, but I want to reiterate the importance of having sexual discipline and refraining from overindulging in sexual content and the physical act itself. This is a powerful force we all have inside us and can be utilized in areas of our lives that help with growth and ascension. When you have the ability to redirect this creative energy into developing yourself, you will be surprised at the amount of extra energy you have within because you have harnessed it as opposed to offloading it excessively. This is why fighters partake in celibacy months before their fights, and troops used to also partake in celibacy before going to battle or even while training. This will help you transcend your lower self, which is where the ego and its desires reside, and will ensure you do not become a slave to your desires. Those that cannot do this become stuck in the realms of their lower selves, constantly seeking the fulfillment of their desires. And I've already explained the problem with this, which is that these desires cannot be truly fulfilled and will only leave you seeking more and more. This is how addictions can occur, making you try to fulfill a part of yourself that cannot be fulfilled, leaving you in an agitated state. So becoming sexually disciplined is important because that way, not only can you direct your creative life force into improving yourself and developing your other pieces, other elements of yourself, but also so that you do not become trapped in your lower self, trying to seek fulfillment through your ego's desires, as this does not bring true satisfaction to the soul, which is who you truly are. Finally, you want to develop your night by having an increased amount of bravery, as this is essential to reaching your higher self. As we all will have obstacles, karmic debts, and other challenges that we have to face on our paths, a certain level of bravery will be required to get through them. There will be moments in our lives where we will be faced with extreme levels of adversity, and the only way to push through those moments is by having a high amount of bravery to face them. A low level of bravery means you will develop an avoidance towards these challenges that life will bring you. However, avoiding these challenges does not encourage growth, but instead causes spiritual stagnation. It can appear to be the most appealing way to handle these situations on the surface, but it is not, and leads to your night being underdeveloped. Sometimes in life, you have to go through pain to seek pleasure, and these are the moments that shape us in a way that makes us better equipped to handle further adversities in the future. It also gives you a sense of gratitude when you accomplish things in your life and value what you have more as you know it required an extreme amount of effort. Having bravery is synonymous with the night because the night has the ability to go through other pieces and cannot be blocked off by any piece, no matter where it is on the board. Unless it is protecting its king from being captured, it is the only piece that can move through other pieces, no matter where the opponent's pieces are on the chessboard. No other piece can do this. This is teaching us the level of bravery the knight has in chess, as it has the ability to move no matter what is in its way, and this is the same way you need to develop your knight. By developing your knight in the sense of having bravery, you will have the ability to deal with any obstacle or situation you face without the need for avoidance. A perfect example of why bravery is required to develop your knight is in the movie The Karate Kid 2010. The main character, Dre Parker, was injured in the semifinals of his martial arts tournament due to sustaining a leg injury. His opponent illegally struck him on his leg repeatedly in such a vicious manner, forcing him to receive medical attention. Mr. Han constantly tried to reassure Dre that he did a good job getting that far in the tournament and was proud of him. However, Dre was not accepting of this. Dre wanted to continue to fight in the final against the kid who was responsible for bullying him in school, Cheng, despite the injury he had sustained. Mr. Han was confused as to why Dre was so determined to fight despite his injury, and was pleading with Dre to forfeit so that he would not sustain further injuries. Mr. Han then asked Dre why he was so determined to fight, as he was confused, and it was Dre's response that made Mr. Han realize why it was imperative that he use his ancient healing technique on Dre so that he could continue to fight. Dre responded to Mr. Han's question by telling him that he's still scared of the bully that he would have fought in the final of the tournament. He told him, "No matter what happens, tonight when I leave, I don't want to be scared anymore." Mr. Han realized that Dre didn't want to fight because he wanted to win. He wanted to fight because he was still scared and wanted to prove his bravery to himself, which is symbolic of developing his knight. It was then that Mr. Han realized he had no choice but to allow Dre to continue to fight, which he went on to win, proving to himself that he had the courage to continue despite being scared. This is an example of what it means to develop one's knight. It does not mean one has to be specifically scared. It is more about increasing one's bravery to push through the obstacles that are presented on the path towards one's higher self. Some obstacles can be overwhelming at first, but the knight has the ability to push past pieces no matter what is in its way, and this is what it means to develop your knight. The person with no fears is not the bravest. It is the person who is willing to face what they fear most. Chapter 3, The Rook. I want you to think back to a time when you successfully achieved a goal in your life that you had prepared and planned for. Something in which you may not have known exactly every single step, but you knew what at least the next one was, and you gradually ensured you took the correct steps in which you eventually got to the outcome you wanted. Or better yet, think about a skill you acquired through learning and going through an orderly process, and now you are highly competent in whatever it is. Now ask yourself this: do you think you would be where you are in terms of that goal or skill if you did not go through an orderly process? In other words, do you think you would have gotten to your destination by just second-guessing every decision, or by trying to learn step 8 before learning step 2? Do you think you would be as competent if you had gone through the learning process in a chaotic environment? Do you think you would have reached the destination quicker if you had learned in a chaotic environment? Sometimes we have to go through chaotic situations, which is the spark we need to realize our higher vision. The situation is trying to bring us back to order. To actually begin that process, we need a certain level of order to bring the best possible results. Hence, they say strong homes are not built on weak foundations. They are built on strong foundations, which is order. The two combine to bring duality, as sometimes we need chaos to remind us of our mission, and then it is order that will enable us to get on the right path to complete that mission. This is why I asked you to think back on some of your greatest accomplishments, and you will probably find that although they may have been ignited by a certain form of chaos, that is, stress or hardship, which isn't always the case, to get all the way to the end required a certain level of order. Shahrazad Ali, 1954, was an author and public figure that had a lot of controversy surrounding her in regards to her views. Although she had a best-selling book titled The Black Man's Guide to Understanding the Black Woman, she received criticism from people primarily in America for her approach to helping the black family become better during the 80s and 90s. Essentially, she was instructing black men to be more selective of their women and to be less tolerant if they display traits that are in line with combativeness or being non-submissive. Her reasons for writing this book, which became a bestseller in America, were because she believed that black women in America, in particular, had been protected against certain forms of criticism. For example, why the black marital rates have declined heavily since the 70s. She went on various interviews in which she explained her views that caused a lot of strife within the black community, and went on to explain that although her views may seem hurtful, they were actually saving a lot of families as she was trying to establish more order within families. She explains that she was trying to save families from deep-rooted issues that she saw within the community instead of turning a blind eye to them. She even stated in one of her interviews she did in 1991 that if more people actually listened and took the time to practice what she was teaching, it would benefit their relationship, as she was trying to get women to understand men. She then went on to write part 2 of her initial book, which was titled The Black Woman's Guide to Understanding the Black Man. In this book, She was devoted to creating balance by helping black women overstand their counterparts. Some of these teachings were to refrain from the need to wear all the most expensive designer brands as a way of proving their worth and not have to idolize or resort to forms of music that show derogatory behavior such as violence and drugs. What is key to point out about Ali is that, despite what the general consensus may have thought, she saw that there was chaos and tried to initiate a way to eliminate that chaos by providing order, harmony, and balance. These are the traits of a developed Rook, which Ali had despite the chaos her views may have initially caused. Her end goal was to bring more order to her community. When it comes to establishing order, harmony, and balance within one's life, it must be made clear that the process is not straightforward and easy. This is because any form of change or growth means there will be some form of pain or chaos. Just like the person who is trying to lose weight, they will need to lower their food intake, which initially puts their body in a state of chaos, as their body will not be used to that way of living due to its previous conditioning. As time goes on, their body will adjust to the person's new lifestyle, and order and harmony will now take over. This was the case with Ali's teachings in that initially they were very hard to comprehend by many people, as they went against the way of thinking that most were used to having. However, as she even stated herself in her interviews, more and more people were thanking her for her teachings and were happy that she had the courage to teach them. She saved a lot of families that were going through a lot of strain, which was always her goal, even though it may not have been seen at first. She is the perfect example of someone who has a well-developed Rook, because she was determined to bring about order within her life and the lives of the people in her community. Sometimes we have to go through chaos to realize why we need to establish order in our lives, which is the ultimate development of the Rook. Now we understand what the Knight represents as the physical aspect of ourselves, or our armor. The Knight is the part of ourselves we use to protect us from Apep, being the forces of nature that try to bring us back to our original state of nothingness. By briefly giving this overview, we now go into the Rook and what it represents. What you will notice is that the Rook may seem slightly similar in what it represents when compared to the Knight. However, this is not the case, which you will realize as you read on. The Rook is a piece that also represents a form of protection, just like the Knight. However, this is not so much from a physical standpoint, although it can be in some cases. The Rook is the element of ourselves that represents the home, which is the place that protects our souls and our minds. The Rook does this by providing order and harmony within ourselves internally, mind and soul, and outside of ourselves externally, in the form of the actual homes we live in. Our internal reality will reflect our external reality, and it is important to have harmony and order within ourselves so that it reflects our external environment. When our internal selves are in a state of chaos, this will show in our external environment through our homes, relationships, and our everyday lives. The reason this element of ourselves, represented by the Rook, is so important to develop is because it builds the foundation for us to develop the other elements of ourselves. For example, the development of our intellectual wisdom, the Bishop, will be inhibited if we are in a chaotic state mentally or in a chaotic environment physically. It does not matter how much we try to develop that particular element of ourselves. When there is no order or safe space through the Rook, our Bishop by default will become impaired. This is how significant the Rook is in our overall development. The Rook provides order and harmony within us so that we are able to reach the highest version of ourselves with limited pushback. Now there will always be obstacles and adversities that will present themselves as we are climbing up the spiritual ladder. However, the Rook is not the element of ourselves that accounts for those obstacles. This is the Knight's job. Can you see the difference? The Knight is our physical armor that helps by overcoming the external obstacles physically that may test us as we are developing ourselves, whereas the Rook is the element of ourselves that provides the space through its order and harmony so that we are in the right frame of mind to carry out our development in the first place. In other words, the Rook helps to prevent and prepare for obstacles, whereas the Knight helps to combat the ones that are already in front of us. The Rook, being the home, represents our foundations or the base of who we are. In order to develop ourselves and grow, we must have a sense of morality, principles, truth, and righteousness that we stick to throughout our time in this realm. This stems from our homes, the Rook, which are our core values. When you have a good foundation, reaching your higher self is more likely to happen. This is like an actual house, where one built on weak foundations will eventually collapse. The house built on strong foundations, however, will not even be affected by the onslaught of pouring rain and strong winds. It will stand the test of time. This is symbolic of the high levels of adversity that life brings to us all. When our homes, the Rook, are built with strong foundations, through having morality, justice, order, truth, righteousness, and harmony, we are less likely to be affected by the adversities that are presented to us on our paths. However, when these foundations are not built through these principles, we are likely to fall at the first encounter with adversity. If you are familiar with the details and rules of chess, you will know that another name for the Rook is the castle. A castle is another word for home and is a place where a person or group of people live. Usually that person or those people have some form of power because a castle is usually huge and expensive due to its size and importance. Therefore, the Rook also being referred to as the castle is symbolizing how important your home is to the point where it can also be referenced as your castle, which is a source of ultimate power. When your internal home is of the stature of a castle, this signifies that your internal self is very strong due to you following the principles of having order, integrity, righteousness, and harmony within. This makes your internal home, the internal self or you, have a significant amount of power, which means your external reality or home will follow suit. Because your external reality is a reflection of your internal reality, meaning if you stick to the principles of the Rook within yourself, your external reality, home, will replicate that. Although in most cases this is how the universe works, that is, as above, so below, as within, so without, it can work both ways at times. Your external reality or home can also impact your internal self, especially when adversity arises, which is why it is important to develop your Rook, so that if this does happen, your moral principles, symbolized by the Rook, will not bend or change because of those adversities. This is also why it is important to dictate the environments you are in terms of people and places, and to make sure you are living in an environment that you feel is representative of the way you see yourself, because if you do not, then these environments can or will impact you internally. For example, if you yourself are disciplined and not lustful, but you surround yourself with people who are undisciplined and lustful constantly, then those people's behaviors will potentially rub off on you, causing you to pick up those traits that they have. Having a clean environment in your home is important too, as this replicates order. When you live in a messy or untidy environment, this can affect your mental state. A chaotic or untidy home can cause chaos within, and where there is chaos, there is no order. This can then invite more chaos into your life, which will potentially affect you on your path to your higher self. What you must understand about us as humans is that we are electromagnetic beings with electromagnetic fields, meaning we also emit electromagnetic waves. The frequency of the waves we emit impacts our energy. If we are emitting waves with a frequency that relates to chaos, disorder, and unrighteousness, then these are the waves that will come back to us, following the law of correspondence, as above, so below, as within, so without. If these are also the waves that are constantly emitted to us in our environments, then this can also end up being the waves we then start to emit ourselves, which again indicates why it is important to dictate our environments in a way that suits us in conjunction with a developed Rook. Now the Rook represents the Kemetic deity Ma'at, who is the goddess of truth, justice, and order. Ma'at was the female balance to Jehuti, the bishop, as she represented the order that came from the wisdom teachings of Jehuti, just like how the bishop represents the person who selects members of the clergy. Through the selection of these members, it requires wisdom and order to lay out the teachings that the members will take to carry out their duties. This is the connection Jehuti and Ma'at had in serving the sun god Ra. Ma'at was used by the sun god Ra to bring order to the world, divine mathematics, so that chaos would not arise. When Ra is traveling around the world, the sun traveling in the solar system. He stands on Ma'at in his boat, which symbolizes order in the world, for when there is no order, chaos is around the corner. The universe is divinely set up in an orderly way with regards to the planets and their movements around the sun's movements during night and day, the cycles of the seasons that we go through here on Earth, and all the other functions universal order brings. Ma'at is the order that constitutes creation. When there is no order, there is chaos, which means creation is heavily affected. Imagine if the sun no longer followed universal order and decided to not come out during the day. People would die from the freezing temperatures that would arise because of this. This is the power of universal order, symbolized by Ma'at, the Rook. Creation without order is chaos, which leads to destruction. So to develop your Rook, you must ensure that you have order within yourself and your outside environment. In order to perform this role, a high level of divine wisdom is required, which is where Jehuti, the bishop, comes in, as he is the male balance to Ma'at's order. Jehuti is the overseer of cosmic order, and through his divine wisdom, he determines the course and ongoing movement of Ra, the sun, on his travels through the sky, as well as destroying opposing forces of Ra, the sun, during his travels. Remember the explanation of the wading bird? It has the ability to travel through resistance just like you should have the ability to persevere through adversity with intellectual wisdom, which is what the head of Jehuti represents. So in hindsight, Jehuti protects the order that Ma'at embodies. This is the link between the bishop and the Rook, which makes up the properties of the queen, which we will go over in the next chapter. He is also the intelligence of the heart that Ma'at represents, which when balanced gives rise to right action. They are both a balance to each other, which we must embody in our own lives, because embodying Ma'at, developing your Rook, means taking on the path of order, righteousness, truth, and justice. However, the energies of Jehuti must also be taken on, as he brings intelligence and wisdom to these traits, a developed bishop. For example, you may have completed a righteous action like giving someone money who needed it, but you may have done this for external gratification or for the appraisal of others and not from a place of generosity. This is why in the ancient Kemetic system, when your heart gets weighed on the scales of Ma'at, it is Jehuti who is writing down your deeds and intentions. Because it is not only your actions that get judged, it is your intentions behind those actions that get judged too. In other words, it's not just what you do, Ma'at, it's why you do it, Jehuti. Notice that the heart gets measured on the scales of Ma'at, the Rook, which is the deity that symbolizes righteousness. This shows the significance that your Rook has on your path of development. This is the piece that, when developed, creates the environment for your other pieces to be developed efficiently, as it represents the home and also offers great protection for the soul. Hence, in the game of chess itself, it is this piece that castles your king, your soul. So when you look at the three pieces that we have gone over so far in this book, you can now start to realize how important it is to develop these elements of yourself on your path to reaching your higher self. This is due to the fact that these pieces, when developed, serve to protect your king, soul. This is one of the two main objectives in chess. The objective of chess is to capture your opponent's king, reach your higher self, while simultaneously ensuring your king is protected so that it does not get captured by your opponent's pieces. Protecting yourself against the forces of nature, that is adversity. So, looking at the pieces we have spoken about so far, you can see how they all interlink and help offer that protection in different ways. Your bishop offers you protection because by developing it means you are developing your intellectual wisdom, so you will have the ability to make the best decisions for yourself and your development, which will be predicated upon your wisdom. You will also have the ability to look at situations from different angles, so your ability to analyze situations and make the best decisions will be improved. Your awareness will be enhanced so you can see danger coming before it happens and make the right decisions if adversity comes your way. Your knight offers you protection because, by developing it, means you will be able to handle the more physical forms of adversity, such as health problems. This is because you have developed the physical aspect of yourself in such a way that you have good health due to the discipline that the knight offers. It can directly attack opposing pieces, adversity, no matter what is in its way. By developing your discipline through a developed knight, you are less susceptible to being influenced by your ego's desires, which lead to the destruction of the soul. So far, we have touched on how your rook offers protection as the foundation or home where your building begins. Your rook provides order so that chaos does not disrupt the development of your soul. Your rook also provides the safe space by being your castle, so that your other elements, that is your bishop and knight, can have the platform to be developed in a harmonious way. As the rook represents harmony itself, its ultimate act is that it castles your king, which is symbolic of protecting the soul, so that your other pieces can be developed more freely with less worry. With that being said, let's dive deeper into the rook and what it represents. The rook is the piece that castles your king, soul. It offers protection by being the foundation in which the other elements of yourself can be developed to their highest capacity. In ancient Kemetic philosophy, it was stated that when Ra, the creator, was in the midst of creating the universe, he stood on Ma'at, which is what the rook represents. By this, they mean that the universe was created through divine order. Without Ma'at, there is chaos, there is no order or structure, and there is no protection for that which is created. This is what it meant when Ra stood on Ma'at when creating the universe. When relating this to chess, the rook is the piece that has the ability to move in both horizontal and vertical directions, meaning that apart from the queen, it is the only piece that can make a perfect square around the chessboard. Although some would say that technically the king could do this, it is unrealistic as it would take several turns to do this without being captured, which is almost impossible. So with that being said, the rook remains the one piece outside of the queen that can perform this move. But why is this important? Because shapes represent different forms of energy, and the square or rectangle, elongated square, represents the containment of energy. Now, in spiritual terms, this is not deemed the most spiritually elevating shape. However, the square does serve its purpose by containing and protecting energy. The rook in this instance, by forming the square, is symbolically representing the protection of energy by protecting whatever is in it, just like a home does. Take a second to think about some of the things that are square-shaped, like basketball courts, football pitches, boxing rings, laptops, computers, phones, and books. These are all square-shaped and contain a certain form of energy. This very book you are reading and other books you have or will read all contain a certain amount of information stored in them, which is a square-shaped object. In this example, although energy is being contained, this is a good thing, as you can open the book and withdraw the stored energy that it contains and utilize it for yourself. In society today, there are a lot of square-shaped objects and buildings or structures, which all play a part in containing people's energy. Hence, they do not think outside of the box. When compared to nature, there are limited things that are square-shaped. However, the square can be used to limit whatever is inside it or to protect it, which is why I said it can serve a useful purpose, that is, in the use of books or the home. This is what the rook does with the protection it offers, as it serves to protect your soul, allowing the other elements of yourself to be developed to their highest capacity through its order, morality, harmony, virtue, and righteousness. When the rook is developed in this manner, it also prevents unwanted energies from coming into your space in the form of chaos. Just like when you castle your king, soul, you prevent it from being checkmated by the opponent's pieces. When you stand on Ma'at, you are able to create through order, and when you do not, you leave the door open for chaos, which can come in the form of adversity. This is an easier chance to enter your home internally. If you do not have the ability to protect your soul, then you will be susceptible to self-destruction through your ego by following its desires. It is important to have mental clarity so that you can be discerning about what is right or wrong, and develop your rook to be a guardian for your soul. By having high levels of discernment, it enables you, through your rook, to make correct judgments on decisions that will enhance your soul's development whilst on your journey. This leads us to another ancient Kemetic deity that the rook symbolizes in Anpu. Anpu was the deity that represented discriminative knowledge of what is real and what is not. He symbolized the trained intellect of a person who is dead to the wisdom of the world and hopes to be resurrected to the divine source. In other words, the person who realizes the illusions of the world we live in and wants to discover higher strands of wisdom beyond that which is fleeting, such as money, cars, and other egoistic desires. His ability to have discriminative knowledge allows him, which is you, as you must internalize this deity as an aspect of yourself, to have discernment and diligently watch the mind in order to not get caught up in its illusions or emotions. Through this discipline, it allows the promotion of the divinely inspired thoughts of Heru instead of the egotistic thoughts of Set towards physical reality. In the ancient Kemetic scriptures, Anpu was the one who would lead souls to the Supreme Being, urging them to awaken from the dream of the world and its illusions. This was the symbolic meaning of leading the dead to the halls of Ma'at, to be judged on the scales and await their destiny, as he was the guardian or the protector of the soul, just like the Rook is the protector of the king, soul, when castling it. Anpu also represents the dispassionate detachment from worldly desires. So by developing your Rook, you will start to realize that the world and objects in the world cannot bring happiness to the soul because they are fleeting. When you can detach from the objects of the world and worldly desires, this will lead to willpower and mental clarity, which will then promote intellectual knowledge leading to intuitional wisdom and the realization of the veil of illusion. It is the lack of mental clarity that keeps people caught up in the illusions that the world brings to us, causing attachments to all of its fleeting objects and desires, which ultimately lead to pain and suffering. Anpu was the key link to Heru, being the representation of intellectual knowledge. Intellectual knowledge is needed to grasp the mystical teachings of the universe and to progress on the spiritual path. However, this form of knowledge is only for the start of the journey and not for its full length, as spiritual evolution requires a movement beyond normal human intellect. This is why the development of your other pieces, such as the bishop, is required for the development of yourself as a whole to take place. The Rook provides the mental clarity and order, Anpu plus Ma'at, as the platform for the development of the other elements of yourself to take place. For example, knowing about a particular country and its facts is the beginning of having knowledge about that country, but going there and experiencing it for yourself brings insightful wisdom that cannot be gained by just reading about it. Intellectual knowledge is indirect, whereas true wisdom comes from direct experience. Essentially, you have to first overstand the rules, teachings, and knowledge of chess, life, through Anpu, and then experience its truths through Heru. This is why Anpu was born first from Asar, and then Heru followed, symbolizing the gaining of knowledge followed by the gaining of wisdom. As the son of Asar, who represents the soul which is the king on the chessboard, he was solely devoted to Asar. Just like the Rook is solely devoted to the king, symbolized by its ability to castle the king, offering it protection for the other pieces, elements of yourself, to be developed. Anpu was the security of the individual by bringing the soul to the judgment hall to be judged on the scales of Ma'at. When you develop high enough intellectual discernment, you begin to realize your inner truth and purpose in this realm, and it is at that point that you realize the universe is upheld by Ma'at, just like how Ra stands on Ma'at. You are an extension of the Creator Divine Source, so you must also stand on Ma'at in your own life by establishing order, truth, and righteousness. This is the connection between Anpu and Ma'at in regards to the Rook. It is that intellectual knowledge that you discover about the world that will then lead your soul to live a life predicated upon the principles of order, truth, justice, harmony, virtue, and righteousness. Hence, in the ancient Kemetic scriptures, it is Anpu who leads the individual to the halls of Ma'at. The ability of your Rook to lead a harmonious life with order and protection requires you to develop your intellectual capacity and ability to have discernment, so that you know right from wrong, good from evil, and truth from untruth. This is why it is important to develop the Anpu side of your Rook, even before you establish the Ma'at side of your Rook, because to have those Ma'atian qualities of the Rook requires the intellectual capacity to perform them to the best of your ability. For example, you may have to take actions that go against bringing harmony in the short term, but those actions that you carry out are because you know they will bring about harmony later. You also know that not carrying out those actions means that although there may be harmony currently, this state of harmony will soon end and bring about chaos in the near future, meaning there will be no harmony as well as order. To be able to make these decisions requires a certain level of intellect, as well as discernment to decipher whether it is better to carry out particular actions that will lead to order and harmony in the long term, or to not carry out those actions but risk having a high amount of chaos later. This is essential when following your purpose, as many people fall into the trap of not sacrificing what they have now for what they want to have later. Easy decisions now may lead to a hard life later, and hard decisions now may lead to an easier life later. The judgment scene in the ancient Kemetic teachings was used to describe what happens after you leave the physical realm and the soul gets judged on the scales of Ma'at. Part of this scene describes the connection between Anpu and Ma'at, and why it is imperative that you develop these qualities within you through your Rook. Firstly, it is Anpu that leads the person's soul into the judgment scene, and he is the one that starts the process of placing the heart on the scales to be weighed against the feather of Ma'at. This is an important part of the Kemetic scriptures, because Anpu represents intellectual discernment, which is showing us that when you develop these elements of yourself, you will be led to discover your higher self or your higher purpose. It is when the body dies that Anpu leads the soul to the halls of Ma'at, symbolizing that when you gain a certain level of knowledge about yourself and the universe, the old part of you that was blinded by the illusions of the world dies, and a new part of yourself awakens. So the first part of your Rook, symbolized by Anpu, becomes developed. Anpu is then the one who places your heart on Ma'at's scales to be weighed against a feather. This next part is symbolizing that your heart should be light and free of the impurities that would have made it heavy. The concept here is that before you gained a certain amount of knowledge, you may have been ignorant and led by your ego, meaning that you engaged in a lot of actions, thoughts, and behaviors that were not righteous or virtuous. Developing the Anpu part of your Rook leads you to discover your heart and your actions, which will make you have a lighter heart. This is because you have gained an adequate level of knowledge and now have the ability to discern between what is good for you and what is bad for you and act accordingly. This is also giving you the chance to rid your heart of its gross impurities, that is, the past behaviors that were not as righteous. However, because you were led by your ego's desires, you may not have known any better. So Anpu leads you to discover your true self once you have developed your intellect, which then urges you to engage in righteous action, symbolized by Ma'at. This course of development leads your heart to be light enough to weigh less than that of a feather, which then enables you to discover your true higher self, symbolized by Jehuti, who writes down your deeds, determining the outcome of your judgment, your bishop. Remember, he symbolizes your intellectual wisdom, and it is this part of yourself that really knows whether or not you are worthy enough to pass through the halls of Ma'at to discover your sole purpose. This is why at the end of the judgment scene, if you pass, you are led to Asar, the soul, or your opponent's king, who brings you to higher realms of existence, winning the game of chess, which transcend the physical realm, and if not, your soul is devoured by the monster deity Amit, who then spits it back out into the physical world to start the process over again, your king getting checkmated and having to restart. By developing your intellectual discernment through your Rook, you will be better equipped to protect your soul, king. Hence, it is the Rook that castles the king, forming ultimate protection on the chessboard. This move in the game of chess symbolizes your ability to use your mind to discover your true self and engage in righteous action. When you do this, you are indirectly forming the ultimate protection over your soul, which leads you to discover it, or in other words, your true higher self. It is your mind that protects your soul, and it is your body that protects your mind. In reverse, it is the body that serves the mind, and it is the mind that serves the soul. The Rook represents a more subtle aspect of yourself, which is why it is better suited to being the protector of the soul, the king, as the soul is the most subtle part of yourself. Your mind is the second most subtle part of yourself, so it is better equipped for this task, as it represents intellectual discernment and divine order through Anpu and Ma'at. These are in line with the universe as a whole. This is because, through divine order and mathematics, which is a form of intellect, the universe is able to sustain itself and run on these principles. This is seen through examples like the cycles of the moon, the movement of the sun, trees, and the food that grows from them. These processes represent the divine order that sustains the universe, and without that order there would be chaos, which would ultimately end in destruction. This is why, again, Ra, the sun god, stood on Ma'at when traveling on his boat during creation, symbolizing that in order to sustain the universe, there has to be divine order. In this sense, the universe is like your soul, as you are an extension of the all. This is why you must develop your intellectual discernment and have a sense of order in your life, so that you can truly tap into your soul or higher self and run on the universal frequency, which in chess terms is equivalent to castling the king. More often than not, it is your knight, your physical self, that develops itself first on the chessboard, as it is the first form of protection for oneself. It is also the most gross part of yourself, which is what connects you to the physical plane, and is especially needed in your early development. Your bishop also develops itself along with the knight at the beginning of the game. As stated in the bishop chapter, the bishop represents Jehuti, intellectual wisdom, who was the messenger for Ra, the sun god, as well as Heru, your higher self. This is important because when you make your ego submit to your higher self, it becomes of service to you instead of working against you. So both of these pieces being the first to be developed is synonymous with these aspects of yourself being developed simultaneously, so that your ego, which rules the physical aspect of yourself, serves you with its ultimate protection instead of cluttering the development of your soul. Your bishop comes out with the knight as an aid to direct the power of the knight's development in your favor, because the knight is a powerful piece. The knight is so powerful that it is the only piece on the chessboard that can take out the king while it is being castled. This is symbolic of the ego dismembering the soul if you allow your ego to swell and become the driver of your decisions. When this happens, you become a slave to your desires, meaning the power of the knight is now not working for you, but instead working against you. It no longer serves your mind, but instead makes your mind serve it, leading to the soul being dismembered by the ego, or in chess terms, the knight taking out your king. This is why the development of your intellectual discernment, your Rook, is so important, because when this happens, you are able to discern right from wrong, and therefore not allow your ego to get in the way of your overall development. This aspect of yourself is what enables you to overstand your true self, meaning you will serve your soul instead of your physical self, as this will lead to the swelling of the ego, which will then overpower your intellectual discernment. I also want to remind you that ultimately, the game of chess is a game you are playing against your own self, with all of the opponent's pieces being exactly the same as yours and reflected back to you. This is important because when you first start to play, you will more than likely lose a lot of games before you become good at it, which is symbolic of the parts of yourself that have to die, figuratively speaking, in order for you to discover and reach your higher self. Just like in the ancient Kemetic philosophy, when a person dies, it is Anpu who leads them to higher realms to discover themselves. In the ancient Kemetic philosophy, it is Anpu that is used to teach us that our mistakes through indulging in worldly pleasures will be the catalyst for us becoming intellectually discerning about what is right or wrong. This, in fact, was how Anpu was born in the first place. Asar, who represented the soul, was drunk, which symbolized the soul being clouded by the illusions of the world, and accidentally slept with his wife, Aset's twin sister Nebthet. Nebthet was the goddess who represented the gross aspects of nature and the world, as well as death. This part of their philosophy was trying to teach us that the soul can become intoxicated by the human experience, which, if one is not aware, can lead to the onset of adversity, because it is after this event that led to Set, the ego, killing Asar, because Nebthet was the wife of Set. So when the soul becomes deluded by the world's illusions, it will lead to the ego dismembering the soul, However, Anpu was born from this event, which symbolized that every time your soul becomes intoxicated by the illusions of the world, you will be presented with the opportunity to discover your intellectual discernment and become aware of your mistakes. After this event, Asa went through extreme adversity, for which he later died. However, his son Heru, your higher self and your bishop, avenged his death by conquering Set, the ego. This again emphasizes the point that it is the bishop that usually develops along with the knight at the beginning of the game. When the onset of adversity comes from being intoxicated by worldly illusions, your Anpu aspect of yourself, symbolized by your Rook, is waiting for you to discover enough knowledge so that you can have good intellectual discernment. When this happens, you will be better equipped to protect your king, the soul, and enhance your overall development because your king is castled. When you become aware of who you are, the old aspect of yourself that may have been led by the ego dies, and a new part of yourself is reborn, which may come in the form of adversity. For most people, it would require some level of adversity that would urge them to come to this realization, which in chess terms is equivalent to losing the game and having to restart. One of the ultimate ways of protecting the soul is through order, and when there is order in your life, your ability to create and to reach higher realms of thought increases. As stated earlier, even Ra, the sun god, needed this in order for the creation of the universe to happen, symbolized by standing on Ma'at. Now, this does not imply that you need to have your whole life sorted out and know exactly every single detail of what you need to do in order to ascend in your development. However, knowing where you are now and where you want to arrive on your journey to your higher self, while taking the right initial steps to go towards that destination, is enough. Look at it like a map and putting in the details of a place you want to go. You may not have been to the particular place before, but you know how it looks because you may have seen it on the internet. You also do not know how to get there, but you are dependent on your ability to interpret the map and use it to navigate your way to that destination. You know what mode of transportation you are going to take, and you can rely on your ability to find the place using the map. However, you do not know the places you have to go through to get there, the amount of traffic there may be, or any obstacles you may face on your journey. You just know where you are now, and where you want to end up, and you have the will to go there. This is an example of how the journey to your higher self or purpose is initiated. It is about knowing where you are now through your intellectual discernment, knowing where you want to end up, and then knowing what the initial steps are to get there, which in this analogy is the map itself. Once you are on that path to get to that destination, the directions will reveal themselves to you and indicate where to go. This all happens through divine order, which is why having order in your life by standing on Ma'at is key to your development, because when you abide by this universal principle, doors reveal themselves to you to go through to get to that next stage of development. When you develop the Anpu aspect of your Rook, you will be able to identify where you are in your life and how you got there. After this, you can then use your intellectual discernment to identify where you want to go and what you have to do to get there. After that, you begin taking the initial steps because you have now begun the path to re-establishing order in your life, and then the map reveals itself to you and helps guide you to the next road to turn on, and then the next, and so on, because now you are standing on Ma'at, the other side to your Rook, just like the trees do when growing from a small seed, or like the sun does when traveling through the sky, as these creations emulate divine order. We see that the creation of the universe happened through divine order and is sustained through order. Nature itself is a manifestation of the divine source, which is sustained through divine order. So to be one with the source and come closer to the Creator, one must sustain a level of order in one's life, and this is one of the key elements of life that a lot of people do not realize. Something so simple as this is what can open up portals to higher realms of existence within your own life by living through order. This is what protects the soul, brings you closer to the Creator, and makes you ready to receive divine wisdom, which will help you reach higher levels of consciousness. The path to your higher self or purpose lies in your ability to develop your intellectual discernment so that you can have the ability to bring order to your life and eliminate chaos from it. The chaos arises from your soul being intoxicated by worldly illusions and presents the opportunity for the Anpu aspect of yourself to be born and developed, your Rook. But a lot of people do not come to this realization because they have allowed disorder and chaos to rule their lives, which in chess terms is like them not having castled their king and instead leaving it in a vulnerable space to be attacked. The good thing is that every time chaos arises in your life, it is actually a blessing in disguise because it is trying to give you the opportunity to realize your higher vision and re-establish order in your life. The chaos within a person's life is the catalyst for creation and order, which gives us the opportunity to be in tune with the universal order. Every effort you put into conquering the disorder in your life and trying to re-establish order, the closer you get to your higher self and the Creator. When your castle is in order, this creates a state of peace in the home, which gives you a clear and focused state of mind. Your internal castle must be in order so that your soul can be at peace, as your soul wants to be housed in an environment that it can thrive in. This then helps you to be able to develop the other aspects of yourself in a much more effective way. The game of chess is about establishing as much order as possible in all the moves you make so that you can win the game. When there is too much chaos in how you set up your pieces, and in the moves you make, you become susceptible to losing pieces and eventually losing the game, which is equivalent to allowing your soul to become intoxicated by worldly illusions. This is what enabled the people of Kemet to thrive because they lived by the principles of Ma'at, which were about living in harmony, peace, order, and truth, and showing justice, righteousness, and reciprocity. Their systems, or laws, are what allowed them to thrive and establish civilizations that to this day can be regarded as one of the best in history. This is how powerful living in order through the principles of Ma'at can be. This is even what the modern Western world in particular tries to build their systems upon through a form of order and structure, as the people in control know that in order to establish a system that can last and benefit them, this is something that they have to abide by. Although forms of manipulation are used, mainly psychological ones, which is what keeps their order intact, they are aware that establishing order nonetheless is what will keep them in control over the masses. Ways to develop your Rook. For most people, it requires a certain level of chaos in their lives before they start the initial development of their Rook. By this, I mean numerous adverse events such as losses, heartbreak, or negativity. It is at these moments of chaos that people decide they want better and begin the process of changing their lives and becoming better. This is why they say adversity is the seed of well-doing, because it is through adverse situations that the mind is sparked to see a higher vision and want a better reality. However, this is not the case for everyone. In making the previous point, you want to first and foremost establish order in your life. This means previous patterns of thinking that led to chaotic results must be eliminated from your life. You want to clean your mind as you would clean your home. When the home is clean, it is a lot easier to find things in it than if it were a mess. This is the same with the internal self, as within, so without. When you clean your mind, meaning you eliminate behaviors that are detrimental to it and take in content that will benefit you, more order will be established in your life. When there is more order, there is more structure, which heightens your ability to make correct decisions for yourself, as opposed to when the mind is in a chaotic state. This is why people advise that you remain as calm as possible in frantic situations, because in this state you are more likely to make better decisions. Establishing order causes a ripple effect when developing your Rook. When you develop more order and structure in your life, your ability to see right from wrong, your intellectual discernment, your control of action and thought, your ability to distinguish real from unreal, your faith in yourself, your ability to wield the truth, your freedom from resentment, and your devotion to your purpose are all enhanced. All these traits are heightened to unimaginable heights just by establishing a high level of order in your life. Because you have created such a reality for yourself, you are able to see that which is and that which is not, meaning you will be able to wield or extract anything that comes in your path. You will be able to separate reality from illusion, bringing you closer to your higher self. Ken Carter's character in the 2005 movie Coach Carter, based on a true story, demonstrates what it means to establish order in one's life. He was a noble and righteous man who lived on a set of principles that, in the movie, established order whether or not others agreed. he maintained certain requirements from his basketball players that he was coaching at Richmond High School. One of these requirements was that the players maintain a 2.3 C+ grade point average, as they were students first, and he wanted them to have more options when they left school instead of just sports or crime if they never made it in sports. It was a particular scene in the movie that demonstrated his high level of order, righteousness, and truth despite the chaos that was being presented to him, showing why he was an example of having a developed Rook. After discovering that some of his players had not been keeping to their part of the contracts they had in regards to their grades, he decided to stop practice and forfeit every game they had until their grades met the minimum expectations he had set in place. He locked the gym and instructed his players to go to the library, where they would study with their teachers to get their grades where they should be. Because the team was on such a high after winning the Bay Hill Holiday Tournament after having a poor season prior to their current one, this decision left some people in the local community as well as other teachers enraged. One of the players even quit the team because he felt his coach was being too harsh on the players. However, Carter stuck to his principles and was adamant about his decision, trying to re-establish order. Because of the media attention and resentment towards Carter by the local community, the school board decided to hold a hearing and have a vote to see whether Carter's decision should be overturned. This made Carter disgruntled, as he explained in the hearing that his decision to have the lockdown was an attempt to help his players in the long run. He went on further to say that sending his players to college to have more options for a better life is more important than basketball. However, the local community, as well as the other counselors, were not able to fathom Carter's methods. Carter then made it clear that he would resign if they voted to overturn his lockdown, as this would imply that basketball was more important than the players getting good grades. The hearing ended with a vote in favor of ending the lockdown, which meant that Carter would stick to his word and leave his position as coach of the basketball team. However, when he returned to the gym to get his stuff, he found the whole team sitting at desks, continuing to do their work and refusing to play despite the lockdown being lifted, showing their loyalty to Carter. It was this act of the team that stopped Carter from leaving, as he saw that his team was committed to the order he was trying to establish, resulting in them finally meeting the grade requirements they agreed upon. This scene shows what a fully developed Rook looks like in Ken Carter. He wanted to establish order within his team, and would not bend his ways if that order was not being fulfilled, even when there was a lot of chaos present. He went through a lot of chaos, as someone even threw a brick through the glass window of his shop because of his decision to incite the lockdown, and that still didn't make him reverse his decision. Carter in the movie was a person of truth, order, nobleness, and righteousness, and he wanted the best for his players, even though at first neither the players nor the local community saw it. When the players decided to be loyal to him as they realized why he made the tough decisions he made, this was the point where he succeeded in his attempt to establish order within his methods and the lives of the players on the team. The thing about trying to establish order by being noble, righteous, and a person of truth is that it can be hard for others to see why you are choosing that path. It can cause agitation in others because when people try to make you be a certain way that is against your own principles, you won't change to adhere to them. This causes resentment, and in some cases, people may go to great lengths to chastise you for your ways. Just like in Ken Carter's case, developing the Rook is not easy, and will come with resistance from others if they are not on the same wavelength as yourself. It comes with having to make uncomfortable decisions, but these decisions will always benefit you in the long term, which many people are blind to, as most have short-sighted lenses. The Rook in itself is a piece that is able to travel to the other side of the board in one go, and is a piece that is more suited to the latter stages of the game. In chess, this is called the endgame. This is how establishing order works, as it is not something that necessarily displays short-term results. Instead, it is the long-term results that the development of this aspect of yourself focuses on. This was displayed in the movie Coach Carter with Carter and his team at the end of the movie. This is the power that creating order in your life gives you. You have to live in truth and nobility. When you live in truth and walk on the path of order, you become more and more truthful and noble. When you practice a skill, you gradually become better. But not only that, you also become better at analyzing that skill in others. You are able to make better judgments about yourself and others in regards to that skill, and you are less likely to be fooled by anyone who pretends to possess that skill for you because you have a full understanding of it. This is how the truth works. When you live on truth and nobleness, you become one with them, meaning you are able to better separate all that is true from all that is untrue. You are less likely to be fooled by those who pretend to be true because you embody it. Your intellectual discernment, Anpu, becomes polished with brilliance. Your ability to discern and decipher all people and situations becomes second nature. Just by applying the principles of the Rook in your life, order, truth, righteousness, harmony, reciprocity, and balance. Finally, you want to free yourself from resentment and instead be a giver, as resentment makes the heart heavy, and a developed Rook means having a heart that is as light as a feather, which is what Ma'at represented in Kemet. This can be quite difficult, as we all encounter situations where we feel we may have been on the receiving end of injustice, and feel the need to respond to or hold a grudge against the antagonist of the situation. To develop your Rook, you must free yourself from these resentments and realize that the actions of others are just mere projections of themselves. To hold resentment or animosity is like drinking poison and waiting for the other person to die. Instead, just let go and focus on what you have to give to the world, as these states of consciousness make the heart heavy and vibrate lower, and the goal is to reach your higher self. To reach your higher self, you have to be vibrating at a high frequency spiritually, and to accomplish this, you have to be light. The gaseous form of water is what rises, whereas the dense form of water, ice, is what is heavy and goes to the bottom of its surface. You too must be light so that you can rise in your consciousness. And to do this, you have to rid yourself of the emotions that cause your heart to be heavy, such as resentment, bitterness, envy, and hatred. These all provide chaotic thoughts. The key here with the Rook is to establish the Anpu part of it, discernment, so that you can realize your higher vision and worldly illusions that may have intoxicated your soul in the past. Then, use that knowledge to develop the Ma'at part of your Rook by establishing order within your life mentally and spiritually, which will then manifest itself physically. The chaos that may have been present in your life is pushing you towards establishing order, which is what will lead you to the divine wisdom of the Creator, as you will be living in tune with nature and the Creator. This is the beauty of developing the Rook aspect of yourself. When your foundation is built upon divine order, your tree will stand tall and strong while bearing the fruit that you crave. Your foundation should be based on order, as order is power. A tree is only as strong as its roots, and the root here is order. Chapter 4. The Queen. There must be something in your life right now that you have perfected or are highly skilled at. Whatever this skill is, you have the ability to share it with others and help them become highly skilled as well. Think about why and how you became highly skilled. I'm sure it is because you dedicated your time and effort while applying yourself to becoming better. You applied the knowledge that you gained in that area, and now I would assume that you are wise in this area. Applied knowledge is wisdom, and because you have applied the vast amount of knowledge you have gained, you are a sage in this field. It is like the student who has perfected their ability in math and is now eligible to teach it to those that are less wise. This skill you have, I'm sure you would not be at the level you are at now if you never persisted for as long as you did at it, right? I am also sure that you are very proud of this skill you have, which you should be, as being at the level you are at will require a lot of time, effort, and dedication. Congratulations. You have a gift or skill that you have perfected, and now you are one who is wise in that area. And if you wanted to, you could probably create new ideas or things within that area you have successfully become wise in. Queen Afua, Helen Robinson, 1953, is a holistic healer and best-selling author who was born and raised in Brooklyn, New York. She is most known for her book titled Sacred Woman. She suffered from illnesses such as asthma, eczema, arthritis, and premenstrual syndrome in her early years of life. These conditions she had are what caused her to be on a quest to study holistic health to recover. She was invited by a friend to a healing retreat that was being led by Dick Gregory, and it was during this retreat that she began her healing journey that has helped her and others she has worked with. After having fasted for a day and seeing improvements within herself, she dedicated her life to the study of holistic approaches, wellness, and organic vegan lifestyles that would help eradicate diseases people had. By taking the initiative to treat illnesses such as asthma and arthritis with more natural methods, she realized that this path was her life's calling. She devoted much of her life to this area and became well versed in not only healing herself, but also healing others. In over 2 decades of practice, she established the art of learning how to use nature and food as ways of healing, which led to her becoming a colon therapist, yoga instructor, fasting specialist, and lay midwife. She then went on to become a Kemetic priestess, was initiated in the shrine of Ptah, and also became chief priestess of purification in the temple of Net Het and the ancient African order. She is the founder and spiritual guide of the Global Sacred Woman Village. She has many clients, some of whom are well known, including Erica Badu, Lauren London, India Airy, and Jada Pinkett Smith. Queen Afua states that her goal was to holistically create healthy families, communities, and cities globally. Her vision was to raise a healer in every home, turn every home into a place of wellness, and through this, restore humanity within their bodies, minds, and spirits. Queen Afua has said that she has always been a creative person throughout her childhood, and it was this ability that helped her pursue and create her dreams, which were to help humanity with her holistic approaches to healing. She utilized her creativity and directed it through persistent learning and wanting to discover more than what was known. This is a powerful example of someone who has successfully developed their queen. The queen is about using one's creativity and channeling it into the pursuit of something with a higher purpose. Some of the greatest creators would not have been able to come up with their inventions if they had a limiting belief system, that is, only believing in what was already available to us. Part of being creative is realizing that what you can envision may not be recognized by others, but that does not mean it should stop you from pursuing it. It is about being devoted to something that may be higher than you or outside of your spectrum, but having the dedication to still pursue it. It is like the pursuit of the Creator. We have not seen or heard the Creator with our senses, but we still try to establish a connection despite what others may think. This is what makes Queen Afua have a fully developed queen. She pursued a path into practices that are not common to the average person. Most people would seek the standard ways of trying to help cure illnesses, while Afua decided to learn ways that were more holistic. She also was trying to establish order simultaneously by creating a more healthy world, so she utilized both aspects of the queen in one, bishop and rook. Not only did she study and become a master in her field, she used it to create more order within the lives of others as well as her own. She transmuted the energy from her conditions growing up into the study of holistic health and then created ways to help those conditions. This is the transformation of energy, which is what signifies the queen in chess. You possess the innate power to create transformation and change personally, communally, and globally, she said in one of her famous quotes. This innate power to create resides in us all, and Afua used it to create all of her inventions. And through those inventions, she helped transform the lives of herself and others with her healing practices. That is the innate power of the queen that can be used to create whatever you desire through sheer devotion and dedication. The last 3 chapters showed the importance of the 3 pieces, the bishop, the knight, and the rook. Those 3 pieces are the basic 3 principles that are used to sustain order and structure within the universe while exercising the divine teachings of the universe. Ra's 3 chosen messengers that were used to do these tasks were Jehuti, Hetheru, and Ma'at, which all represent 1/2 of the respected pieces, the bishop, the knight, and the rook. So these pieces are extremely important, as they not only represent the basic building blocks that sustain the universe, but they also represent the basic building blocks that sustain us as humans, as we are all extensions of the universe that come together to represent the whole. This is just like the cells in the body analogy that I explained, with each cell doing its own individual tasks, but working together to sustain the whole, which is you. We are all cells that have our own individual purposes, yet we have to all work together to sustain the whole, which is the universe. This is what the universe's as above, so below law means. These three pieces, explained over the last 3 chapters, are the core aspects of ourselves that, if we develop correctly, will allow us to truly ascend and reach our higher selves or purposes. These 3 aspects of ourselves are so important that if they are developed correctly, they can be enough to elevate and protect the soul, the king, even if other pieces like the queen are not developed, which we are about to go into. This is because these 3 pieces ultimately represent intellectual wisdom, order, and destruction. When your intellectual wisdom has sufficiently developed, you will be able to comprehend reality and the 5 W's of doing things: who, what, where, why, when, and how. When you establish order in your life, you are living in sync with the universal frequency, as this is what sustains the universe and brings you the clarity you need in order to sustain your soul, castling your king. By overstanding destruction, you will have the ability to realize why it is needed for your own elevation. The destruction of your illusions and ignorance is what will open the door for wisdom and order to be re-established in your life. This is the chaos that is needed in the form of adversity in your life so that you can realize why developing yourself is important. The chaos is what will stimulate you to develop the passion to do better in your life, symbolized by the fiery eye Heru received from Hetheru, who represented destruction. So knowing that some things in your life need to be destroyed so that you can re-establish order and develop your wisdom constitutes as to why these 3 core aspects are important, so that you can reach your higher self or purpose. These next 3 chapters, explaining the final 3 pieces, will explain 3 other core aspects of ourselves that, when all put together and developed equally, represent the true enlightened form of ourselves, starting with the queen. It is safe to say that everyone who knows about the game of chess also knows that the queen is the most powerful piece in the game. Whilst the king may be the most important piece as the representative of the soul, the queen is the one piece that, when lost in chess, feels like you have lost a part of your king, and no other piece has this same effect. This is because the queen not only has 2 elements of ourselves molded into one, the rook and the bishop, but it also represents one half of ourselves as the feminine. On an exoteric, surface-based view of the game, it is recognized that the queen represents the woman, and the king represents the man, which is true. However, as I have been explaining throughout this book, all the pieces in the game of chess represent aspects of ourselves that, when put together, constitute us as a whole. This means that whether male or female, we all have the properties of the queen and the king instead of men only having the king and women only having the queen. This is important to realize, as when we only acknowledge the one that is associated with our gender, we automatically limit our capacity to reach full spiritual development in our lives. We will always be more predisposed to the element that is in line with our gender. That is, women will be more predisposed to the elemental properties of the queen, and men vice versa. However, we have both masculine and feminine energy that resides in us all, making us all have both the queen and king elements inside of us. Those that overstand this will be able to leverage it to their advantage and reach higher levels of spiritual attainment, while those that do not will end up displaying hyper levels of one of these energies and not be able to interpret, utilize, or fully overstand the other in themselves or others. This is the reality for a lot of people in the world due to the belief that we only possess one of these energies and therefore should develop the one that we believe we possess based on our gender, whilst leaving the other underdeveloped. For example, women are the queen, so they should only develop their queen, and men are the king, so they should only develop their king. The real reality is that we perform tasks and do things in our everyday lives, whether through our careers, jobs, or hobbies, that utilize both of these energies, whether simultaneously or one over the other, and we do not even realize it. If people knew this, then they would be able to develop these energies so that the domino effect would be that they would be better at the careers, jobs, and hobbies that they do. For example, the queen is the creative chaos, which represents the feminine aspect of ourselves. This is also the piece that is most equipped for protecting the king, the soul. It is our creative chaos part of ourselves that, if utilized properly, will be our most powerful form of protection for our own being. What many do not realize is that creativity itself is a feminine principle. The ability to create is governed by the feminine. Hence, creating life is something that women do, as they are the representatives of the feminine. When you neglect the feminine, you are by default neglecting the creative principle. Whilst we all have the ability to create, those that are able to utilize the feminine energy of the queen will be the most creative of creators. The very best musicians, artists, storytellers, and other content creators are all able to be so good at their crafts because they are all able to utilize their queen's creative chaos energy efficiently, whether that is consciously or unconsciously. When we look at the ability to utilize the queen's creative energy, two good examples are Bob Marley and Michael Jackson. They were able to tap into this aspect of themselves in order to create the best music arguably ever, with one being referred to as the king of reggae and the other being the king of pop. Although they were able to utilize these energies, they were still very much securely in their masculine frame, that is, sufficiently utilizing their king. This goes to show that being able to utilize the creative chaos queen aspect of ourselves is what will enhance our spiritual development and bring us closer to our higher selves. It may sound counterintuitive for men specifically, as we are wired to display and only utilize the masculine aspect of ourselves, with women being the opposite, through our king. However, both aspects exist inside us all, and to completely neglect one will leave us spiritually inept no matter how much you develop the other aspects of yourself. As stated, creativity is a feminine principle and is one of the universal laws that enable the continuation of the universe. Without creation, the world would not exist, and if creation stops, then the world will stop. Just like when the seed is planted inside a woman, she then proceeds to create a child, and if this cycle were to stop, then the world itself would stop. It is one of the hidden forces that enable the unhidden forces of nature to exist, or in other words, it is the seen world that comes from the unseen world. For example, you and I can be seen now by everyone, but we once were unseen, and it is from this realm that we came into the seen realm, from nothing to thought to reality, unseen to seen. The queen is referred to as the creative chaos element of ourselves because creativity itself can go to vast lengths with little to no limit, to the point where it can become chaotic if not guided properly. This is why the queen on the chessboard can move around the furthest, with the most options of squares to land on, and very hard to cut off with other pieces. Its creative element allows it to move the most freely on the chessboard, just like the creative element within ourselves, the queen, can allow us to move freely within this realm if used with purpose. However, if not used with purpose, it can become chaotic and can lead to the destruction of oneself. Hence, we refer to it as creative chaos. For example, making children is using creative energy, and is a beautiful thing. However, if someone was making multiple children with no purpose behind it, and didn't have the means to support and aid them, then this can or will become chaotic for that person and the children, which is why creation with no purpose can become chaotic more often than not. Although chaos itself is part of universal law and is required for rebirth and growth, this form of chaos still serves a purpose in itself, that is to establish some form of order later. When we bring it back to the game of chess, the queen is the element of ourselves that represents creative chaos. However, as stated, the king represents the soul, which will be elaborated on in the next chapter, and it is key to mention it here as one of the objectives in chess is to protect your king, your soul. This is what the queen does, and not only that, it is the best at it. So its creative chaos energy is serving a purpose, which makes it the most powerful piece in the game. When your creative chaos element of yourself, your queen, is serving a purpose, that is, to protect your soul, your king, or to express and challenge the soul, this is when you will be able to tap into your true higher self as you are using the most powerful element of yourself and directing it with purpose. When there is no king, soul, there is no purpose. Therefore, that creative chaos element of yourself will go aimlessly wandering or serve selfish worldly purposes, that is the ego. Because the creative chaos aspects of ourselves are also expanders of energy. This can also become destructive if not properly directed. By expansion of energy, I mean the ability to turn something into something greater. That is, when they say a woman can turn a house into a home, or turn food shopping into wonderful meals. These are examples of the expansion of energy in a worldly setting, which is an aspect of the feminine principle. Hence, we associate this with women. If you remember, as I stated earlier, this is not just applicable to women, as both genders have the queen and king elements within them. Business owners are also an example of people who tend to have developed queens, as they have the ability to expand their ideas into something that they can create a living off of. This is an example of how the creative chaos, queen, element of ourselves exists in both genders. As to be a successful business owner, it is integral that one's queen is developed, and business ownership is extremely male-dominated. Because of this ability to expand energy, when our creative chaos element of ourselves is being used to expand energy into things that do not serve the soul, we risk internal damage and regression in our development. This is why it is so important not to lose your soul, your king, because if you do, the game ends. When you align the creative element of yourself to elevate the soul, this is when you master yourself within, or in chess terms, when you win the game. The complexity of the queen. When we dig deeper into what the queen represents in the game of chess, it is safe to say that it is the most complex piece in the game. This is because it is two pieces formed into one, the bishop and the rook. Although it is one half of our essence, being the feminine aspect of ourselves, the queen itself has its own duality within the two pieces that it represents. The bishop and rook represent the deities Jehuti and Ma'at, who in ancient Kemet were the messengers of Ra, the sun god. These two deities, as stated in their respective chapters, represented our intellectual wisdom and the home, order, and are the joint elements of the goddess Aset in ancient Kemet, which is the main deity that symbolizes the queen in chess. Aset was the goddess that represented divine wisdom, which was so divine due to her devotion to her husband Asar, the soul, who was the king of Kemet, and her devotion to Ra, the sun god. Divine wisdom begins when you devote yourself to your soul and the Creator, which is what your soul is an extension of. So when you devote yourself to the Creator by default, you are also devoting yourself to your soul, and vice versa. The queen, who is Aset, is divine wisdom, as wisdom itself is a feminine principle, hence why in scriptures like the Proverbs in the Bible, wisdom is always referred to as she or a woman. One who has no understanding of the feminine cannot be wise, as wisdom itself is feminine. Aset's wisdom was like Jehuti's. However, she was not a messenger of Ra like Jehuti was, but instead devoted to him. Hence her wisdom was divine wisdom, which explains why the bishop is one half of the queen. The rook side of the queen comes from the fact that Aset was also the nurturer and divine mother who brought order and structure to Kemet when Asar went on his travels around the world, as well as the nurturer of Asar and their son Heru, which is the rook side of the queen. Ma'at was a form of the goddess Aset, who also represented spiritual awakening through balance and equanimity. Aset had the qualities of both Jehuti and Ma'at, which is why these two deities, the bishop and rook, come together and form the most powerful piece, which is the queen. Aset's wisdom is also what was instilled in her son Heru when he was young, so that he was able to grow older and have the tools to defeat Set and become the new king of Kemet. This is symbolic of acquiring enough wisdom and guidance, symbolized by Aset, in order to conquer one's lower self, the ego, and become in alignment with one's higher self. In other words, overcoming the obstacles and adversities that life brings in order to reach your full potential, or the best version of yourself. The queen is devoted to protecting the king in the game of chess, just like the goddess Aset was devoted to discovering Ra, the sun god, who also represents the king in chess, which we will expand on in the next chapter. This is also shown in chess by the queen being placed right next to the king on the board as a symbol of the queen's devotion, standing next to that which you are most devoted to in life. When you become devoted to your sole purpose, which in turn makes you devoted to your connection to the divine source, this is the beginning of receiving divine wisdom from the Creator. This is what will help you reach your higher self, which is equivalent to winning the game of chess. In ancient Cometian mythology, Aset was so devoted to discovering Ra's true essence that she was able to stop him on his travels through her loud cry. Set dispatched a scorpion to kill her son Heru, And when this occurred, Asit cried out, and her cries were heard throughout the universe. When Ra heard it, he stopped his movement, and the entire universe momentarily came to a halt. This was followed by Ra sending Jehuti, one of Ra's messengers, who carried special words of power that were able to be used to revive Heru. This excerpt is symbolic of the ego's attempts to destroy your higher self or soul, but due to devoting yourself to the Creator, you will be guided to divine wisdom through Jehuti, the bishop, which will enable you to not allow this to happen. Many times, through worldly illusions, your own ego may try to deter you from following your soul purpose. However, through gaining knowledge and attaining wisdom, which begin through devotion to the Creator, you will be able to realize these illusions and not let them stray you away from your path. Aset was also devoted to discovering absolute truth, a form of wisdom, which is not affected by time or space. In ancient Kemet, Ra was the higher truth because he was the creator of time and space, so Aset meditated on discovering him. Everything that comes into existence becomes known when given a name, but there is a higher essence within all forms of matter that is unknown, and this unknown essence is what sustains the properties that make up these forms of matter. This is what Aset wanted to discover through her devotion to Ra. She was able to stop Ra on his travels of sustaining the universe through her serpent biting him and forcing him to give her his absolute name. The serpent, which represented the internal life force within us, is what Aset used to disable the relative form of Ra. Aset's serpent debilitated Ra's ability to maintain creation, and his weakness symbolized the breakdown of relative knowledge, which is what happens when you devote yourself to discovering divine wisdom from the Creator, which in this sense is Ra. The bite of the serpent was a symbol representing the power of wisdom when inquiring into who you truly are. The poisonous power of this way of thinking is unerring in disarming the power of nature to delude us as humans, which is something that happens to many of us. Aset was no longer deluded by the nature of Ra, and the relative aspect of Ra was poisoned, which is symbolic of the poisoning of an illusion. In summary, Aset's wisdom, through her devotion to discovering the higher essence of reality, allowed her to unravel the illusion of time and space and discover the true essence of who we are. She received these teachings and became detached from the world, which meant that she could not be tricked, lured, or deceived into anything that abided by the principles of the physical universe. Her questions were answered by Ra, but the answer was transmitted from his heart to her heart and not from mouth to ear, which was symbolic of becoming one with the Creator by sharing the Creator's heart. This is the level of wisdom that can be attained through the proper development of the Queen, which starts with devotion to the divine and your soul, your king. This is a very complex mission, however, which is why the Queen is the most powerful piece in the game of chess. The Queen's movement. If you remember in the 2 chapters regarding the bishop and the rook, I spoke about their respective movements. The bishop's ability to move diagonally, to create angles, and how powerful that can be when applying it to ourselves, and also the rook's movement in order to create squares as a form of protection for our energy. Now, because the Queen is both of these pieces combined, this creates a new form of movement when the two are put together, and that is in the form of triangles. Triangles were an important shape in ancient Kemet, or in 3D terms, the pyramid. As I'm sure you are aware, there were many pyramids built all over the land of Kemet, which still exist today, and this shape has many powerful elements to it, which is why this shape was used. The Queen is the only piece that can move in triangles in the game of chess, and this represents a hidden aspect of ourselves that, when developed, will have a positive impact on our spiritual journey. Triangles energetically have the power to take in energy and transmute it into something else, giving them essentially the ability to create using stored potential energy. This is the ultimate ability of the feminine, the ability to create by taking energy and transmuting it into something else. Just like how a woman is able to take the energy of a man's seed and create a whole human being in her womb, which is similar in shape to that of a triangle. Even the underwear to cover the sacred portal where human life comes from is a triangular shape. The square base, from a 3D perspective, is the protector and contains the energy, and the triangular part is what converts and directs the energy into something else as it acts like a generator. Pyramids themselves in ancient Kemet were used as generators and had electromagnetic energy inside of them. Triangles have to add up to 180 degrees with all their angles, and 180 numerically adds up to the number 9, which is the creation number, as it takes 9 months for a child to be born. So even mathematically, the triangle represents the shape of creation. From a spiritual perspective, the triangular movement of the queen symbolizes the ability to take in information and convert it into wisdom through the process of knowledge. Just like how Aset was able to unveil Ra's illusory aspect of time and space and reach the higher essence of reality through her devotion to Ra, which is the source of where wisdom begins, we must be able to do the same in order to ascend in our own consciousness. By being able to take in the knowledge that life brings to us through devotion to the divine source, we will be shown teachings that we can convert into building ourselves to become better and grow on our journey to our higher selves. We will always go through our own trials and tribulations that are specifically suited to us, but when you are devoted to obtaining wisdom like Aset was, your queen, you will be able to convert these teachings and lessons into ways that will help build your character. The queen's natural intention is to create, so if you don't develop your queen, then you will convert the teachings and lessons that life brings into more adversity that will send you on a downward spiral. The key here is to ensure you are devoted to the divine source, which in chess is the protection of your king, as this is the beginning of wisdom. Through this devotion, you will be able to convert all the lessons and teachings that life will bring to you into ways to build your character and get closer to reaching your higher self, checkmating your opponent's king. You will trust that these teachings are exactly what you need on your journey, and the lessons learned from them will build your wisdom as you convert the energy of them into wisdom itself, just like the energy of the triangle, which is what the queen symbolizes. Part of the queen's movement symbolizes when you combine your developed intellectual wisdom, bishop, with being able to walk on a straight and righteous path, which ensures ultimate protection, Rook. This combination ensures you are able to really pursue the path of your soul, as you are a human manifestation of the divine, and a developed queen is what will make you realize this. With the queen, you can move diagonally and create angles, which is the ability to look at things from different perspectives, which opens you up to new realms of thought, bishop. You are able to move straight and in squares as a symbol of staying on the path and not succumbing to the desires and urges of the ego or physical world, as well as forming a protection over your soul, the king, from these desires and urges, the rook. And the combination of the two creates the movement of triangles, which, as we just went over, is the ability to divinely create, which is one of the greatest abilities in nature, as this is one of the main ways nature is sustained and elevated, through creation. This is one of our primary roles on earth. The brute physical force of the night is not an aspect of the queen, as the queen is an aspect that transcends the third dimension, which governs the physical. The development of the queen represents ultimate spiritual enlightenment, which transcends the physical realm, meaning the night's properties are not needed at this stage, as you realize the physical realm is illusory and fleeting, which we will leave behind one day. Be careful, as this does not mean to neglect the physical aspect of yourself, the night, as this is your vehicle, which you must also develop. It would be like getting into your car without knowing how to drive it but still going for a drive. That would be disastrous, which is why it is essential that you learn to drive and have the ability to look after your vehicle, as this is what you would use to navigate your way to places. The best way to ensure this is by having a reliable vehicle that you are able to take care of, so that you are able to go on your journeys in a peaceful manner. This is why you must not neglect your physical vessel, your night, despite knowing that it is not who you are. When you develop the queen aspect of yourself, you will realize the illusions of the world and what you are really here for, and just like Aset, through your devotion to the divine source, you will uncover the veil of illusion. Through this unveiling, you will realize who you are and what you are here to do, while also realizing that you are not the physical aspect of yourself. It is just a tool to help you navigate this realm before you separate from your physical self and are left with who you really are, which is the soul, your king. Because of this, the night is not an aspect of the queen, because your queen, when fully developed, is essentially your higher self, which overstands what the night is and what it is needed for, and therefore does not need to have its properties as part of it. There tends to be panic when the queen is lost in chess because of its powerful abilities. As stated earlier, most people will go to all lengths to prevent this from happening and would rather give up other pieces before giving up their queen. The loss of the queen symbolizes the loss of wisdom and order, which when combined equals the loss of creativity. When there is no order in one's life, chaotic situations manifest themselves that not even wisdom can prevent you from experiencing. Wisdom in this sense will only enable you to learn from these situations so that you don't let them happen again. When one lacks wisdom, they become naive and make decisions that do not serve the soul, king, leading them on a path to their own pitfall. When you become wise, you realize the importance of being morally sound, virtuous, and on a straight and orderly path. When you live in order with the universe, you make yourself an open portal to receive wisdom teachings from the Creator. Wisdom evokes order, and order evokes wisdom. This is the sum of the queen, which makes you creative, as you are now one with your soul, the king, and the Creator. The loss of the queen, therefore, can be crippling, because this is what you are losing if you lose this piece in chess. A strong sense of spiritual and mental security is lost, because this is what your queen provides for your king. So the power the queen has to create angles via diagonal movement, walking straight and creating triangles, which are all properties of higher spiritual and mental abilities, is compromised. This can leave you in a position where you may have to rely on other pieces, such as the knight, that offer physical protection, but not the spiritual and mental protection that the queen offers. The queen is a spiritual piece and a spiritual aspect of yourself. In fact, the king and queen are the most spiritual pieces in the game of chess. Hence, they are married and side by side on the board. The queen is the first protector of the king because you have to protect yourself spiritually first, queen, then mentally, bishop and rook, and then physically, knight and pawn. In order to protect yourself physically, you have to be able to protect yourself mentally. And in order to protect yourself mentally, you have to be able to protect yourself spiritually. Hence, most chess players would more than likely be willing to let go of their pieces in the order of their level of protection. These are actually the laws of the universe, as gross physical matter comes from a more subtle form, or in other words, it is thought that creates reality. So it is a lot harder to protect the soul physically without being able to protect it mentally and spiritually via the queen, as this is what dictates the physical. Even when you look at the ancient Kemetic stories, while Set, who represents the knight, may have been physically stronger than Aset, who represents the queen, he was never able to outsmart her. Every time he got rid of Asar's body, Aset was able to find it and reconstruct it. When Set was trying to cheat his way through defeating Heru in their battle, Aset was always one step ahead to ensure that he could not do so. This was symbolizing the fact that no matter how physically strong a person may be, when facing someone who is spiritually and mentally astute, they will more often than not lose that battle. Even in the world today, when you look at the way the society we live in works, you see this. When you look at sports teams that have amazing athletes who are physically strong and talented, they are managed by people who are not necessarily stronger than them, but are more mentally astute. The owners and the people in the higher positions are nowhere near as strong as the athletes that they manage, but they are smarter than them, and due to this, they make more money than them. However, because we are focused on those athletes, we deem them to be the leaders and stars, when in actuality they would be good examples of the knights and pawns on the chessboard. The strong rule the weak, but the smart rule the strong. Ways to develop your queen? The first thing you need to realize is that whilst the queen may be a piece that is representative of the feminine principle, creative chaos, it is not applicable to women only. It is not an element that should be developed by women and neglected by men. That would mean this would apply to the king, but in reverse, which would not be appropriate. In ancient Kemet, although the deities were either male or female, their traits and teachings were not synonymous with their respected gender. For example, Ma'at is a female deity that symbolizes divine order. Men and women should strive to have divine order in their lives, not just women. Jehuti was a male deity, which symbolized intellectual wisdom. However, intellectual wisdom is one of the keys to becoming closer to the Creator, so it would be foolish to think that only men should strive for it because a male deity symbolizes it. Notice that both of these deities make up the queen through the bishop and rook, making it an androgynous piece as it has the expression of both a male and a female within its makeup. Whilst on a surface level, it would be taught that the king represents a man and the queen represents a woman, which is true to an extent. When overstanding the game on a deeper level, you will realize that all the pieces are elements of ourselves that we have to develop without neglecting any. You have to worry less about the title and more about what it represents. You must be devoted to discovering the Creator, like Asset was in the story we went over in this chapter. This does not mean wanting to know who the Creator is. It means wanting to become one with the Creator and live in tune with the Creator's creations. By devoting yourself to this path, you will be an open portal to receive wisdom teachings from the universe that will help you strive forward on your journey towards your higher self as well as your purpose. You will never be deceived by the veil of illusion that is present in the physical world, because you will essentially transcend it like Aset was able to do. Part of this devotion requires you to assemble the traits of the bishop and the rook so that your queen will develop. This means living a life of order, harmony, righteousness, and virtuousness while striving to attain wisdom by applying the knowledge that you learn. These go hand in hand. By gaining wisdom, it will bring you balance and order so that you can be on the right path, and by living in order and balance by being on the path, it will open you up to receiving wisdom. Devotion is key to developing your queen, and when your devotion is in alignment with your soul and soul purpose, it will be the key factor in having a fully developed queen. As explained earlier using examples of Bob Marley and Michael Jackson, they were examples of how they used their creativity, which is an aspect of the queen, in order to develop it. They also had high levels of devotion towards their purpose, which made their music have a stronger connection to its listeners. To explain this further, there is an example in the movie The Pursuit of Happiness, 2006, based on a true story, that helps to demonstrate the importance of devotion to one's soul, just like how the queen is devoted to the king. In the movie, Chris Gardner, who is the main character, is devoted to his work, as he invested his entire life savings in portable bone density scanners, which he uses to sell to doctors for them to use instead of standard x-rays. However, because of his financial demands, he had trouble covering the costs of his household, which steadily infuriated his wife, Linda. The pressure that Chris's financial situation was causing was difficult for Linda to handle, which meant that she would leave and move to New York. This meant that Chris became a single dad and had to raise his 5-year-old son by himself. His devotion to his scanners played a key role in his life, as it was during the process of selling one that he met a man named Jay Twistle, who was a lead manager and partner for Dean Witter Reynolds, a stock brokerage and securities firm. He impressed him by solving a Rubik's Cube in his presence and landed himself an interview in which he would get a 6-month unpaid internship in Twistle's company. However, Chris was still having financial troubles, as he had unpaid parking tickets for which he went to jail overnight, had to pay unpaid income taxes, and even got evicted from his apartment. These setbacks made his life extremely challenging because he had to think about his son and not just himself. However, he stayed devoted to his internship, as well as making sure he dropped his son off at daycare from the homeless shelter they had to stay in. His internship had 20 people all competing for one position as a paid stockbroker, but Chris was at a disadvantage because of his limited work hours due to his other commitments. He knew that he had to develop several ways to make phone sales calls more efficient, including reaching out to potential high-value customers, which was against protocol. This was the only way Chris could enable himself to get a permanent position as a stockbroker. He even studied for and aced his stockbroker license exam during the process. On the last day of his internship, Chris got called to a meeting with one of his bosses, Mr. Foam, in which he wore a new shirt that day. Mr. Foam realizes this as Chris responds that he thought it would be appropriate to dress for the occasion on his last day. Mr. Foam then smiled and said to Chris that he should wear another one tomorrow, as he had won the lucrative full-time position in the company. Chris then held back his tears, trying to embrace the moment. After receiving the news, He then leaves the office to go and pick up his son in absolute joy, as he realizes that his devotion to his purpose and to what he knows he wants, which is in alignment with his soul, has become a reality. His creative abilities, an aspect of the Queen, helped him in his ways to get more clients and even get the chance to have an interview, as his creative abilities are what got him there in the first place. Chris was devoted to what he did from the start of the movie all the way to the end, despite the adversities that were presented. He used the combination of his Rook and Bishop, which make up the Queen, on his journey to getting the full-time position he wanted. He tried to walk the path of order and righteousness as much as he could, while also developing his intellectual wisdom throughout the movie. He also remained devoted to his purpose and to what his soul wanted despite being homeless and his wife leaving him. This devotion is what got him the full-time position at the company he was an intern for, which symbolizes what it is like to have a fully developed queen. The more you are devoted to becoming one with the Creator, the more your queen will be developed. By being devoted to the Creator, you are automatically devoted to your purpose and your soul, which is the king. You will be better equipped to protect your soul and win the game of chess, which, as I said earlier, is really winning the battle against yourself. It is crucial that you remember this, as there will be moments within your journey where you may face adversities that will try to steer your devotion away from your purpose and your soul, king. This will then leave you open to being attacked by others, which will result in losing yourself. When your queen is devoted to your king, it will create beautiful openings for you on your journey to ascend. However, when your queen is not devoted to your king, it will create chaotic situations that make you susceptible to losing your king. Above all else, guard your soul, for it is more valuable than any other thing you will have in this lifetime. Chapter 5. The King. Think of a few times where you faced tough personal battles like the loss of a job, financial losses, or something similar, and at the time it may have felt like you lost everything. It was more than likely a struggle, and at the time, you probably had no idea how you were going to recover from it. It almost felt like you lost a part of yourself and had to start all over again. If this is all true and relatable, now that you have overcome those situations, is it safe to say you have grown and become more developed in your abilities to handle these types of adversities? Is it safe to say that if the situation happened again, you would be better equipped to handle it than the time before? If so, this is why they say, what breaks the heart fixes the vision. And when you go through these situations where you feel like you lost a part of yourself, once you overcome them, you will feel like you are better at dealing with such situations. Every time you lose, you get better. Your vision gets better, your discernment gets better, and your ability to deal with setbacks gets better. Your whole overall self grows and becomes better, just like every time you lose at chess or any game for that matter, you become better. You look at the mistakes and incorrect decisions you made and ensure you don't make them again. For you to get to that stage, though, you had to experience some form of loss. This is how life works. Sometimes these situations are actually a blessing because, while you may not realize it at the time, they become the catalyst for you to be better and win the next time. Jason Wilson, 1970, is an established author and the founder of the Cave of Adullam Transformational Training Academy. In one of his most notable books, Battle Cry, he speaks about being empowered to break through what we have been through. He provides ways for us to become better versions of ourselves, as well as the tools needed to reconstruct modern masculinity. Some of these ways include embracing our emotions, winning internal battles before they become external wars, healthy communications, trauma healing, and breaking free from some of the misinterpreted ways of masculinity. Wilson often speaks about how he had trauma growing up from when his parents split up when he was 6 years old. This caused his father to leave his home, which led to a strain in their relationship as he started seeing him less. He also mentions that when he used to see his father, he used to be with a lot of different women, which impaired his views on relationships with women. On top of this, he also openly speaks about the wound from his mother that he had when his older brother died. This led her to become very guarded over him and limit his abilities to take risks within his own life, as she didn't want to lose another son. However, this led to him seeking the nurturing form of love that he didn't feel he was getting from his mother from other women. He states that he felt abandonment from his father, and although he had an incredible mother, he felt as if she discouraged his attempts to grow as a man, leaving him feeling a void from the nurturing support that he craved. These traumas signify a temporary loss of the king, which is what Wilson faced in his earlier years of life. Sometimes it is these losses that can be a catalyst for our growth, just as every time you lose at chess, you become better equipped the next time you play. Wilson's story is an indicator of a person who had lost their king and had to redefine himself in order to fully develop his king. He said that for decades he struggled to deal with his toxic thoughts and emotions while not being able to communicate effectively, which led to him hurting himself and the people he loved. As Wilson began his journey to heal himself from his traumas, he learned how to acknowledge his emotions and express them more effectively. This made him stronger emotionally, mentally, and spiritually as he became more transparent and vulnerable with the people he loved. His ability to forgive, trust, emphasize, and love was all raised through his healing process. He became a better version of himself, and after completing over 25 years of martial arts training, he created his Cave of Adullam Academy. He used all of what he learned in martial arts, as well as what he learned in his own development as a man, connecting the two to build better African American boys into well-established men. In his academy, he not only teaches martial arts techniques, but he also uses the mechanisms of life to help instill effective emotional and mental training in young boys so that they do not have to face the struggles he had to deal with when he was younger. In his books, he also speaks of these ways. His mission is to help boys grow into proper men, not just physically, but also emotionally, mentally, and spiritually. This is the king when fully developed. Wilson's story is a great example of a fully developed king because he had to go through the struggle of having to deal with trauma very early in his life, which is symbolic of losing the king in chess. When the king is lost, you have to start the game again and develop yourself so that you do not keep losing. This is what Wilson faced. Wilson also has a fully developed king because in his development he realized that he had to develop himself internally and then use his healing to help other areas of his life. As all the pieces in the game are extensions of the king, you have to develop all these pieces in order to have a developed king, which is what Wilson was able to do. He developed his knight by committing to years of martial arts training, which helped him with his discipline, inner strength, and bravery. He developed his bishop by studying himself as well as men in regards to their emotions, and through his intellectual wisdom, he was able to use it to help himself and others. He developed his Rook by converting the chaos he experienced in his earlier life into order by redefining himself as a man. On top of that, he further tries to establish more order in the lives of young black boys within his academy and through his teachings. He developed his queen by using the wisdom that he acquired over many years of devotional study and created ways to help other people develop themselves through his books and his training academy. And he developed his pawn by having the fearlessness and drive to get to the place he is at today, as he didn't let the obstacles he faced stop him from healing himself. The pawn will be covered in the next chapter. This is what makes Wilson a good example of a fully developed king, as when you develop all of your other pieces, other aspects of yourself, by default you are developing your king soul. The king has been referenced multiple times throughout the previous chapters, so it is safe to say that you have a rough idea of the king and what it represents. Now we can get into the properties of the king and what it represents on a deeper level. The beautiful thing about the game of chess is that it is such a simple yet complex game in one, and this applies to the pieces too. I say that because, from an exoteric standpoint, the king is a piece that this concept applies to the most. The king has such simple movement as it can only move one square space at a time. Even the pawn can move 2 square spaces on its first move, and that is considered the weakest piece in the game. Because of its limited movement, the king is a hard piece to navigate around the board, and for the most part, players will usually leave it in their first row on the board unless they need to move it. Because of its limited movement, it is also hard to defend when being attacked by the opponent's pieces, and heavy reliance is needed from your other pieces in order to not get checkmated, your king being captured. So its limited ability to move around the board, and its limited ability to evade attacks without the help of the other pieces, would lead one to think that the king is a weak piece. From an exoteric view, this is fairly true. However, from an esoteric standpoint, this is far from the case because, as the saying goes, when the human race learns to read the language of symbolism, a great veil will fall from the eyes of men. The king is the most important piece in the game of chess, and while it can appear to be the weakest piece outside of the pawn, it is also the strongest. This is the duality of the king. The king is the very essence of us as humans, as it represents the soul. This is what we are, the soul, navigating through a physical vessel. However, we are not the physical vessel. Just like the driver in a car, the soul is the driver, and the car is the body. The efficiency of the car and what the car is able to do are dependent upon the driver, and without the driver, the car has no use. This is where the strength of the king lies, in its ability to navigate through the other pieces in order to serve it. If the driver knows how to drive and is able to drive the car in a safe manner and maintain it through servicing it, changing the oil when required, pumping up the tires and so on, then the car will do its job in an efficient manner. It will do whatever the driver needs it to do while protecting the driver. However, if the driver does not know how to drive and proceeds to drive at really high speeds, fail to stop at red lights and so on, then they risk inflicting damage on their car, which puts their life at risk. This is the duality between a great driver and a bad driver, and this same concept applies to the king, which is the soul. The job of the king is to overstand itself and be able to navigate through the other pieces so that those pieces can protect it at all times. The only way the king can do this is through the development of self. You are the king, as the king represents the soul, and by overstanding this, you will realize that you have to be able to develop the other aspects of yourself, the other pieces, so that you are able to protect yourself and develop into your higher self, capturing your opponent's king. By overstanding this concept, you will realize that the king is the most important piece in the game, as the king is literally you. You are the most important piece in the game of life, as without you, the game cannot exist. You will realize the king's movement is not limited because it moves through the other pieces. You will realize the king is not weak because it knows how to navigate and develop the other pieces, like the driver who knows how to handle his car. Only if you do not know how to develop or fail to develop your other pieces will your king be weak, or in chess terms, vulnerable. Because in reality, it's not that the king is weak, it's that it is vulnerable to being attacked. However, this is the same as the soul, as it can also be vulnerable to being attacked, and in fact there are many times that we will all face moments in our lives when our souls are attacked. This is why it is important to ensure that we develop the other aspects of ourselves so that we are able to deal with those attacks accordingly. These attacks can be external, through events, people, and current circumstances, but they can also be internal, like our own ego trying to make us give in to lower self-urges that damage the soul. Remember the Night chapter? Even Asar, the king of Checkmate, was tricked by his brother Set, who represented the ego, symbolizing the fact that it does not matter where you are in your life and development. We are all still susceptible to situations that may be damaging to the soul. This is why the development never really ends, and it is important to develop your soul through all the other aspects of yourself. The game of chess is teaching us that while the goal is to develop and protect the soul, there will always be opposition, or opposing forces, trying to take it away. This is the duality we face in life. Even when Asar was the king of Checkmate, his brother Set was jealous and wanted to be on the throne, so he managed to trick Asar into putting himself in a coffin. When doing this, Set locked him in it and put the coffin into a river, which traveled far away as Asar died. This act would have allowed Set to become the heir to the throne, as Heru was not yet born. This part of the story symbolized that no matter how much you have developed yourself, you can still be susceptible to situations that can result in you losing your soul. Losing your soul is not always literal. Sometimes it is a way of saying losing awareness of who you truly are and thinking you are something that you are not. In other words, being led by the ego, which is what Set killing Asar symbolizes. This happens from within via external stimuli, as in the story Asar and Set are brothers, showing that your soul and your ego are related and both are parts of you. You just have to ensure that your ego is not on the throne of your consciousness. To ensure this, you have to make sure that you develop your soul enough so that it can govern the ego without it being led astray, as the ego is a powerful aspect of yourself. Remember, the knight is the only piece that can move through pieces and can't be blocked by others. Not even the queen is capable of this, which goes to show the knight's physical power. The battle Heru had to go through to reclaim the throne from Set was very enduring, which was symbolic of the struggles you will face in not letting your ego be on the throne of your consciousness, especially if it is already there. This all goes to explain how tough it is to develop your king through the other pieces in chess, so that you do not get checkmated while simultaneously trying to reach your higher self. This is why the game is about reaching your higher self, by checkmating your opponent's king, while also ensuring you do not lose yourself while getting there, by getting checkmated by your opponent. The creator uses elements and matter to express itself, and anything that is naturally created is an extension of the creator. We have similar abilities on a micro level because we are an extension of the creator. This same concept applies to the king, as we are the king, and the king is a representative of the divine creator. The creator uses elements and matter to express itself. We as the soul use our physical vessels to express ourselves, and the king uses the other pieces on the chessboard to express itself. As above, so below. The creator uses divine mathematics, chemistry, physics, and so on in order to govern and sustain its creation. You have to be able to acquire enough knowledge to know what kinds of foods, types of physical exercises, mental thought patterns, and so on, to be able to sustain your vessel. This is the same role the king has to take, by knowing which moves to play and when to make those moves in order to sustain itself. To be able to do this, you have to study the game of chess and get better at playing it. The more you do this, the better you get at sustaining the king through its own expressions. This is symbolic of life itself. In order to grow and reach your higher self, you have to be able to acquire enough knowledge and convert it into wisdom, so that you know what you have to do to get further on your own journey. Without that acquired knowledge, you will be lost, and your king will not know how to express itself, leaving it open to being captured. It first starts off by discovering who you are and what your sole purpose is, because many people will play the game of chess and not realize that they are the king, using the other pieces to sustain and develop it. Similar to the person who goes about their life not realizing that they are the soul having a physical human experience. They may go about their lives pursuing things that do not replenish or serve the soul, and then much later realize they were pursuing an illusion. Sometimes it takes them losing their souls to come to this realization, which is equivalent to losing in the game of chess. It is good to lose, however, for that is what most of us need to realize who we really are, and this death of an illusion becomes the catalyst for going on the journey to reach our higher selves or purpose. This is the true path for the soul. It is those losses that fix our vision and make us better and more likely to rediscover ourselves. This is also what Set killing Aesir symbolizes. The soul has to temporarily die in order for you to rediscover who you truly are. Asar's son Heru, who is almost like a reincarnated version of himself, went on the path of becoming heir to the throne that Set took. Once you have gone through death-like experiences, which is a metaphor for adversities, this is the Creator trying to show you the path to rediscovering yourself through Heru so that you can now go on the journey to reaching your higher self. This is what Heru's attempt to ascend to the throne symbolizes. You will more than likely have to lose multiple games in chess before you get better and realize what you need to do in order to win the game. The game cannot be played without the king, just as the body cannot be used without the soul. That would be like creation existing without a creator. This is why when they say someone has sold their soul, they are selling the rights to their free will and giving them to the person they have figuratively sold their soul to. From an energy standpoint, this is why it is not a good idea to sell your soul, as it is an act of betrayal to yourself and the Creator, which is you, as you are an extension of the Creator. You must dictate and guard yourself with all your might by using the other pieces on the chessboard, as this is what they are there for. To do this, you have to let your king dictate the game and make the right choices that will help increase the protection of your king, while simultaneously increasing the chances of capturing your opponent's king, reaching your higher self. Sometimes this can mean losing some of your pieces in order to increase your chances of capturing your opponent's king. Ideally, you don't want to have to give up any of your pieces, but that would be like living a life without going through any hardship and having an easy ride, which is unrealistic. Not only is this reality unrealistic, it can also cause you to be spiritually ignorant, as you will not have faced the duality of life or the law of rhythm. The law of rhythm states that everything has tides. As things rise, some things fall, and this is a law that is subject to the realm we live in. Because we are a part of this realm, this makes us subject to this law, meaning we will all have to go through experiences with different tides, some good and some not so good. In the vast majority of cases, when playing chess, you will always lose pieces, which is symbolic of losing parts of yourself that aid in your ascension. For example, you may have to lose your knight to help increase your chance of capturing your opponent's king. This could be symbolic of losing physical battles in life, such as having a disease, in order to make you realize that you need to be healthier to avoid further complications. This in turn would be the catalyst for living a better life, bringing you closer to your higher self. You could lose your bishop in the game, which could be symbolic of being humbled, as you may have been intellectually arrogant in your life. If this were the case, it would benefit you, as you would become more wise and virtuous going forward, which again would bring you closer to your higher self. These examples are meant to show that within the game itself, you will always lose many battles that are there to help you become better and have a clearer vision of your journey towards your higher self. If you do not learn from these many battles, you will lose your king, which means you lose the whole game, and for many of us, this is what is required for us to realize what our purpose is on this realm. When you capture your opponent's king, this is the equivalent of reaching your purpose, achieving godlike consciousness, or becoming one with the Creator. It is the ultimate symbol of discovering the divine, just like Asit was able to do when she discovered Ra's true essence, as explained in the Queen chapter. However, when your king gets checkmated, your soul being devoured, this is equivalent to reaching a state of ultimate separation from the Creator. It is like becoming detached from that which you are and attached to that which you are not, and this leads to a path of self-destruction. This is a reality that most of us face at some point in our lives, and in some cases more than once, which may be necessary, as this can be the catalyst for us to see a higher vision and go on the path of Ma'at, order. This is like not knowing about being able to castle your king in chess and learning the concept from your opponent before losing to them. This would then lead you to implement that same move the next time you play the game, putting your king under the protection of its rook and pawns. This is an example of having to lose the game in order to get better and increase your chances of winning next time, which is symbolic of straying off your path and then rediscovering it by implementing the principles of Ma'at in your life. As explained in the Rook chapter, this is what the castling of the king represents. Sometimes in life you may not realize you are on the wrong path until you face extreme levels of adversity, which result in temporarily losing your soul to the world. It is at this point that you realize that you are on the wrong path, and now you have to take the required steps in order to put yourself on the right path, which is the righteous path of Ma'at. Now with this newly discovered ability, you are able to protect your soul better by castling it with the principles of Ma'at, which are righteousness, order, harmony, peace, balance, and nobleness. You are able to castle the soul just like you are able to castle the king in chess, which heightens your chances of reaching your higher self, capturing your opponent's king. A developed king, you, in your higher self, automatically means all the other pieces are developed. The more you develop your other pieces, the less you have to worry about your king being taken, which is losing your soul. The king expresses itself through the other pieces, which means it doesn't have to move as much on the chessboard. Similar to how the soul expresses itself through the mind and body, These are the aspects of ourselves that do the most movement. Externally, that is. As explained, the soul is just the driver of the car, and it is the car that does all the movement, with the soul being the dictator of that movement. The more you develop your ability to drive the car, the less you have to worry about getting into a crash. The more you maintain the car through servicing and fixing whatever is required, the less you have to worry about the car breaking down and not working. It is so simple yet so challenging, and that is the beauty of life. It is challenging because of the many obstacles we will all face that will put our development to the test and potentially cause us to lose elements of ourselves that we may not have realized are underdeveloped. These tests are needed for our spiritual ascension, as they indicate where we are in our development. This is why they say a man is only as strong as his greatest challenge. This is the only time your development is put to the test to see if you are as strong as you think you are, your knight, as intelligent as you think you are, your bishop, as wise as you think you are, your queen, or as righteous as you think you are, your rook. If it weren't this way, there wouldn't be as much of a will to live in this realm. It would be like starting the game at Checkmate. As you are the king, which represents the soul of the individual, you have to be willing to defend it at all costs, even if that means losing other pieces in the game to protect it. This is symbolic of losing elements of yourself or trains of thought that may be damaging to the soul, as chess is a physical and metaphysical game. The principles of chess have physical and metaphysical meanings, so for example, losing one of your knights could be symbolic of losing a physical battle like a disease, whereas losing the bishop could be symbolic of getting rid of a particular mindset or ideology that may have been preventing you from reaching higher levels of awareness. These things happen regularly in our lives, as there may have been a particular belief you once held that restricted your ability to become more aware of the different perspectives that exist in the world and therefore made you rigid in your thinking. You may have only been able to look at things from one angle as opposed to many, and therefore you would need to lose your bishop in order to develop your soul, king. The loss of the bishop in this example will signify the loss of a mindset that was limiting the development of the soul, therefore it must be sacrificed. The same goes for all the other pieces, as sometimes you must lose in order to win. When your king is in check, you have to be prepared to have other pieces that are willing to defend it, or you will temporarily lose your soul to the world. Just like I explained in the introduction, there are some situations in life that may not require your energy, so you simply have to navigate away from them. This is symbolic of moving your king away from the check position it was in. There are some situations where you may need to actually remove the threat that you are facing, as simply moving away from it or avoiding it may not be enough, as the threat will still remain. This is symbolic of eliminating the piece that is responsible for your king being in check. Finally, there are some situations where you have to sacrifice parts of yourself, that is your ego or patterns of thinking, so that you do not become consumed by the world. This is symbolic of sacrificing pieces in the game to prevent your king from being checkmated. This is the least ideal option. However, it may be required for your development, as you will learn lessons during that process that will prevent you from having to be in that position again. For example, losing your queen will help you realize why that piece is so important, so that you avoid losing it again the next time you play, which is symbolic of becoming more wise. The king represents Asa and Ra in the game of chess. Ra was the sun god in ancient Kemet, a representation of the creator, without whom creation cannot exist. This is like the king in chess. Without the king, the game cannot be played, and without the creator, the creation cannot exist, hence the king being the representation of Ra. The king is also Asar, as Asar was the king of Kemet, making him the ruler of their civilization. Ra was like the ruler of the metaphysical world, with Asar being the ruler of the physical world, making Asar an extension of Ra. Why is this important? Because we are an extension of the Creator, so when you become like Asar, who is the king, you are becoming one with the Creator. To reach this position, however, you have to become the king in chess and rule over your other pieces to make the correct decisions that will enhance your development, just like how Acer was able to rule Kemet. By developing your king, which is symbolic of becoming one with the Creator, you are allowing for your other pieces to be developed, bringing you into a state of spiritual bliss. Remember, as explained in the Queen chapter, Aset was devoted to discovering Ra and was married to Asar, and Aset is your queen. When you develop your king, that is, become one with the Creator, you are allowing your other pieces to be developed, with your queen being able to discover the Creator, or your creative abilities allowing you to discover your purpose. This is a vast amount of wisdom that only some people are able to achieve because it requires rigorous effort, not only in becoming one with the Creator, but also in developing enough spiritual wisdom to discover the Creator residing in you. This is the ultimate communion of the developed king and queen. Ways to develop your king. The very first way to develop your king, although this may sound straightforward and simple, is to realize that you are the king in chess. When you come to this realization, you play the game very differently. You realize that every move you make either strengthens or weakens your king's position. Just like every decision you make in life is either strengthening your soul or weakening it. By realizing who and what you are forces you to have a mindset shift and maneuver yourself in the best way that aids your king's development and protection. Some people play the game of chess by totally focusing on capturing their opponent's king whilst neglecting the protection of their own, which can end up leaving their king exposed and getting checkmated. By realizing you are your king creates a balance within oneself because, whilst trying to capture your opponent's king, you are also simultaneously protecting yours. While trying to grow in your spiritual development, you have to always be aware that there will be people, places, and things that will try to deter you from that journey, so one cannot become too focused on the end goal. Instead, be focused on the goal, while equally focused on protecting your soul, what you are. By realizing who you are, will enable you to be in more control of your overall development, that is, your soul being protected, as opposed to just being focused on reaching your higher self or purpose. Where some people go wrong is that they become heavily fixated on reaching their purpose, capturing their opponent's king, and neglect the protection and equal development of all the aspects of themselves, leaving themselves exposed to external forces that will cause suffering, their king being checkmated. Realizing who you are will inevitably make you realize that your king comes first. This means, as explained earlier, that you have to be willing to sacrifice other pieces in order to protect your king. This is synonymous with giving up parts of yourself that are no longer able to serve you in order to aid your development. These usually come in the form of adversities that may be unpleasant to deal with at first, but will ultimately give you a clearer vision spiritually. When you come to terms with this concept, it will help you become better at serving and protecting your king as you become less fearful and more embracing of the unknown. For fear is just a lack of understanding, and more often than not, the root cause of most people's fears stems from their lack of knowledge about that which they fear. For example, one person may love doing somersaults and backflips, while another person may fear even trying such stunts. The person who loves doing it has the knowledge and understanding of how to execute the maneuvers. Therefore, they do not fear it. The other person does not have the knowledge. Hence, they fear even trying. Fear is relative to the individual, making it a relative construct. For what one person fears, another person loves, and the key to conquering fear is to develop your knowledge and understanding of who you are. By developing your king, you may have to sacrifice other pieces, meaning that by developing your soul, you may have to sacrifice parts of yourself that are no longer able to serve you. Coming to this realization will make you more comfortable in such situations, as you now know why this has to happen. Maybe not specifically or at the exact time, but more so in general. A good example of this is from the movie Ray, 2004, based on a true story, in which the main character, Ray Charles, realizes that he has to let go of his addiction in order to have a successful career. He was a musician who had an upbringing filled with turbulence, as he lost his brother George when he was a child, and gradually lost his vision before becoming fully blind by the age of just 7. Ray's sole purpose was to be a musician, as he learned to play the piano at an early age. He faced adversities throughout his early life through his losses, which would go on to help him in the vital moments of his later life. This is what enabled him to have a fully developed king. One of his issues in the film was his heroin addiction, which he first developed on his Chitlin circuit tour. This addiction followed him throughout his career, and although he was still able to successfully create music, he was deteriorating in his health, meaning that if he didn't stop, his purpose of having a successful career as a musician would fall apart. In the movie, Ray returns from a concert in Montreal and is arrested for heroin possession, which is not the first time. His wife, Della, insisted that he must overcome his addiction, as it is making his health deteriorate. She told him this just before he was sentenced to drug rehabilitation. It was during his rehabilitation process that he realized that he had to sacrifice a part of himself in order to develop his king and stay on the path of his purpose. As he was suffering vivid nightmares during the withdrawal phase of his addiction, he had a vision of his brother and their mother. During the vision, his mother praises him for getting far within his music career and the accomplishments he attained in the process, saying that he became strong despite his inability to see and went to places she never dreamed of. However, he still became a cripple. This hurt Ray, as he always wanted to prove himself to his mother and brother, and felt he had let them down because of his addiction. His brother George came out after and reassured Ray, saying that it was not his fault for his death. As Ray proceeded to cry, his mother made him promise that he would not let anyone turn him into a cripple again, and that he always stood on his own 2 feet, which he adhered to. He then went on to successfully quit his addiction, keeping the promise he made to his brother and his mother and have a long and successful career. This moment is what helped Ray realize that he had to sacrifice parts of his old self in order to develop and protect his king. This is how the game of chess works, and Ray was an example of how this concept works in life. Sometimes we are scared and want to hold on to things that may inhibit our development, not realizing that we have to sacrifice those things to get closer to our higher selves or higher purposes. In Ray's case, it was giving up his drug addiction that ultimately enabled him to become a successful musician. Sometimes you have to lose parts of yourself in order to reach the end goal, just like sometimes you have to lose pieces on the chessboard in order to get closer to checkmating your opponent's king. This scene beautifully displayed the importance of this idea and why Ray, giving up something that would no longer serve him, provides an example of someone successfully developing their king. In chess, developing your king very early in the game whilst developing your other pieces is always favorable and enhances your chances of winning. This means castling your king so that it is protected by its pawns and rook, and bringing out your pieces, such as your knights and bishops. By doing this, you get an advantage over your opponent as you are starting your attack on their pieces earlier than they are, meaning you are more likely to take their stronger pieces before they are able to take yours. This increases your chances of checkmating them. This is the same for your ascension to your higher self. The earlier you start, the more likely you are to get to that destination, and this concept applies to nearly everything within life itself. How many times do you hear people say they wish they had started something earlier in life, or that they knew certain strands of information earlier on in life? This is a regular occurrence, and it is no surprise. Whilst some people may have been in circumstances that have not allowed them to access this type of knowledge, others are and will choose not to apply it, then complain later when they could have avoided that. It is like the person who has a poor diet, constantly consumes foods that are detrimental to their health, and then, upon getting a life-threatening disease, they finally decide to make the necessary changes to reverse their condition. Sometimes it may be too late and they end up regretting it. This is what it's like to not develop your pieces early enough in chess, and instead allow your opponent to do so. Then, when you are in a weak position in the game, try to start your attack. What you have to realize is that there are opposing forces in nature always trying to push back on your ascension, which is the duality of life. In chess, this comes in the form of your opponent trying to checkmate your king, bringing you to your lower self. When you don't develop yourself early enough, you increase the chances of this happening. Instead of waiting to develop yourself, which means allowing the opposite forces of nature to make you regress, you must develop yourself early. By doing this, you put yourself in a position to be able to respond better to any attacks against you, adversities, because your pieces are developed and are able to protect your soul, king, which is you. You also want to protect your king early in the game. Although it is not an absolute must, given that you have developed your pieces early and are able to start an attack on your opponent's pieces. What it does is provide reassurance and solid protection to your king, as opposed to leaving it exposed. Sometimes we become so focused on developing our minds intellectually, becoming financially stable, or becoming physically strong that we forget to build and protect our root, which is the soul. When we do this, it may seem okay at first, as it seems as if we are ascending, but because we have not built our foundations, which is bringing order to the soul, castling the king, we become naive and vulnerable to adversities that are hard to recover from. We see this a lot in the world with people that seem to have high amounts of intelligence, but their intelligence has blinded them from the true wisdom of who they are and disconnected them from their soul, king. The king can never be forgotten, for the king is the creator, of which you are an extension, making you the king too. When the king has been isolated and your focus is only on the development of your other pieces, this is like having a weak foundation. A tree is only as strong as its roots, so when your king is protected, you're allowing for your other pieces to be developed efficiently without putting your own king at risk. Your roots will be strong, allowing your tree of attack to be stronger. Chapter 6. The Pawn. I'm sure you have been in a situation in your life where the odds were against you, and you experienced extreme levels of adversity. Even internally, you may have questioned your ability to get through such a situation, and probably required the help of others around you. Parts of yourself that you never knew existed may have been activated in such a situation. It felt as if there was obstacle after obstacle or test after test, to the point where you probably felt like you were in a pitfall of bad luck. However, due to our innate need to go forward in life, you were able to call on your internal resources, which you probably did not know you had, in order to combat the situation you were in. You were able to remove these obstacles and overcome them, and when you did this, moment by moment, you felt as if you were closer to triumph, which at first did not even seem possible. This innate force inside of you is a force that we have from birth, and is a force that, when you keep a hold of, will be helpful in being able to overcome the obstacles that life provides on your path. This is the force that helped you overcome the situation or situations you faced, and when you are able to harness it, you will be equipped to take on the rest of the obstacles that you will face on your path. Dr. Chancellor Williams, 1893, is a great example of someone who fully developed his pawn, as his life circumstances from the very beginning required fearlessness and the will to go forward despite what was in front of him. Williams was a philosopher, lecturer, Pan-Africanist, sociologist, and author. He's most recognized for his famous book, The Destruction of Black Civilization, which is popularly referred to as the Black Man's Bible. Williams was born in South Carolina approximately 30 years after the proclamation of emancipation. Although Williams was not born into slavery, he could still have legally been referred to as a slave, as slavery did not end until the 13th Amendment was ratified in December 1893, the month in which he was born. He escaped the harshest acts of slavery, but his father didn't, so Williams was the son of a former slave. Because he grew up in the most racist section of his country, he was still exposed to the ideology people had against the black race. This meant that he was up against it in his quest to achieve his goals. Being able to go forward and persevere during those times was not particularly easy for black people, and Williams was aware of this. These disparities, which he grew up with, made him curious to find out why the standard of living between black people and white people was so different. He knew that slavery was the cause of the imbalance in socioeconomic status between black people and white people, but he wanted to know how, why, and where his people became enslaved. He decided to educate himself and continued to move forward despite the pushback he would face growing up in South Carolina, which was still deeply segregated. Williams and his family of 7, of which he was the youngest, relocated to Washington, D.C. in 1910. Williams knew that in order to gain a proper understanding of the disparity between blacks and whites, he had to be very dedicated to his research, and as such, he developed a very healthy reading habit from as early as the 5th grade. He went on to earn his undergraduate degree in education, 1930, and his master's degree in history 5 years later. He then went on to acquire his doctorate in sociology in 1949. His quest for knowledge did not stop, as he was determined to go as far and forward as possible. Just like the pawn in chess, as he visited Europe to further his studies in religion, economics, and African civilization. At this time, Williams had become an international scholar, and did not let his environment define him, as he did not allow the obstacles that he would face as a black man at that time to prohibit his ability to travel all over the world to gain knowledge about his history. He went overseas to Ghana, where he continued his field research in African history. At this point, he did not focus on slavery, but instead on the achievements of African people before the invasions from the outer world. He wanted to know the pre-existing ways of living that black people had before colonization became a thing, and the influence that these events had on the conditions he grew up in. Williams traveled to over 20 countries, discovering over 100 language variations, to do his diligent research, which made him an extraordinary scholar. It was his passion to keep on going forward and be determined to learn to a greater extent, which is what led him to write his book, The Destruction of Black Civilization, which is a well-known book within the black community. His dedication to research enabled him to write an extensive book that covers history from 4500 BC to 2000 AD. This type of dedication to keep on going forward, traveling to numerous countries, and getting to the finish line is an example of what it means to develop one's pawn to then be promoted to whatever piece one chooses. He knew that he had to devote a lot of his life to studying and needed his other resources to help him get further in his research whenever his pawn was blocked off. For example, in his early stages, his knight was required to help remove obstacles as he was born, in a time when slavery was still pretty much in practice, although the laws were changed. Therefore, his inner strength and bravery were required in order to overcome that barrier and even have the motivation to want to learn the history of his race to the level that he did. This allowed him to continue going forward, further developing his pawn. He also had to utilize his bishop by acquiring a vast amount of knowledge to climb the educational ladder and attain his educational achievements. Some of these achievements are what helped him be able to travel to other countries and attend universities as a visiting professor, such as Oxford and the University of London. During these travels, he was able to further study and build his knowledge to create his most popular book, further removing obstacles that would have been in the way of his pawn trying to go forward. Because he was able to complete his studies over many years, he was then able to compile all of his research into a book to help other black people become aware of their history and why things became the way they are. This is symbolic to the pawn being promoted to the queen, as his years of dedication to go forward whilst removing the obstacles on his path allowed him to finally get to the other side of the chessboard and utilize the properties of the queen to create something that would help bring more knowledge, wisdom, and order to his people. This is what it is like to have the inner fearlessness of the pawn to continue to go forward despite what comes in the way of your path, as eventually you will get to the other side of the board. In life, we all have an aspect of ourselves that wants to grow, elevate, and become better, even if in some of us it may not appear to be evident. From the time we were all children, we always wanted to know why we were doing anything we learned or were told, and depending on the way we were educated, this continued for the remainder of our lives. This continues as long as we have pawns on the chessboard, and this is one of the reasons we have more pawns than any other piece in the game of chess. It is the fearless inner child that resides in all of us that is determined to grow and become better, hence its ability to only move forward. It doesn't have the capability to go backward or perceive the idea of setbacks. It is ignorant to this side of life, which is both good and bad. The pawn is seen as the weakest piece in chess, but in fact it is the piece with the most potential. Under the right guidance and supervision from the other pieces, other aspects of yourself, it will make it to the other side of the board, allowing it to become whatever piece it desires to be. This is the only piece that is capable of this. It can literally go from being the weakest piece to the strongest, if it chooses to be a queen, by making it to the other side of the chessboard. You have many attempts to get there due to having 8 of them in the game. However, this is one of the hardest tasks to accomplish in the game of chess due to the attempted attacks that will come from your opponent. The pawn is a very unique piece in the game of chess, despite it being the weakest. This is because, although it is the weakest piece, it has the most potential, as it can become any piece it wants if it reaches the other side of the chessboard. The pawn represents the part of ourselves that is like the inner child. It always wants to grow and move forward no matter what. It has the inability to go backward. It only looks ahead. This is both good and bad because, whilst it makes it a very motivated aspect of ourselves, it is also quite naive due to its inability to go backwards. This is the duality of the pawn, and it is there to teach us that the inner child aspect of ourselves is also required on the journey towards reaching our higher selves. When you look at a child, the child only grows and gets bigger and bigger, becoming more aware of themselves and their surroundings. Essentially, they only go forward in their development, despite the adversities. They continually try to walk, despite the number of times they fall down and hurt themselves, until they are finally able to walk properly. We all had to go through this process. A child will keep trying despite the pain they face in their early stages of development, to the point that they do not even know what it means to stop or go backwards. However, the result of this is that they become a fully developed child, leading to them becoming an adult able to fend for themselves. This is equivalent to the pawn that is able to reach the other side of the board, allowing it to become whatever piece it chooses. So why is this an important piece that is included in the game of chess? Because this aspect of yourself has been instilled in you since the day you were born, and is supposed to stay with you throughout your development. The teachings of this piece are not only supposed to be important when you are a child, they are also important throughout your spiritual development. That inner child is supposed to be what fuels you to continue to go forward, despite the obstacles that come in your way. Sometimes we can become discouraged on our journeys through hardship and the obstacles that are placed in front of us, but the pawn teaches us that no matter what, we must always try to keep pushing forward. It is also very normal that we sometimes reach obstacles that our inner child is not able to overcome alone, and requires us to draw on other aspects of ourselves to be of assistance. This is symbolic of a piece moving into a space in front of the pawn, making the pawn dependent on another piece to help it. So then what happens when these obstacles come in the path of the pawn? When a child needs assistance in areas they are not able to help themselves with, for example, opening a door or moving a heavy object, they rely on the adult figures around them to help remove these obstacles. They are not able to do it themselves, but as long as there is an adult figure present, that particular obstacle won't discourage them from trying to go forward. The adults are symbolic of the other pieces on the chessboard that are there to help remove the obstacles, which are the opponent's pieces, from the pawn's path so that it can continue going forward. This is why the development of the other aspects of yourself is so important, so that you can draw on them to help overcome any adversity that is being presented to the aspect of yourself that wants to grow, your pawn. Different situations require different aspects of yourself to deal with them. Sometimes your discernment is required to make the correct judgments to overcome a situation, your rook. Sometimes your intelligence is required in order to be able to approach the situation from a different angle or perspective in order to overcome it, your bishop. Sometimes your willpower, resilience, and strength are required to destroy the illusion of adversity that the situation brings in order to overcome it, your knight. The point I am making is that different situations require different aspects of yourself to deal with them, and by having all these aspects of yourself developed, you are able to draw on the ones that are appropriate for the situation at hand. This is why it is critical to begin development early in chess, because if you only develop your pawns and not your other pieces, you will lack the tools to remove a piece that is placed in front of your pawn. When your other pieces are developed along with your pawns, you are better equipped to deal with such situations. So you can see that by not having developed your other aspects of yourself, you are putting your inner child in positions where it cannot be defended, meaning you will potentially lose this aspect of yourself. The child who does not have the right adult figures around them to help them with their growth as they are trying to go forward won't have the proper development they need when they are older. While this is not necessarily the worst of situations, it is also not ideal. It is not the worst of situations, because a lot of people in the world today may not be aware but are in situations where they have lost all or most of their pawns. It is the piece that tends to get lost the earliest and quickest in the game of chess. These are people who may not have received the adequate guidance they needed when they were children to help remove the obstacles that they faced, or who, in fact, allowed those obstacles to take away their inner child aspect of themselves. This is symbolic of your pawn getting captured by one of your opponent's pieces. We were all biologically ingrained for growth and repair, which was very evident when we were children. Even the body is the same. It grows despite what we think and repairs itself whenever damage is sustained, despite what we say. This is the inner child aspect of ourselves that is there from birth, but as time goes on, we require the people around us to help maintain this aspect of ourselves. Some of us today face situations where this did not happen, and we have lost all or most of our pawns. Now in the game of chess, the pawn is not required in order to win the game. In fact, a lot of the time, none of a player's pawns even make it to the other side of the board in the game, even though they are able to still win the game comfortably. However, the pawn is important because it gives us the motivation and determination to keep going forward. This makes the pawn an important piece. If you did not have this aspect of yourself when you were born, you may not be able to walk today, as you could have given up after a few attempts. This is the significance of the pawn. When this aspect of yourself is present all the way up to adulthood, then that inner motivation and fearless inner child will always be an important resource that you will have to draw upon when on your journey towards your higher self or purpose. When this is not present, you will have to rely on the other aspects of yourself to make up for this one that no longer exists, which can sometimes be difficult. Why is this? Because your pawn is what reveals to you where you are in your development, and if you have what it takes to overcome difficult situations. Without your pawns, you can end up in a position where you do not actually know where you are and what you are able to overcome, meaning you could end up losing humility, modesty, and awareness, causing spiritual arrogance. This is why they say you are only as strong as your greatest challenge, because it is those challenges that reveal your character to yourself. It can be very easy to fall into the trap of thinking you know exactly how you would react to a situation if it presented itself to you. However, until that situation occurs, you will never truly understand, and this is what the pawn brings. It not only brings out the fearless inner child in you that wants to keep going forward, but it also brings you challenges that will help reveal how far you have come on your journey. Because a lot of us have had experiences where we have lost most or all of our pawns very early in our lives, we become out of touch with who we are, which makes us lose awareness of self. It is not an ideal situation, however. It is not the worst-case scenario to find ourselves with little to no pawns, as this is a common situation that a lot of people in today's world find themselves in. You also notice that there are many pawns in the game of chess, compared to all of the other pieces. There are 8 to be precise, which is 6 more than the next highest number of pieces, which are the rook, bishop, and knight. Given what the pawn represents, this is esoterically showing us that you can afford to lose a lot of them compared to the other pieces. In fact, losing this piece in chess is beneficial because it will test whether or not you have the resilience to continue pushing forward despite the setback. The pawn reveals your character to yourself, so if you can lose your pawns and still not be discouraged, then you have a better chance at reaching your higher self or purpose. Sometimes we must lose in order to win, or in other words, face times of turbulence that will give us the motivation to continue on the journey of spiritual development. Losing a pawn is equal to receiving a knock on your character or path. It is a test of your internal strength, which we all need from time to time, so this is why we need many pawns. It is also a piece that, more often than not, you will lose before any of your other pieces. Given that it is the fearless inner child, this makes sense, as you start to lose these pieces when you are a baby, as explained before. This is also important because it encourages the development of your other pieces. When your pawn, fearless inner child, is blocked off or taken away, the other aspects of yourself are now required to be developed in order to overcome that obstacle or prevent it from happening again. This is also another reason why it is actually a good thing to lose a pawn, as this becomes the catalyst for your other pieces to now be developed if they have not already been. Now you can develop your strength, knight, or your intellect, bishop, for example, which will help you overcome that obstacle while still having that fearless inner child within. When the fearless inner child is guided properly, that inner child will be powerful, becoming anything it wants to be. This is what getting to the other side of the chessboard symbolizes. It takes a lot of skill and the ability to withstand the pressure from your opponent's pieces attempting to eliminate your pawn. However, pressure makes diamonds, so by being able to withstand this pressure and supporting your pawns, you will be able to guide your pawn to promotion, which in most cases will change to the queen, as this is the most powerful piece. This is the importance of trying to keep this aspect of yourself a part of you, because by realizing the power of this aspect, you will not let it be diminished by anything or anyone that is trying to do so. It is inevitable that there will be attempts thrown your way to take away this aspect of yourself, which is why you must develop yourself, your other aspects, so that you are able to withstand this pressure. A smooth sea never made a skilled sailor, so by overstanding this concept, you can see why the pawn is so important to our overall development, as this is the piece that makes you realize why struggle, adversity, and pressure are needed on the journey to your higher self or purpose. When you are able to withstand these things, your pawn is able to reach promotion and become whatever piece you want it to be. This is the pinnacle of defeating your lower self and bringing it into a position of service rather than mastership, which is symbolic of checkmating your opponent's king. This is why the pawn represents baby Heru in ancient Kemet, as when Heru was a baby, he relied on his mother Aset, the queen, to nurse him and teach him all of her wisdom so that he was able to eventually defeat his uncle, Set. Through his development, he also needed the guidance of Jehuti, the bishop, and Hetheru, the knight, in order to have the tools to defeat Set in a righteous manner, the Rook. So as Heru became older, he had all the qualities that he had learned from various people, which enabled him to overcome the adversity that Set brought to him. He defeated Set, and became the new king of Kemet, thanks to his skills and guidance, the other aspects of himself that he developed. This is symbolic of being able to withstand the adversity on your journey, and utilizing the aspects of yourself that you have developed to aid you in reaching your higher self, enabling your higher self to be on the throne of your consciousness. So while the pawn may appear to be the weakest piece in the game of chess, esoterically, it is a very important aspect of ourselves that must not be overlooked because it unlocks an element of ourselves that can be greatly utilized if properly harnessed. Harnessing your fearless inner child, pawn, involves overstanding that pressure makes diamonds. So when there is pressure in the form of an opponent's piece coming in the path of your pawn, you need to realize that this is necessary. This is what is needed in order to call on your other elements to help combat this pressure and clear the obstacle, as your inner child is what is forcing this urge in you to accomplish this. Different parts of your being are required to act upon the forces that are trying to prevent your inner child from thriving. When you can successfully overcome all of these barriers that get in the way of your inner child, who wants to constantly grow, you become more powerful in whatever way you desire. This is symbolic of your pawn reaching the other side of the board and choosing whatever piece you want it to be promoted to. Most people choose the queen because it is the most powerful piece, so this means they become more wise, more orderly, more spiritually in tune, more creative, and so on. This is where the fearless inner child can take you if properly harnessed, and if you execute the tools that are needed to support it. It is extremely hard to get the pawn to the other side of the board, yet so easy to lose it. This is how life works, as nothing worth having comes easy. It is also why many people give up so easily, as the path to their greatness can appear to be daunting and requires the ultimate levels of persistence to stick to it. However, It is good as it can easily separate those who are really prepared to go all the way from those who are not. To upgrade your creativity, queen, your intellectual wisdom, bishop, your discipline, knight, or your morality, rook, is not easy and requires a lot of development and dedication. The glory of achieving this promotion through the pawn reaching the other side of the board is like gaining a spiritual power, as you are gaining even more protection of the soul, the king, whilst getting closer to reaching your higher self, or purpose, checkmating your opponent's king. This is all achieved when that spark of your fearless inner child's light is not blown away by your opponent's pieces, symbolic of the obstacles that life provides us all on our own paths, ways to develop your pawn. The pawn is a piece that is there to help us overstand the challenges that life brings while simultaneously being the innate drive in us to keep going forward. So to develop the pawn first and foremost, it requires you to overstand that if you are unable to handle the challenges that life may bring, your pawn will be taken out of the game. However, you have 8 pawns in total at the start, meaning your inner child can be knocked many times before that spark is gone. This actually goes to show that it is quite necessary to experience the knocks that life brings, and that even though you may suffer from a few, you still have the opportunity to overcome them. Your inner child will have to suffer a huge amount to be fully gone. Fortunately, even if it is gone, which means all your pawns are gone, the opportunity to reach your higher self is not over. So first and foremost, to initially be able to develop the pawn, one must realize that they have to equip themselves to handle the challenges that will be put in front of their pawn to keep it from going forward. By realizing this, the next stage is actually an indirect way to develop the pawn, as this is one of the lessons the pawn is providing for us to learn. This is to be able to successfully develop your other pieces so that they can aid the pawn by removing what is in front of it, allowing it to continue to go forward and reach the other side of the board. Getting to the other side of the board is liberating, but the pawn cannot do this without the help of your other pieces, and your other pieces cannot help the pawn unless they are developed themselves. This means you have to develop your intellectual wisdom, bishop, for example, so that you are able to calculate situations, make correct decisions, and be able to interpret information from multiple angles so that you can proceed to handle anything that comes in the way of your pawn. If you do not develop your intellectual wisdom, you may not be able to defend your pawn from whatever is in its way. If this happens, you may lose your pawn, meaning some of your fearless inner child is taken away, so that urge to want to go forward depletes slightly. You have to remember that getting to the other side of the board is not easy, and takes a long time in the game before it is accomplished. It also requires advanced development of your other pieces to even allow this to happen, meaning the real development of the pawn depends on how much you can develop the other aspects of yourself. The journey to one's higher self, or any great purpose, necessitates a great deal of mental, physical, emotional, and spiritual strength, which is found in the other pieces. This is not a quick process that the pawn is trying to teach. The pawn is trying to show you that to get to the other side requires sheer persistence in one's ability to deal with all the obstacles and not let them deter you. There is no way around this and no shortcuts, as nothing worth having comes easy. This does not mean to say that it will be depressing, as it may sound like that, which is why you must ensure you are a lover of the journey more than the goal itself, and to love the journey requires you to overstand the journey. The pawn urges you to overstand the journey and why it is required to reach the promised land, which is your higher self or purpose. This was the case for Aquila in the 2006 movie Aquila and the Bee. She was able to develop her pawn and reach the other side of the chessboard. In the movie, Aquila was a young 11-year-old girl who was a brilliant speller. However, throughout the movie, her journey to get to the Scripps National Spelling Bee was not easy, as she faced many obstacles in the way of her pawn. She had to overcome the death of her father at a young age, as well as the pressures from her neighborhood in Los Angeles to do well in the spelling bees she was involved in. Remember earlier in the chapter, I spoke about using the other pieces in the game in order to help your pawn move forward on the chessboard? For example, being able to learn from others so that you can use those teachings to remove obstacles in the way of your pawn. Aquila was able to do this within the movie, especially with the support from her mother and her spelling coach, Dr. Larrabee. Dr. Larrabee was like the bishop for Aquila in her development, as he was her coach for her spelling as well as giving her teachings for life itself, and Aquila was able to apply those teachings so that she could develop herself. He always taught her and corrected her when she made grammatical mistakes so that she would learn the etiquette of talking with more coherence. There was a scene in the movie that displayed how Aquila's pawn had been developed, with the obstacles she had been facing being removed so that she was able to go forward on her path. This was when she went to Dr. Larrabee's house after qualifying for the National Spelling Bee. At this point, Dr. Larrabee was not her coach, as she had been rude to him prior to her qualifying. She went there to apologize and prove that she was worthy of being coached by him, as she recited previous words that he taught her. He then made her come into his office and read a quotation that was on the wall. The quotation was from a famous poem by Marianne Williamson, Our Deepest Fear. The quote goes as follows: "Our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. It is our light, not our darkness, that most frightens us. We ask ourselves, who am I to be brilliant, gorgeous, talented, fabulous? Actually, who are you not to be? You are a child of God. Your playing small does not serve the world. There is nothing enlightened about shrinking so that other people won't feel insecure around you. We are all meant to shine, as children do. We were born to make manifest the glory of God that is within us. It's not just in some of us, it's in everyone. And as we let our own light shine, we unconsciously give other people permission to do the same. As we are liberated from our own fear, our presence automatically liberates others." After reciting the quote to Dr. Larrabee, he then asks her what it means to her, and she says, "It means to not be afraid." He then asks her what she should not be afraid of, and she replies, "Myself." He used this quote as a way to instill bravery and resilience in her, as he knew the National Spelling Bee was a very tough competition that can affect the mental stability of its competitors. This was a scene in which Dr. Larrabee was like the bishop, clearing an obstacle in the way of Aquila's pawn, allowing her to advance in her development. This advice was critical for Aquila's development in order for her pawn to move closer to the other side of the board, which is why this scene was appropriate as an example of how the pawn can be developed in your life. It was the teachings of Dr. Larrabee that helped the development of Aquila's pawn, similar to that of the younger Heru, who used the teachings given to him by Jehuti so that he was able to defeat Set and become the king of Kemet. When you become receptive to learning on the path to your higher self or your purpose, you are allowing your pawn to be developed and reach the other side of the chessboard. Finally, you want to be a student of the game, as by becoming a student, you are allowing yourself to learn. This is the ultimate teaching that derives from the pawn. The pawn is the piece with the most potential, as it cultivates itself and has the support of the other pieces so that it can reach the other side of the board. During this process, the pawn is learning from the other pieces as it travels to the other side. It is analyzing the moves the other pieces make so that when it finally reaches the other side of the board, it can choose which one it wants to be like. This is how you must be. You must also be the student who observes the teachers you have in your life and their ways, so that you will be equipped on your own journey. You must trust in the teachings you receive, so that you are able to harness and use them when you are ready to do so. The teacher was once the student, and if you cannot accept that you must be the student first, then you won't be able to reach the other side of the board. Most of the pawns do not get the chance to reach this stage. In most cases, only one or maybe two do, so you must learn the ways of the pawn and be the student, allowing yourself to learn the ways of those that are more advanced than yourself. You must also trust in yourself by utilizing the other aspects of yourself, that is, your queen, bishop, rook, and knight, to help your pawn advance. These are all elements of yourself that, when developed correctly, support you on your quest for greatness. Chapter 7, Bringing It All Together. The last three pieces that were spoken about represent the Holy Trinity of the personality. This is the king, queen, and pawn. As mentioned in the previous chapter, they represent Asar, Eset, and baby Heru. Asar and Aset were husband and wife and created Heru, who went on to claim the throne, which was previously occupied by his father before he died. When your soul, the king, connects with divine spiritual wisdom, the queen, you create a fearless inner child, the pawn, that is ready to go on the path to overcoming the lower self. When the support from the other aspects of yourself, your other pieces, helps you on this journey, you will be able to become whatever you desire to be and claim the throne of your own consciousness. This is when your pawn gets to the other side of the board and you checkmate your opponent's king. You are the king, soul, and you connect with your queen, divine spiritual wisdom, which gives you the determination to want to go forward, your pawn, so that you are able to checkmate your opponent's king, reach your higher self. The term higher self can be used interchangeably with the purpose you are attempting to achieve. The same concepts will still apply because this is the blueprint to life itself. However, I speak of the higher self because this is our ultimate purpose whilst on this realm. The only reason why many people do not realize this is because of the many distractions that are put in place to take our attention away from this purpose. You have the other three pieces, the bishop, rook, and knight, which all have two of each. Bishop equals Jehuti plus Heru. Rook equals Ma'at plus Anpu. Knight equals Hetheru plus Set. These are another trio of pieces that help facilitate the king, queen, and pawn, because these are aspects of the personality that must be developed to ensure you reach your higher self. You must develop your intelligence and wisdom, bishop, your order and discernment, rook, and your discipline and physical strength, knight. All of these contribute to your ability to ascend in consciousness. They complete the personality so that one can achieve their purpose in its entirety. When these elements are not developed, it causes an imbalance in the personality of the individual, inhibiting the process of reaching one's greatest potential or the higher self. These three properties are implemented in the universe as the properties of creation by the Creator. To be one with the Creator, one must also develop these properties of creation as above, so below. Creation is established upon order, Rook, so you must develop yourself and go on your own path upon order by developing your Rook. Creation's principles are predicated on divine mathematics and divine intelligence, Bishop. For everything to be in perfect alignment, that is, the planets, stars, etc., it requires divine intelligence, so you too must strive for divine intelligence by developing your bishop. Despite all of the chaos, creation continues, and in fact continues to sustain creation, night. Sometimes eruptions, storms, and other events are required to sustain creation, so you must also be able to deal with the chaos that arises in your life by developing your night. These three pieces are all very closely related, as Jehuti and Ma'at were twins in ancient Kemet, which esoterically means that when you combine your intellectual wisdom with order, bishop plus rook, you automatically develop high amounts of creativity, queen. Heru and Anpu were brothers, so developing your intelligence by learning from life's teachings makes you wise, which when combined with high levels of discernment, bishop plus rook, will make you spiritually devoted to your purpose, queen. This is what makes the queen so powerful, because it is the combination of aspects. When some of the aspects are combined, this creates a powerful level of spiritual wisdom, which enhances your ability to be on the throne of your consciousness, checkmating your opponent's king. Heru had to acquire intellectual wisdom from Jehuti, the bishop, on his quest to overcome Set and become king of Kemet, checkmating the opponent's king. He also had to gain the passion and willpower of Hetheru, the knight, to overcome Set. Both Jehuti and Hetheru did this by restoring his eyes, enabling him to see again. This is what happens when you develop your bishop and knight like Heru was able to. You develop your ability to overcome your lower self, Set, and place it in a position of service, which is the ultimate development of the knight. The knight has the passion and willpower to destroy, so you have to redirect it to destroy the things that inhibit you from being in your higher self. The rook and knight are dual in nature. They aim to provide both protection and destruction. Anpu was the guardian of the astral or spiritual realm, while Set was a destroyer of the physical realm. Ma'at was the order of the universe, and Hetheru was the destroyer of all those that went against it through her fiery passion. Your job is to develop your rook so that it can protect and serve your soul, the king, and your mind. To do this, you must establish order in your life. When you are living in a state of chaos, you are making yourself susceptible to losing your soul, your king being checkmated, as you are no longer protecting it with the way you are living. Your other job is to develop your knight so that it can serve you and destroy whatever is inhibiting your development. To do this, you must increase your levels of discipline and willpower, and also look after your physical vessel and what you put inside of it. By doing these things, you are allowing yourself to function at peak levels, allowing you to destroy all physical manifestations that attempt to destroy your physical vessel. When I say destroy, I do not mean it literally in all instances. For example, if we're discussing a person or situation, it may not be appropriate to physically destroy them or it, but you will want to be able to overcome that person or situation by using the knight's properties, that is, by destroying the person or situation's ability to have an effect on you. This is where the control of the knight is needed, because it wants to destroy, and when your knight is underdeveloped, it will seek to destroy the wrong things, which can end up destroying you. Bishop plus Rook is the combination of intellect and order, gives you divine spiritual wisdom, bringing you on the right path to overcoming the lower self and reaching the higher self. Bishop plus Knight is when you combine the intellectual wisdom and the fiery passion of these pieces. This gives you the ability to overcome all adversity, as you not only have the willpower to do it, but you also have the wisdom to do it. Rook plus Knight is when you develop your order and harmony, which serve to protect your mind and soul, and you develop your physical self, willpower, and discipline, which serve to destroy anything that harms the physical vessel. You are providing yourself with a shield of protection from all forms of adversity. Even if you still face adversity, which you will have the tools to deal with it because you have a well-developed Rook and Knight. Finally, all of the pieces in the game of chess come together to form the whole, which is you. You must develop all of the pieces equally, as they each serve a different purpose, and will all help you at different stages of life. This was the case for the story of Heru in ancient Kemet. He came from his father Asar, who was the king, soul, and then started off as the pawn. He wanted to go forward on his quest to become the king of Kemet, and was willing to do so despite what came in his way, just like the pawn. However, he needed the help of Aset, the queen, which equals bishop plus rook, Jehuti, the bishop, and Hetheru, the knight. By utilizing the principles of these pieces, he was then able to reach the other side of the board and utilize the properties of the queen, rook plus bishop, which are creative chaos and divine spiritual wisdom. Having equipped the properties of all the pieces in the game, he was then able to defeat Set and become heir to the throne left by his father, meaning he became king. This is the journey mapped out by the principles of chess, which, if utilized, will aid in your own development. All of the pieces must be developed. They all have aspects that will benefit you at different stages of your journey, and they all contribute to the completion of the personality. Protect and guard your soul, your king. Be devoted to your purpose and your ability to create, your queen. Establish order and discernment in your life, your rook. Develop your intellectual wisdom and ability to analyze all angles of life, your bishop. Develop your willpower, discipline, and ability to direct your passion to serve you, your knight. Be determined to keep going forward despite the obstacles that come your way, your pawn. Through these principles is the philosophy of self, which equals checkmate. Acknowledgements. I want to start off by thanking the Most High and my ancestors because of the connection I established with them through trying to walk the path of Ma'at. This is the path of righteousness and order. This was one of the foundations for writing this book. The other foundation came from learning small esoteric teachings about chess from various sources, but they were very vague. The game was always very fascinating to me with the various strategies you can acquire to win. Anyone who plays the game will always say that its rules and principles correlate with life itself and how to live it. This led me to find out the origins of the game because a lot of its principles aligned with ancient Comitian teachings. It was quite apparent to me that there was no mention of Africa in its origins, as most sources state that it came from India, and then the modern version that we play today was from Europe. This was interesting to me as board games originated in Africa, and as stated in the book, there are literal paintings on the walls of the Cometians playing games on checkerboards, which look like chess. As a scholar who knows that a lot of African creations tend to get accredited to other areas of the world, as well as the connections discovered between the Kemetic teachings and the game itself, led to the idea that there was a clear influence that stemmed from Africa. In short, the game of chess, as we know it today, would not exist without its origins in Africa. I want to thank the scholars and figures I talked about in this book, because they inspired the ideas behind the pieces that were spoken about in the book. First and foremost, I want to thank Dr. Mwata Ashby, because he is the biggest influencer behind the ancient Kemetic teachings that I have learned about over the years after reading 7 of his books. He was the most appropriate person to use as an icon for the bishop piece representing intellectual wisdom. I want to thank the other influential figures that I also used as representatives for the pieces, which are Shahrazad Ali, Jason Wilson, Queen Afua, Dr. Chancellor Williams, and Bruce Lee. These are all people who are or have been very influential in their fields, which I respect and admire, which made them perfect examples when talking about the pieces in chess. I also want to thank all of the life lessons I have learned throughout my own development, as without them, I would not be on the path that I am on today, which I tried to explain throughout the book. This is what is beautiful about the game, because of the various lessons you can learn from it, and then apply to your own life. So for these lessons, I am grateful, because without them, I may not have been able to write this book. I tend to get motivated just by seeing others getting motivated or happy in their own endeavors. Other people's journeys inspired me and gave me ideas that I was able to translate into this book. As someone with a degree in psychology and deep studier of it, I am quite a good observer of behavior, and I'm able to see patterns which help me formulate the ideas for my writings, hence I have a ton of notes. Finally, I want to thank my family and friends, from whom I have learned and received guidance and support while writing this book, and even before it was written. I tend to be quite private, so I don't share much of what I'm doing with a lot of people. However, I still appreciate the support and advice received from all those that are close to me, as there have been various times when I felt overwhelmed or not as motivated, but their words have encouraged me without them even knowing.